The Imperium. How mighty its aspect. How far-reaching its boundaries. As one world dies, 10 more are brought into the fold. Fear us, for we count the lives of planets, not men.
And then we just enter in like this. Hey guys, welcome to the very first episode of Calls of Lore.
Woo, just jumping us right in.
Eric's like, how do we open this thing? I was like, well, we start like this and then we do it.
We go, and here we are.
Because there's really no good way to do this.
Oh, there's not. I had the jitters getting ready to do this episode. By the way, I'm Eric.
I'm Ben. And with us is a first-time podcaster ever. He's going to be a guest with us. He'll jump in when he wants, and he won't when he wants. His name's Dan. Hey, Dan, how's it going?
Good. Yeah.
Good.
You're right. It's hard to just jump in.
I know. Yeah. He totally ambushed me. And it's because I said I was nervous going in. And
he's like, can I take one more cigarette? I'm like, you just had one. He's like, yeah, but I'm nervous about this. I'm like, all right, well, fuck. Anyway, guys, welcome to the very first episode of Cult of Lore. This is going to be a little bit different, just in case you didn't watch that episode 0.
Right. Which we tried to let you know what you were in for with this.
Yeah, this is where we take a fictional universe, a big one, preferably, and we really kind of dive into it and learn what makes it special. And there's a lot of them out there. And I'm going to keep saying it because it's going to be a slow podcast. It's going to have some slow releases.
Yes.
But we're going to do one once a month. And for starting out, we're going to cover just one fictional universe, but we are going to end up covering other things as well.
Right.
So we'll be paying attention when you're like, hey, could you cover this universe or that universe? We're paying attention to all of that. We're starting off with Warhammer 40K, the grim darkness of the far future. But we will also be covering Lord of the Rings,
Wheel of Time.
I
want to cover.
Even ones like the xenomorphs from the movie Aliens, the Yautja, which is also like the technical name for the aliens and the predators. I'd love to do stuff like that. Godzilla is actually my original fandom before all fandoms. We'll get into Star Wars when I feel like putting my shit-kicking boots on at some point. And so just stay with us.
And plenty more. It's not an exhaustive list.
It is an infinite list. Dune, we're going to have to eventually cover Dune, especially because a lot of what we cover here was kind of borrowed, lifted, copied, homaged, whatever, to Dune.
Yes. So
with that, let's dive right into this.
Yes.
So on this episode, we're covering things specifically from the point of view of the Imperium.
Yes.
The Imperium is the human faction in the 40K universe. It is the main, what could be called the main characters, the lens through which the 40K universe is told.
Yeah, from everything. And I'm still I would consider myself still very new to the Warhammer universe. But it certainly does seem to be like they're the perspective characters, if you can call them that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which makes sense.
And what's kind of cool is we have varying degrees of newness to this universe because Eric's the newest.
Yes.
I'm actually the second newest, having not been familiar with this for maybe about 2 years now and have really started to dive into it. But Dan, you've actually been a fan of 40K before me.
Yeah, I've played some games. I don't collect the armies myself, but I also really like to get into the lore.
Right. See, I have absolutely, like, as much as I'm in love with this and as much as it was my drive to cover 40K first, I actually am not familiar with the rules of the game and have never played a game in my life.
Right. And so, I've been kind of sidetracked by that. I kind of like, researching all this lore and stuff. I did because I actually really love like fantasy lore and sci-fi sort of lore and stuff, but I totally went down this rabbit hole of like the game itself. Like I was watching hours of people play the game and stuff like that. I'm like, God damn it, it's kind of helpful because it helps you get familiarized with them, but it's still like you're watching die roll and moving the models around, which I love it. But it was a distraction from what I needed to be doing for this show.
Right. No, and so what'll end up happening is, and this is actually kind of how this thing tends to go down, is Eric will fill me in on the technical aspects of a thing, and then I'll be like, but and then I'll come in with the story, and so we kind of end up putting those together.
Yeah.
So Dan, I think in the last episode we kind of declared our loyalties. I don't remember, but if we didn't, I'm going to do that on the outset. I am a loyalist, and I'm a blood angel. That is where my bias lies. I am pro Imperium, but I am also I am a son of Sanguinius. Eric, what about you?
Definitely pro Imperium.
As it currently stands, as being the newest.
Right. Yeah. From what I'm from where. Yeah. Just based on the information that I know now, I would say that I am a loyalist. Yep.
But you do like the orcs.
I do. Oh, I love the orcs. Yes. I just think they're the happiest ones that exist in this universe.
If I had to pick a race to be in the 41st millennium, it'd be an orc, because
they're actually enjoying themselves.
Yeah. They are the only ones enjoying themselves.
And I'd like to enjoy myself in whatever universe I exist in. So maybe I'm more pro orc at the end of the day, but I relate more to the people of the Imperium, perhaps.
Yeah, and I dare say you're a Krieger.
Oh man, you're calling me out straight up. But no, they've been the most. They're the ones that have captured me the most. I love their gung-ho-ness. I've always kind of liked that in any sort of fiction, like the charge forth, for higher cause, off we go, and they're just like
they're so that die. They have to be restrained.
Yeah.
It's the Imperium writ large, and then the Krieg is like, guys, slow down.
yeah. Like,
so I love that kind of tenacity, especially from like underdog types, and they seem like underdog types that just will rip apart your ankles so they can get to your throat.
Exactly. What about you, Dan?
Well, what I like about 40K is the over-the-topness with like the completely serious face.
Absolutely.
So, 1 minute I'm, Ave Imperium. The next I'm like, blood for the blood god. Skull throne, So I guess Alfarius.
Well, as long as you're not a Tal, that's fine.
Okay, I'm not familiar with Alfarius.
Alfarius is the Primarch of the Alpha Legion.
Okay.
As is Omega.
So maybe.
Oh my God. No, not maybe. There's two. Anyway, guys, if this doesn't make any sense to you, this is just a little inside banter. Trust me, we're going to get there.
And I'm about as lost as you are, so don't worry.
So what is the Imperium and how did it get there? The Imperium is basically the kingdom of man in the 41st millennium 4-1. Like, it's way in the far future.
Right.
And it is over 1 million planets, I believe, is the number they like to cite. So if you were to go outside on the darkest night you could at your house and look up at all the stars that you could see, every single one of those is an Imperium planet. That is how far their kingdom stretches.
Jeez, oh man.
And that's kind of the thing that we're wanting to get across in this first episode if I had to pick one thing that the Warhammer 40K universe has over virtually any other universe that I know of, it is scale. God damn, this thing is huge.
Well,
go ahead.
It's so big, and they can play off itself that even the information they put out is untrustworthy.
Right. You literally have two factions in the Imperium. One is trying to uncover the truth of things because it's so large and so vast that this is a kingdom that has literal forgotten history. And so you have one group that is trying to uncover the forgotten history of this vast kingdom, but you also have another group working for the same kingdom who is trying to keep the truth hidden because they're afraid the enemies will discover something that it can use. And so they're actively putting out misinformation at the exact same time.
And the game's been going for so long, the lore's so old that that lets them retcon stuff.
Yeah,
things become true and false.
So there is a statement that I believe is attributed to one of the higher ranking members of Games Workshop who has said that there actually is no such thing as retcon in the 40K universe. Things that are gone and unmentioned may pop themselves back up the next. For fuck's sakes, we had a Primarch return. There are the Zotes, I believe they're called, which is a race of Tyranids, which is alien species that were retconned, quote unquote, out of existence, and they've just
except for the squats, the space dwarves.
No, they're coming back. The squats are coming back. Listen, the space dwarves, they can tout all they want, but they're bringing all this stuff back, and there's absolutely room for the squats. God damn it, it's in the name, squats. They can fit anywhere. Like you're telling me that in this universe that has, oh my God, what? A grenade that can set off a plague that destroys an entire planet, but they don't have room for space dwarves? I absolutely not.
I think it's just a part of their history that they're trying to bury.
Why?
Why? The metal cast dwarves with the mohawks.
That's awesome.
It's the best part of Warhammer. In my
but
opinion.
Perhaps it's some sort of who do you think Games Workshop is trying to bury it, or the Imperium is?
No, the Games Workshop. This is outside.
Well, I wonder if okay.
So I wonder if they have a problem with the squats. Don't call them squats. Call them, I don't know.
Well,
mids.
I had
mids.
read something.
Call them mids. MIDS. They're not quite tall. They're not quite short. They're mids.
I had read something, and I can't really source it, but they were kind of talking about how, and don't quote me too hardcore on this, but like something to do with like they just couldn't make them unique enough from like apparently with the Eldar, like okay, sure they're elves on the very surface, but they've made them different enough and given them enough of their own story, and perhaps I guess they couldn't do that with the squats, which I have a hard time.
I can't fathom that's the
one of the stories I had heard on the matter.
So what you do is instead of
I don't know.
Well, hell, do you even have to? Is my argument. Do you really need to change them that much?
My thing is like, how hard could it fucking be?
Instead of like stone haulers, make them bikers. Like who? Like what?
Just
then it's like, are they a faction? Are they units? Like who they?
Make them mercenaries. Hell, make them a neutral faction. I could see squats working for Eldar. I could see them working for the Imperium. I could see them working for any of the factions that's not orcs or nids.
Yeah.
Maybe not chaos. Although you could definitely do that.
And I'm not terribly familiar with squats. So just a little bit of a recap on them. They're basically dwarves, right?
Yeah. They're space.
Well, they're humans that have been stranded so long genetically that they've become dwarves.
So they're kind of like the reverse ogrins, which ogrins are humans that have mutated into these big, bulky, stupid motherfuckers.
Right.
Squats are kind of the opposite of that.
So they went
short
and
hefty,
and basically really became what we would imagine as a fantasy dwarf.
Yeah, they're a space dwarf.
Okay,
some of this stuff I don't think requires a really highbrow layer to cover it. It doesn't.
It's just
that
evolution.
So before we ever touch anything of which we've already touched, guys, the one thing that I absolutely love about this universe is this shit's got something for fucking everyone. You just got to find it. And like, I do not like people that when they find something that they like, they immediately try to suck their friends in. I'm like, you have to find something you think they'll legitimately be interested in. And goddamn it, in 40K, there's something. You've just got to find it. You got a friend who's into anime? Okay, point them at the Tau. They're psychic aliens and all of their shit looks like Japanese space robots. Throw them in that direction. You got a friend who's like super Catholic Imperium. There you go. They're one step away from
the ecclesiarchy.
There's something for everybody. And so the fact that there's not dwarves in there, I think is just a bummer.
It's a travesty.
I think they could, you don't need to change them. Just stick them in there. Space dwarves. We're good. Go. Off you go.
I mean, honestly, like for real, just accept it.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what do you, like,
it's
make
not
them like
the most absurd thing.
All you have to do is say, like, their homeworld is very dwarf-like. So they have the castles. They work with stone. But once they're out in the Imperium, they're something else. And you can make them, I don't know, tunneler troops or something. Like, diggy, diggy hole, motherfucker. Like,
I love that song.
Like, I don't buy that they can't make them fit. I'm sorry. That pish posh, I said. Pish posh.
So, and again, very soft quote there. Like, I couldn't even tell you where I read that. It might have been reading about it.
So I've watched a few things about why this, and that seems to be their fallback quote.
Gotcha.
So you are correct.
Okay.
I'd forgotten about that, but once you said it, I was like, no, I have heard this before. And I dismissed it then, and I dismiss it now.
Yeah.
So the Imperium, as I said, when you look up at the stars, everything is the Imperium and beyond. Right. So how did humanity get that way? So mankind kind of goes along its history as we are kind of right now until we get to the kind of point that's more or less like Star Trek.
Okay.
Star Trek, for those of you that don't know, a lot of people like to tie it to like a communism thing. That's nonsense. It is a post-scarcity society, which means that our technology has achieved the point where we can make shit almost out of nothing. It's almost alchemy. Like you give a machine a stone block and it'll make you a cheeseburger with a side of fries. Like that type of technology. Mankind did it. We got there and we were the big boys in the galaxy. There was absolutely nothing. No elves, no orcs, no nothing was able to even. It was to the point where orcs, who, as we kind of covered in the episode 0, they have absolutely no mindset other than war. Like they are not genetically capable of not being violent. It's not a question of personality or nature or nurture. Like it is hardwired into the brain.
Yes.
They were making truces with mankind because they were like, this is not even a war. This is extermination. And then we fucked up because, mankind. We made AI. And while that's not the only reason that the kind of...
It's not. That was a perfect storm.
It was, but that's what... But I think it was. There were several things that happened at once, but I think we could have weathered any of them if we weren't fighting the war with the Men of Iron.
Well, if we didn't make ourselves so reliant on them and completely let them...
Yeah. So we created AI, and what always happens when AI... There was a fight, a big war. It's called the War Against the Men of Iron. It's where all of the AI that mankind had come to rely on to run, not quite Wall-E level, but I mean, I'm sure that wasn't far on the horizon.
It was a galactic spanning empire.
Yeah. And we didn't do almost nothing. So there was a lot of AI, and it all suddenly turned on us. Oof. Now, also at the same time, I believe, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but at the same time, Slaanesh was being born, which caused... So Slaanesh is a god of this thing that we call the warp. Again, guys, I'm not covering... You've got to watch the episode 0. Like, you've got to. It explains all the factions because Christ.
Right. Touches on them. This is all broad over.
This is very broad strokes.
We're getting deeper later, but
yeah. So Slaanesh was being born, which was this dimensional god that was causing the warp, the dimension to which mankind was using travel to cross great distances at a short period of time, to become turbulent and impassable, therefore cutting off ships that would usually take months to get to their destinations, weeks. It now took light years or hundreds of thousands of years.
Right.
Impossible to get to
whole generations.
Sublight travel.
Right. So imagine like a planet that was relying on shipments of, let's just say, wheat. It's a rock planet that's great in ores and metal. But it's a mining planet, but it doesn't grow crops.
Cannot farm.
So they get all of their food delivered once a month or once every couple of weeks, because in 40K, even traveling through the warp at what we'll refer to as warp speed.
Yes.
That's not what it's referred to.
Right.
But for the sake of
it's shorthand. Good shorthand.
For warp speed, even at the best of times, is an iffy prospect. Up to and including coming out in a goddamn different era of time.
Oof.
Because you just hit a pocket of the warp that is really unstable and you pop out two millennia later. Have fun, motherfucker.
Not even to mention the denizens of the warp that can get you.
Right. And that's not even, that's not even talking about, the warp is not just an uninhabited dimension. It's basically hell. I'll tell you a film that does this spectacularly, and there's the guy that directed it, I believe, actually came out later saying he was a fan of 40K. So a lot of people are like, this is a 40K film.
I think I know what you're talking about.
It's Event Horizon.
Yep.
Okay.
Event Horizon did this fabulously. To also backtrack, a ship has a thing called a Geller field, which is what allows it to travel through the warp completely unmolested. So you have these demon-like... The warp is hell.
It's like the mental space of all sentient living creatures. And since we all suck, it's hell. Hell is other people.
Well,
hell is other people.
And it's also played into factors that are not mankind's fault, though, because you had the war in heaven from the Eldar, the Necrons, and all these older factions.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Don't orcs also have some influence on the warp too, or are they?
So actually, I don't believe they do. Okay. That's why they have that. That's call
a good thing.
Oh my god, yeah. Can you imagine? And neither do the Tyranids. Thank fucking Christ.
Jeez, isn't that amazing?
They are the shadow in the warp. Yeah,
they are the anti-warp.
Interesting.
But that's why the orcs have the war energy. That's how they do things.
Okay.
The old ones, not to get off on a tangent, but the old ones, which are like the for lack of a better term, they are the oldest first sentient race known in the Warhammer 40k universe. Okay. When they came along and ended up fighting a war with this other race called the Necrons, they created 2 races to help them fight. One was super warp dependent and psychically heavy, which was the Eldar. And they were meant to be this elegant psychic fighting force that would help repel the Necrons using the warp. The orcs, then known as the Krunk, I believe.
Kork. With a K. Korks.
Right. That's what they were known at the time. That's orcs if they actually got above drowning in your own soup IQ level.
It's like if you sent your orcs to West Point.
Yeah. So they created them, and they were actually kind of like the direct opposite of the Eldar. They didn't touch the warp. They were very like violent and very like, even though they were more intelligent than the orcs we know in the 40k universe, I imagine they were probably still like, oh, I like wearing my guy's face on me shoulder. I imagine they were still pretty goddamn brutal.
Right. Yeah.
So it is fortunate that the 2 races that don't that just throw themselves sacrificially into battle don't feed into the warp, because that would be a fucking nightmare. The orcs and the Nids, that would destabilize the warp into something that would just be...
But it's also a little disheartening to see, like, okay, but look how bad it got with just humanity and the Eldar and, you know, these other guys running.
Well, there are like bad. Numerous sentient races out there in the universe
that the Imperium is exterminated.
Yeah. Oh, very, very xenophile. Or xenophobic.
Right.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this. I would be too. Can you imagine like when you're humankind, right? And you're like going out into the stars for the first time and you encounter an orc. You're just like, oh, well, no. Huh, we're not doing this. Absolutely fucking not.
But I mean, do you think there was a chance? I know this is the grim dark of the future, but do you think there was a chance that a different approach might have yielded different results?
There are numerous examples of civilizations that did cooperate with aliens, and for a time it might work, but it either fell apart from their own problems or an outside force, like the Imperium. I can't remember the name of the race. They had a really fucked up planet with big ass monsters, and to combat that, they made really cool mechs. And their whole thing is they teamed up with orangutan aliens to make these.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was, and Horus was sent to communicate with them, and it was right around the time he was starting to get fucked with.
Okay.
And he exterminated them instead of trying to cooperate.
Yeah, but he was being manipulated.
Yeah. I have to look up the name of that empire.
Sure.
They had centaurs, basically.
There are plenty of examples. Cool. There are plenty of examples of peaceful races being exterminated by the Imperium. The problem is with just completely blaming them, in my opinion, is that they had suffered such a traumatic, like, they had just been absolutely devastated.
Right. So, yeah, that was my question. Is like, was it a policy that kind of developed over time, or was it just kind of like, other
No,
things?
I think it was I think in the golden age of tech. So in the golden age of technology, we know that they had truces with orcs. So they were clearly willing to work with alien races.
Okay.
But the thing is, once the kind of height of man started to collapse, the orcs were like, oh, they're weak.
Right.
But also at the same time, while the warp was becoming unstable, they had a rash of things attacking them from the warp called enslavers.
Well, so the humans around this golden age, right, with Slaanesh acting up, we were getting a lot more psychic activity.
Right, which created...
Humanity is a potential psychic race.
Which is what led to the birth of the Psychers.
Yep. So they were being... And some civilizations embraced the Psychers and some shunned them. The ones that shunned them ultimately...
did a lot better.
Yeah, they ultimately weathered the storm better.
Wow.
I know, it's funny. It's like sometime in the 40k universe, often doing the cruel thing on the individual level is the better thing for the... I am not going to utter the GG word. We're going to say the larger people around, because only the filthy Xenos believe in the greater good.
Oh, the Tau.
Listen,
they get so much hate.
They are my second favorite punching bag, right below the Ultramarines.
And you know what's funny is they're getting more and more interesting to me as we go along.
Of course,
so
they are.
That doesn't surprise you,
not,
does it?
Not at all.
Nope.
Not at all.
Damn it.
No. So mankind, the kingdom, was fighting things on multiple fronts.
Right.
They were fighting the Men of Iron, which was a huge problem because it was like all of their technology turned against them. The warp had become impassable, which had completely cut off all their supply chain. Jeez. And then they got attacked by this. It's not a Xenos race. They're not aliens. They're more like demons. They were enslavers. Okay. And what they would do is the psychers that we had talked about would unwittingly open a portal from the warp and allow these things to come rushing out. And what these things did, I mean, they're called enslavers. Like,
right.
They take over your mind. And when they take over your mind, it allows a door for more enslavers to come out. And these things look like giant floating like gas bags with tentacle arms. They are quite grotesque. And so like all of these things were happening at the same time. So you can also see that's another example of why. Yep. Eric just pulled one up. Yep, those are enslavers.
Those kind of like jellyfish looking things with the tentacles hanging down?
Yep.
Oh.
And it's not just them. The psychers could also be possessed by demons.
Yep.
Demons from the warp.
Yeah. The enforcers, are they like a separate, they're a psychic race, or are they demons? I can't remember.
Oh, man.
Honestly,
I think they're distinct.
I'm not entirely sure on that. But so they were fighting these enslavers as well, and you can kind of see why the Imperium would be xenophobic, right? Like they don't know that there are quote unquote demons in the warp. To them, these are just aliens that attack psychers.
Right.
It's so like
you just look like another one of these other fucked up things that are floating around out in the galaxy.
The thing. How do you distinguish like an alien from a demon? You know, it's all foreign.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you have the Men of Iron that are attacking. You have the orcs who have sensed your weakness and they're now attacking. You have these enslavers that are cropping up all over your psychic worlds. Oh. And also, I have absolutely no doubt, although I haven't looked it up, come on. I'm sure the Drukhari, which are the Dark Eldar, which again are basically like space elves who started a really, really, really in-depth Hellraiser cult. Like,
they're doing it for survival, but it's
fuck them. Like, I don't care that they are. And yes, they are. They torture and feed off of suffering in order to survive their race. I give no shits. But these things, whenever they're all leather and bondage and razors and peeling flesh and hooks and pleasure is pain and pain is pleasure and all that crazy shit. Anytime any race suffers kind of a weakness, they love to go on raiding parties and just wipe out like whole civilizations to use as like torture food, I guess is a good
food.
Torture meals is a good way of putting
satiate
it.
that.
Yep.
So after this collapse, the universe is chaos.
Right. So that is how all of this collapsed. I mean, it wasn't like I've heard some people describe it as pure hubris, and I'm like, it is on the fact that we relied so much heavily on warp travel, although how you solve that, even the Imperium haven't solved that yet. Yeah, but the fact of the matter is, everything came gunning for mankind's ass at one time. And I don't know a single civilization that could withstand that sort of pressure.
It kind of reminds me.
The Eldar sure as hell didn't. And it wasn't half as bad.
Well,
they did it to themselves, you stupid fucks.
Well, when they created Slaanesh, what was half of them? Less, I don't know if it was more than half.
I think
there was an insta-death. Where
it was slightly more than half. Yeah. So you find out that the reason why Slaanesh is being born is because the Eldar are so high on their own farts.
Well, they're elves, so they're supposed to be like, I don't know, extreme. They feel their emotions more.
Yes, it is important that Eldar the space elves literally feel emotion at like 5 or 6 times more than mankind does as part of their genetic makeup.
Whoa.
And there was a small faction that rejected the descent into depravity.
Right.
Those are the leftover elves that we get as the good guys in the future, the Eldari.
Okay.
We can just say Eldar, it's fine.
Eldar. The rest of them continued to murder fuck until a god was born.
Right. Yeah, so basically, as mankind is ascending, the Eldar are the reigning class of the universe. And as mankind is ascending, they're descending because they're so used to being top of the class. They've reached Wall-E levels. Like, they don't have to do anything for anything.
Right.
I think there's even reference to, like, they had technology that could make thought reality. Like, it wasn't about like
they have the webway, which is like a structured space in the warp that they have control over.
It's like their own private kingdom and passageways.
They have their own like first class to the warp.
Yes,
basically.
Yeah.
Yes, that's free of demonic incursion. Although it can be attacked from the outside if it gets stirred up.
Okay. Which is what happened here. So, like, Slaanesh is what caused all these warp storms that interrupted.
So Slaanesh is being born, and the convalescent. So
her gestation is causing the storms.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
So the Eldar, because they don't have anything to do, they start getting into just making themselves feel good, and that develop. And so you can imagine, like, they're feeling pleasure, they're feeling all of these things, desire 6 times or 7 times, or and a magnitude order. Higher than what mankind does. And we already know what men are like when they get hooked on drugs. Imagine something like that.
Oh, God.
So they start getting so depraved in their acts as a society and a race. Yeah, we can say that. It's big enough. As a race, they get so depraved that that these emotions that they're eliciting that are being fed into the warp gestate into a god. Ugh. Which, while this thing's gestating, creates the warp storms, which helps fucker humanity.
And when it is born, the Prince of Pleasure, he has a bunch.
It's a fourth dimensional entity of pleasure. So it's whatever you want it to be. It's a him, it's a her, it's a they.
Right.
It's all of these things.
So when it's born, it blows all the warp storms out and create with the Eye of Terror. It creates this giant rift in space.
Literally, it being born rips a hole in reality that allows basically a free tunnel between the warp and our reality. And
so it's just a giant gash in the galaxy.
It's literally a jagged tear, like a black hole, only in the shape of a shattered shard of glass.
It looks like just ripping right towards the center of the galaxy there.
Yep.
That's huge.
And
I can't even wrap my head around how big that is. How many people died?
Trillions.
Moment.
Trillions.
Oh, man. Undoubted. Jeez.
Whole systems, which systems can be anywhere from 5 to 500 planets. Like a system is not a real reliable unit of measurement, but it's the unit they use.
So this god was born, and it collects all the souls of these dead elves.
Oh.
Yep.
And so the dark elves try the hardest they can to delay this by continuing to satiate their pleasures. They continue to torture and
it physically sustains their souls.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the Eldar who ran off, they start pocketing their souls into little crystals, and they have this and they can pilot Gundam ships with those.
So you can
you can pilot the ship with their soul.
Don't they? That's not what they use there?
Bones.
Yeah, and I believe they're actually also used in their Titans as well.
That's basically.
Holy cow!
Yeah.
Whoa.
So
are they like the ones piloting it, like the soul, or is it just a power source?
It's a dead. Well, the
So the way I understand it, and again,
I don't think it's a power source. I think it's just
so
the consciousness is piloting.
Yeah, so you know how in the Imperium they have this thing that's called the machine spirit, and what the machine spirit is kind of like the mechanical personality of the machine itself. And everybody kind of like, listen, guys, you know what I mean. Like if you've ever had a temperamental car where you've like sweet talking it and then it comes up to life, or if you've ever had a computer where for absolutely no reason at all, you slap the shit out of it and it decides to start working, even though that should not.
The family toaster still works as long as it has a card under one.
Right. Yeah. We've all had things like this. And it's a lot more technical than that, but that's like how I kind of view it. They refer to this as the machine spirit. Well, that for the Eldar Titans is the crystals, and so the pilot is working in tandem, and I believe, I could be wrong on this, but I believe that the pilot of the Titan is the same family as the crystals being used to power it. So it's kind of like you're working in tandem with your ancestors to power this Titan.
Right.
I think.
I believe that is correct.
Cool. I was going to say, don't quote me on that, because I am not.
Our Eldar
I am not so up on the Eldar, but I think that's how that works.
Episode forthcoming.
Yeah, right. Stay tuned. So, but anytime an Eldar dies and their soul doesn't go to one of these, it instantly goes to Slaanesh.
Oh.
There's there's no happy ending for them.
Oh.
As is the price they pay for birthing the goddamn thing.
I see. So, and do they want that? They want that.
No.
Right?
Oh,
they
God,
don't
no,
want
you
that.
don't want
They
that.
don't want to go to Slaanesh.
Slaanesh is like if Hellraiser had a god.
But isn't that kind of like what they're after at this point? Like the extremes of...
No, that's
But it's going to be for the god's pleasure, not theirs.
Not theirs. And that's the thing for the Dark Eldar. The Dark Eldar, they exist in the extremes.
Right.
But the regular Eldar do not.
Oh, I see.
There are two factions.
Yeah. Right.
They try to tamp down on their and focus.
Right. They were the ones that basically, when this was all going down, they were the ones that were outside the house with the signs that say the end is nigh. And then they decided to GTFO before it all went to shit.
Whoa. Okay.
And they're like, we want no part of this.
Right.
So that's the Eldar that we're dealing with in the 41st millennium.
Gotcha. Okay.
42nd millennium at this point.
Right.
But so
big galaxy tear happens.
Big galaxy tear. But what that also does is it clears the warp for travel. All that built up pressure. Like a bottle popping its cork.
Okay.
Slaanesh is born, not in our reality, but confined to the warp. No, as far as I know, no chaos god has actually ever traversed from the warp to our reality.
Oh, okay.
Aspects of them have, which are the greater demons, which are basically like, kind of like the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. The greater demons are kind of like that they're the avatar for the chaos gods, at least for Nurgle. Right. I don't know if that's true for the others, but Nurgle, the great unclean ones, are like basically they're Nurgle. He's just playing a different name.
Well, there's all this politics and stuff going on in the warp. Gods are stealing each other's essences and becoming, That's
what's so cool. See, the warp in any other universe, the warp would just be like in Star Wars when they go into Lightspeed, it's just these stars. In Star Trek, when they go into warp speed, there's nothing there. It's just it's
blurry stars.
They even say like they slip into a dimension, but there's nothing in that dimension.
It's like if you had to play like a game of Frogger every time you wanted to fast travel in video games.
Right. But in the 41st millennium, in Warhammer 40K, just the dimension they use to travel is its own kingdoms full of gods and monsters that have its own politics.
So cool. Goddamn.
And like that. And so that's what we're talking about.
Okay. So somebody in the wing, after all this psychic chaos kind of got blown away, set off his master plan.
Who?
Our big guy.
Yes,
our friend, your friend, and mine.
Oh my God! Do not approach him in such
the emperor of mankind.
Dude, this is not a sport. I am
the big E himself.
Ben is like, show some more propriety.
Oh God. There is never, and I mean never, a fucking inquisitor when you need one. Not once.
Are we doing a heresy?
Well, so during this entire golden age of mankind, the dark age that came after,
there is a man
before in our own time, and into our prehistory.
There is a man on Earth who we don't know his name whatsoever. We know that he was born in so let's just get one thing out of it because I'm going to keep saying we know. We know jack fucking shit is what we know. Everything we're about to tell you is with a big old helping dose of we think. None of it. The fact of the matter is, and anybody who tells you any different is just flat out lying to you. I don't care who they are. Nobody knows for sure the origins and who the emperor is. That's just fact.
It is said.
It is said is another word for I think. Like, but the best information we have is that he was born somewhere around 7000 BC.
Oh, damn. What's going on?
How? We're not sure. There are a couple of explanations.
Yeah, it is said the wisest and greatest shamans of the age all joined together and combined their psychic essence to birth the perfect being.
Yeah, so there is a gentleman that I listen to. His name is Luton. I'm sure if there's other 40K fans out there that listen to YouTube, you know who he is. He illustrated some problems with this theory, and I absolutely have to agree. And it didn't seem to, I couldn't figure out why, but it didn't seem to match either because we're kind of given the impressions that psychers got more powerful as mankind went on. So if these psychers were like in the primary early ages of mankind, they'd have to be some pretty weak motherfuckers. So how many shaman are we talking about? Hundreds, millions, billions? Like what?
I don't know. I mean, hang on, I might have some sort of like population here because I have that kind of 7,000 BC pulled up.
Okay.
Where's population at over here? Because I was interested. It's like, what's going on around there? Cavemen.
I'm sure the global population's under 1 million at that point.
I would think.
I would. Yeah.
It's not really discussed.
I don't think they know.
Yeah, but I need some sort of speculation.
And then also how in the
around 100 million. Okay.
Wow, really?
Sort of.
No, it says perhaps 10 million people worldwide.
Yeah.
Wow, 10 million?
Where's 10 million?
At the end of that, the world population is believed to have been stable and slowly increasing. It is estimated that there was perhaps 10 million people worldwide.
Damn.
At the end of this millennium.
Okay.
So
holy crap.
So we talking, I mean,
holy crap. That's so weird.
So, I mean, there is the potential there for being that many shaman to do it, I guess. 1 for every million?
I guess so. Yeah.
And I think it might be they are weak, but if they perform whatever this ritual is, they create something strong.
Okay, but here's my thing is, if they're so weak, how in the hell did they coalesce their essences inside the warp? Like, we've never seen any psychers powerful enough to do that kind of shit before.
Besides the Emperor.
No, even he hasn't.
He can manifest himself.
He can, but we've never seen him capable of combining souls into one soul in the warp. We've never seen anything like that. So I just have real kind of issues with this.
Yeah, so you're not a believer in the shaman theory here.
I'm not.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I think it's possible, but it's
possible, but not likely compared to some other theories. Is where you're standing.
So I think one of the two likely ones. I like Luton's theory, which is that the last old one had this premonition that something bad was going to happen, and so he genetically modified what would be the Emperor to help lead mankind. There's also the theory that the Emperor was the last great old one. Some people dismiss that, but I don't like their reasonings. The reasonings is, at least the ones that I've heard from not just Luton, but from a couple other people, is that like the great old ones weren't like that. They weren't xenophobic. They weren't war rating. They were creators of life and light and darkness and so on and so forth.
If one wanted to hide out and like, yeah, I can see that.
But my thing is like, okay, the great old ones were life givers and they didn't like waging war. But this is the last one that watched his entire race get genocided. And I would like to point out the Xenos that the Emperor is so hostile to are some of the ones that betrayed the great old ones and just left them to die. The Eldar and the Orcs. So to me, it makes perfect sense that a great old one would be like, nope, I'm going to come back as this and I'm going to try to just massacre the fuck out of you guys. I'm not, but ultimately, we don't know.
Right.
But what we do know is it created a being of ridiculously powerful psychic abilities.
Yes.
And on the charred ashes of Earth in the Age of Strife, he began his plan.
Yep. So all throughout the history of mankind, the Emperor stayed in the background, and he had a lab in the Himalayas because this guy's just,
as you do.
When you're
genius level, all powerful.
So, you know what I wonder about the Emperor at this time, not to devolve on a tangent, because we're going to have to do an episode on the Emperor himself.
We are. Isn't that our next episode?
That I can't decide if that's going to be the next. Yeah, that is going to be the next episode. You are correct.
Okay.
Yes, the Emperor will be the next episode. But the Emperor is anti-Xenos, and he's also anti-theocracy, right? He doesn't like religion. My question is, do you think the Emperor was born atheistic, or do you think he started off and through his existing throughout time and history, over time, he saw the damage and destruction that religion can cause? And this is not my statement on religion as itself.
It's
this is from
theory on his stance.
It's the Emperor's stance that through all the suffering and things, just over his existence, he's like, no, this has got to go.
So I'll say this, kind of looking at our own history with religion and then looking into the future thousands of years and seeing how things turned out, I would go with the theory that he saw some damaging effects within this universe involving religion and said, you know what? We're not dealing with any of that anymore.
Not to tap dance around the elephant, but like nobody can deny that in this world, religion has caused some crazy suffering.
Right.
And while that is not the point of religion,
right?
It certainly
it's
is a side
unintended
it's
an consequence that we're seeing from that, and we see that from other things too. But
absolutely,
but in the grimdark, it certainly looks like religion didn't pan out
right
for them. So kind of just within the parameters of this world, I could definitely see it. As things become so extreme within this universe, like compared to our own, of course, like everything's turned up to an 11. So,
and
I'll bet he looked at his like as things went along, he was like, "Yeah, we're not going to do this."
And the reason, and I can't go ahead. Dan.
Well, I wonder if he's being pragmatic and practical from like a warp standpoint, like logic and reason don't feed the beast kind of stuff. Like I think his goal was to starve the warp of. And kill off these psychic entities by denying them their existence.
Right. Okay. So I think it was definitely his motivation later on, but I just wondering, like in his early development, how he arrived.
Gotcha.
Because there had to be a point in time where he didn't know about the warp, right? Or at least he did. So perhaps. I found a statement. I'm not sure how true it is. That basically the best recollection we have is that the Chaos gods were born somewhere around the medieval times in human history.
Okay.
So there had to be a point in time early on, supposing that's true.
Right.
I don't know that it is, but we're going to suppose that's true just for this conversation. There had to be a point in time where the Emperor didn't know about the warp or, what could happen with it. And I'm just wondering if he developed that dislike of religion on just off of what he witnessed, or whether it was something hard-grained inside of him. That he was so intelligent that he just went the science route from the get.
Interesting.
And the reason why I wonder that, there is a Primarch, and I think I covered the Primarch in episode 0, and his name is Logar. Logar basically falls to religion, is fair to say.
Yeah.
And despite it being kind of a slow descent with a lot of warning, the Emperor never takes this problem seriously. Or at least, not that he doesn't take it seriously, but he doesn't come down on him like he does, when he dislikes religion. Like when he sees religion, he doesn't come down on him like he does other things.
I feel like he really makes the wrong move when there's a point where he's like, don't worship me like a god. I'll force all of you to bow to me simultaneously with my psychic might.
Well, that was when he was at his wit's end. But when he first met Logar, right? When he first met Logar on Monarchia, I think it was, like, apparently the party that Logar threw for the Emperor lasted a while, and there was even some worship there. The Emperor didn't abolish it or didn't like freak out, but he did say he was uncomfortable with it. And the reason why I wonder about his early time in developing a dislike for religion, because I wonder if the reason why he didn't come down on Logar so hard is because he recognized in Logar that same kind of, like, I had a point in time in my life, the Emperor, where I was actually okay with religion until I saw the damage it did. And I didn't understand at that time. And this is my son, Logar, and he's going through the same thing. He's kind of got this, that's why he didn't come down on him.
Okay. I think it's that whole father-son thing.
Yes.
It's the tragedy of knowing how beneficial spirituality can be for the individual, but the problem of transmitting it to other people. Religion,
yeah. So I think, I think there's a real case to be made there that had Logar kept his religious beliefs just confined to himself and his own sons, perhaps the Emperor would have just sidestepped it entirely and just, for the sake of a son, let it go.
Right.
Is that hypocritical? Sure, people are hypocritical with their kids all the time.
The word, they were the word bearers.
They called themselves the bearers of the word, but yes, the word bearers.
They took too long. They would conquer planets, and they would set up churches and get real into their indoctrination stuff. And Big E's like, no, we got a timetable. We got a schedule. We need to move on to the next one.
What's taking so long?
So,
So
to jump back, the Age of Strife has happened. Mankind is literally like in a Mad Max zone, right? Like it's sand. It's these, they call them techno barbarians. Guys, that's exactly what it sounds like. It was like these big slobbering, like, please don't put things in places that I don't want them to be. And that could be a sexual thing or a non-sexual thing. I mean, it's exactly what it sounds like. So the Emperor is like, well, I've been waiting in the wings, watching humanity for a long time, and this has just fucking gone on far enough. And he decides that he is going to take over mankind, and because mankind has done such a poor job of it, He's going to do it by blunt force trauma. And that's what the Unification War was.
And a war it was. He basically took over because they were more or less kind of Mad Max biker gangs and shit like that. On Terra,
although there were some kingdoms that were able to mount
irradiated wastelands with warlords.
Yeah, but there were some big warlords there that were able to mount at least a decent fight.
Right.
But he had these genetically engineered, just brood of soldiers called the Thunder Warriors. And he just marched across Earth and he said, you have a choice. You can bow to me or you can be destroyed. And those who did. Those who didn't were.
And he took back Terra.
Also, Earth. And that's what is the official founding of what could be called the Imperium, I would say.
Oh, okay.
Which would really, really piss off some Martians. The Mechanicum is its own thing, and they are integral to the Imperium of Man. Well, they feel like they don't get the respect they deserve.
Well, so because they kept going, their technology was able to keep going, like during that whole.
They were doing much better.
So yes, so when mankind was collapsing, Mars had really become a technological wonder. It was like the planet where you develop technology,
right?
And because they were so far advanced, even compared to the rest of the really, really advanced humans, they were able to weather what was called the Age of Strife with some degree of security,
right?
They lost a lot of their, they called them Forge Worlds, or they would call them later. They lost a lot of their outposts.
I imagine they called them.
Well, they during the Age of Strife, they were the ones still sending out ships and trying to make contact.
Right.
They were still somewhat an interstellar civilization.
Yep.
They were still operating sub warp though, but
they were.
But they
because
were
of their
still trucking along
because they got
period of time.
So the denizens of Mars got really hyper into replacing their parts with machine parts, and we'll get into it's for religious reasons, sort of. So cool. It's sort of
while things were falling apart, a religious cult based around machinery and technology is what won out on Mars.
Yeah,
they needed to band together. The basically, I think it was the technicians were the ones keeping everything running.
Okay.
So they kept the lights on.
And I think they actually ended up being called techno priests by the time this was done. Just to give you an idea of what happened, they became so integral to the society that they became a religion. Like you worship them with religious.
It's just like Asimov's Foundation series.
Asimov's Foundation series.
Exactly.
They use that exact same thing where people use technology with a religious bent to help push.
Well, I mean, so it's kind of that thing like, technology sufficiently far enough ahead could be mistaken for magic, which could be mistaken for divinity.
Right.
There's also this is BattleTech talk.
Okay.
There's a Comstar. It's basically a telecommunications corporation under the guise of a religious cult.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, that's interesting. I've never heard, you would always expect it the other way around, the cult going to a business. I've never heard it the other way around. How bad does your business have to be? You're like, you know what? We need to be more publicly acceptable. Can we dress ourselves up as a cult, please?
Can I say Scientology did it first? Does that count?
Yeah. So Mars went to Earth during this techno-barbarian times. They said, no, we're not going to bother.
And you know what? That is why they have absolutely no reason to be salty about the Emperor, because they went down there and they're like, this is all done. There's nothing to see here.
They could have stepped in and brought him back to a bit more of a
they didn't think it was worth it.
Wow. They're just like, fuck that. I mean, at the same time, though, I guess I might look at a mess like that where it's like, what is there even here for us?
I don't blame them for making the call. I'm saying don't get salty at the Emperor for coming in and fixing something that you said couldn't be fixed. That's all I'm saying. But in that direction, he was willing to do things that the Mechanicum wasn't. I would say is probably why.
Well, he made those Thunder Warriors and he got rid of them when they weren't useful.
Oh man, I can't. We're gonna have to have you back for the episode of the Emperor. I have so much. There's a lot of things about the Emperor that are paint him in a negative light, but I'm very sympathetic towards. Like, what would you
respect? What else?
What would you do with them? Like, they're not, like the Thunder Warriors are not like soldiers like what we think of them. These guys were like had nothing in their brain but like stomp boot on face. Like these guys, it wasn't like when they invaded the town, it wasn't like they came in, they pointed their guns at you and you surrendered. Like once it was on, it didn't matter if you were a baby being held by their mom or if you were an active combatant. They would push you to the ground and just stomp you under their boot.
They were unstable mentally and they were unstable genetically.
Yeah, and they were like in the neighborhood of like 8 to 9 feet tall apiece. Like these were not like, and they were dumb. Even the smartest ones were slightly above Forrest Gump level. These were so like everybody's like, oh, he betrayed him. Like betrayed him. They were barely useful beyond the battlefield. What would you do with them?
It's kind of like what's that? Is it Of Mice and Men?
Yeah, like Lenny.
Not fit to reconquer the galaxy. He needs something.
Right. But also,
he needed something that
offer
a little more of a diplomatic bent.
Let me offer this though as a secondary theory to the Thunder Warriors thing.
Okay.
We know for a fact that the Thunder Warriors knew about the Astartes program, the Space Marines. We know that they knew.
Okay.
So they knew they were being replaced.
Okay. Oh, okay.
And the only account that I have found that paints that picture of them being betrayed at the battle was from a surviving Thunder Warrior who is not a reliable source. So is it possible that the brutish, thuggish Thunder Warriors got together, we're all talking about the Astartes program, and we're like, we will not be replaced?
Oh. Well, I don't know. I hadn't thought of that.
I'm just saying it could have been.
Fits with the mindset that you're painting them.
It could have been. Well, they were. There's no arguing that they were brutes.
Brutes. They want to fight.
Yeah.
They like.
Does anybody think the Thunder Warriors accepted that news with grace and dignity?
No, and you know what? That would fit with a lot of because in a lot of real world mythology and stuff, there's like a first, race of deities and a second generation. And I guess I should say generations. They're usually generations. And like the first one's usually the really big, brutish or primal thing. And then oftentimes they know that the second generation is going to usurp them. So they instigate their own demise by attacking the second generation first.
Right.
So I'm saying it kind of has some precedent in
I'm just saying
existing
it's possible that Big E did nothing wrong.
Oh, okay. So this is a controversial topic.
Oh, it's
dragged us into, isn't it? Oh,
everything about the Emperor is controversial.
Just bear in mind, listeners, that I am a student of this lore alongside many of you.
I come biased as all fuck with British.
I may say some heretical or ignorant things without intending to. Forgive me. No. Oh, God.
What do you think, Dennis? Think that explanation has any merit? He's like, nah. Yeah.
I've seen some lore where there's like one surviving Thunder Warrior,
right?
And he's like a gang lord. So they might have some cunning. I don't think you should bash them as completely.
Well, yeah,
complete dullards.
Okay,
but no, but they no longer served a purpose, and they need to be getting. So I understand the Emperor's plans on that.
So he thinks the Emperor did off him on, So
yeah. But we actually talked about the Thunder Warriors earlier today before we recorded this. What I pointed out to Eric was the Thunder Warrior that had cunning and smarts and kind of became a gang lord and stuff. He had hundreds of years to develop that intelligence that the other ones didn't have. And in his own speech, he said, "I am unique amongst my brothers. I was not like most of them." So I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably the most likely explanation is that the Emperor slaughtered him because they just weren't useful anymore. They couldn't be used for anything.
I think he built something to help him conquer Earth, and now he needed to build something to help him conquer the rest of the galaxy.
But I am willing to entertain the notion that the Thunder Warriors flipped out because they were being replaced and attacked.
Yeah, that's a take I hadn't really considered before or even really heard. See.
Oh, it's pure Imperial propaganda.
I'm sure there's a part where it's like, okay, we helped you conquer the planet. Where's our
Yeah, because the Thunder Warriors, before they were genetically manipulated, were some of the techno barbarians that decided to side with the Emperor. So it's not like they were great people to start with.
Right.
They probably didn't want to fanatically follow him on a crusade across the galaxy.
Not without greasing them palms a little bit, I'm sure.
Right.
And he's just like, I cannot put you in charge of anything.
Anything. Yeah. Wow.
So he unifies that.
Yep.
He unifies Terra, and he unleashes his Astartes program, which are the Space Marines, the thing that everybody knows and has seen about 40K.
Right. Yeah. Like anybody who even starts to maybe begin to look into this has seen imagery of this or has heard people talk about the Astartes.
Loud guns, big shoulder pads.
Yeah.
Yep.
Space Marines.
Space Marines and the Primarchs.
Oh,
yes.
and chain swords. I forgot.
I love
the chain swords.
The chain sword, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's a chain swords. It's a chainsaw sword.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Wonderful.
Tasty.
Messy.
I love it. So this launches into the Great Crusade, where basically the Emperor takes his Space Marines and goes out forth into the universe to reconquer the planets one at a time and rediscover the Primarchs, his sons, who were meant to be the generals of his army, but who were captured by the forces of chaos and scattered amongst the universe.
And so these two purposes kind of coincided. He was going to go out, find his children,
sons,
and reunify the scattered colonies and forces of mankind.
Oh God, I can't wait. This is gonna be terrible. This is why the Emperor episode is number 2. Dan, do you think the Emperor loved his Primarchs? Loved them as sons.
As sons. Ooh.
Yeah.
See,
like he referred to them as sons. So, but do you think he actually believed they were his sons, or do you?
I don't think he loved his Primarch sons any more or less than he loved the rest of his children.
Oh,
all of humanity.
Oh, that is such a fancy answer, you son of a bitch. Whoa.
Well done.
Now listen, I think about changing your nickname to Twinkle Toes because that was some fine line walking you pulled off there. Bravo. Woo! Can smell that bullshit from down the street.
So this is another pretty controversial topic among the fandom.
It is, yeah.
So whether or not the Emperor is cold and calculated and these Primarchs are just instruments in his plan, or does he truly look at them like children and he wants them to inherit this Imperium from him eventually, or help him to lead it and guide humanity?
Right. And I myself think it's a mix of both, because I think people lose sight of one key fact about the Emperor. At the end of the day, all things said, he is in fact human with all the same flaws, emotions, thinkings, traps of thinkings that we all suffer from.
Yes.
And my example, and Eric has heard me, this is a hill I'll die on. If somebody can explain this to me, then I will come off of it. But until that day, this is my whole thing about why I believe that the Emperor actually did love his Primarchs more than other people and actually saw them as legitimate sons. If he did not, why in the hell would he take that much damage from Horus, the end of the Horus heresy? There is no reason for him to get clobbered by him when we know for a fact he could lay him out in a second, but doesn't.
Because it was brutal. It was dismemberment.
He let Horus rip his arm off, burn the side of his face down to the bone. He literally let Horus pick him up and break his skeleton.
This kind of supports your argument, but this is like a controversy conspiracy theory where Sanguinius killed Horus, then suffered the Black Rage. And it was the Emperor who had to kill Sanguinius, and he just didn't want to do it.
Oh my God, I've never heard that before.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Well, that doesn't...
But it still supports the fact he didn't want to put down his son. Either one. He didn't want to kill his son.
It does.
Yeah.
But how did...
crazy.
See, that... I know. Because there's Sanguinius never suffered the Black Rage. Because, you couldn't have the Black Rage without Sanguinius dying, because the whole Black Rage is him having that...
It would have been maybe the Red Thirst transforming into the Black Rage.
See, no. Now you're...
Who was there to witness it? Because
that one Lode Guardman who took a shot.
I think he was so we don't know if he was a guardsman or a custodes or
there was one guy there to witness this shit?
So basically the way what the way I've heard it go down is that when after Horus had just absolutely beaten the hell out of the Emperor, and the Emperor's looking up at him and trying to decide what to do about his son, a lone figure, whether it was a guardsman, whether it was one of his custodes, I actually think it was a custodes, because we know for a fact that the Emperor was very emotional when a custodes died. Anytime a custodes died, he had his name emblazoned on the Emperor's armor. So whoever it was, this lone soldier just threw himself at Horus to a last attempt to stave off the Emperor, and Horus just basically grabbed one half of him and just like ripped him in half and just threw him to the side.
Oh my God.
And it was that act of cruelty that the Emperor's like, no more.
No kidding. Wow. So that does speak a lot to the Emperor.
Yes,
people.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you have these things, how can you say that the Emperor was just treated them like weapons?
Yeah.
Like, they were weapons. There's no doubt about it. And you use soldiers as weapons. That's what they're for.
Right. Well, and there's that kind of, as a leader, you have to make those kind of tough calls, and you have to really harden yourself and be able to make sacrifices that aren't your sacrifices. They're the people under you making those sacrifices for you, right? Like, that's all over the place in, like,
that's just the reality.
That's the call to arms right there. That's what you're doing.
That's the classic picture.
It's Horus standing over Sanguinius with the Emperor.
Horus standing over Sanguinius with the Emperor.
It's a pretty well-known photo.
Yeah, I think that's one of the earliest depictions of that scene.
Okay. In the throne room.
That's
aboard the Vengeful
Spirit.
The Vengeful Spirit.
That's at the end. That's when. Yeah. So we're going. Let's get there. So the Great Crusade. The Great Crusade is this culmination of the Emperor's entire grand plan. He's sweeping throughout the galaxy, discovering his Primarchs as he's going along. Right. And each time he discovers a Primarch, the Primarch then becomes in charge of their chapter of Astartes. Their Legion. Legion. It's a Legion at this point. It's not a chapter. Chapters are much later, but it's a Legion. And they are, whereas the Primarchs are clones of the Emperor, sort of. They are from his genetic material. And I actually really like the theory that they are like, say the Emperor is a bar of white light. The Primarchs are what that light is when you shove it through a prism.
Okay, right. The different colors that make up.
Focused, different aspects of his personality.
Distilled down into a single being.
To accomplish certain goals.
Okay,
yes.
Right.
And the Astartes are to them what they are to him. Basically.
Because as they found the Primarchs, didn't they start using their genetic material to develop the Astartes?
He already he had the Primarchs. He already
had stock.
Once they had gestated into like basically baby form, he then used that genetics to start making the Astartes so that the Astartes would be ready by the time the Primarchs were.
Okay.
So there was a point in time where it was the Emperor himself and the Custodes leading all the different legions of Astartes.
Okay.
Now, there is one specific case where finding the Primarch did help them with genetic materials.
Okay.
The Emperor's children.
There's actually two.
Two, though.
Sanguinius's The Red Thirst was actually quelled pretty well by his.
Because they didn't know. Well, the start of their I don't want to call it cults, but the ritualistic practices of blood drinking is what helped them figure that out.
Wow.
Because Sanguinius was familiar with that hunger.
Yes.
Okay.
And then with the Emperor's children, they had super cancer.
Yep. It would mutate them into these grotesque, like blobby forms of claws and teeth.
So they couldn't replenish their forces. They were almost being wiped out.
Well, that was called the flesh change.
No. The flesh change is. I thought that was the dust thing. That's the Thousand Sons.
Huh.
That is the Thousand Sons.
Yeah, we're talking about Emperor's children.
Oh, Emperor's children. That's right. Damn it.
Okay, so there are 20 Primarchs. Two have been
exercised from complete record.
Right.
And I'm sure that was originally so players could make their own Primarchs.
It was.
Now that's kind of considered taboo. I don't think you can really just show up to a table like, this is my...
I've heard that too.
This is my homebrew Primarch.
In the game, in the game community, the model community, whatever.
Well,
they tend to...
well, the thing is
sneer at it.
Well, I wouldn't sneer at it so long as, like... It has to be vetted, man, because people can come up with some crazy shit. Like, you have to be really careful about creating your own chapters, your own stuff, because the lore of this stuff is so complicated. You can fuck it up real easy.
Yeah. So yeah, they left a little bit of wiggle room, so they created 2 chapters probably.
Although it's interesting, Malkador the Sigillite, who is basically the Emperor's second in command. He's this old man with really powerful psychic powers. There is a picture of him. I'm sure you've seen it. He's sitting on a throne, and in one hand he's got this flaming staff, and in the other hand he's got like a hologram that's showing the letter I for the Inquisition. Mm-hmm. And on his throne are 2 metallic skulls that have the numbers of the missing legions on them.
Okay.
Now they're not big enough to actually be the skulls of Primarchs, so they're not literally their skulls, but there is some strong.
Got their numbers.
Yeah.
Yep. And Malkador runs the Grey Knights, right?
No. So the Grey Knights didn't happen around the time that Malkador was around. So the Great Crusade happens, and then the biggest thing to happen after that is the Horus Heresy. Now, Horus is a Primarch. He's a Primarch of the Lunar Wolves, later renamed the Sons of Horus once he came into the picture, and they did some really cool stuff and sanguinious stuff.
Because Horus was actually the first one he found, wasn't he?
He was. First Primarch
what
found.
What makes that the most tragic at the end there?
Fuck him. He was always a manipulative dick.
Was he really?
Yeah, I think so. He wasn't as bad. The only Primarch I legitimately dislike is Mortarion. He's such a whiny. He is such a whiny bitch.
Oh no.
Horus is bodybuilder Lex Luthor in my mind.
Yes, he is.
Right, he looks like him. Yeah.
Like my thing with Mortarion's whole thing is he had a huge chip on his shoulder from the get-go because he was super convinced beyond any doubt that all the Primarchs land on random planets. Some are good, some are horrible, and it's just luck of the draw, man. Like life is.
Yeah. And they have a pretty significant influence on the Primarchs.
They become the conquerors of that planet almost without exception. Almost. But like Mortarion is just convinced that of all of the Primarchs, he had the worst upbringing, the most unjust upbringing. And listen, it's not that he didn't have a shit upbringing. That's not what I'm saying. But Conrad Kurz, though, like it literally broke him mentally.
I would say Conrad, Angron.
Right? Like, good God, man, come off of it. Like, there are like a lot of your brothers have suffered in really horrific ways.
Yeah.
So that's my little rant about Matari.
But was he?
But I love the Death Guard
himself, or was he kind of like?
No, it was
like,
me.
Oh, look at what we did.
No,
you put these guys through too.
No.
Well, I could back him up a little bit more.
No.
So we're talking about this event kind of at the end of the Great Crusade,
the Horus Heresy.
Yeah. Horus is named War Master. He is corrupted into chaos by Lorgar and
by the Word Bearers,
and some other shenanery.
Yep. Actually, it was Erebus. So there is a really popular hashtag. It's called hashtag blame it on Logar. That's not fair. Logar, I told Eric this earlier. I said, I have a kind of a soft spot for Logar because he legitimately thought down to his core he was doing the right thing. Erebus is the one. So Erebus was his like second or third in command, depending on who you ask. Yeah. If you ask Corferon, who is like Erebus's dad, he's like, I'm second in command, and Erebus is like, you're a punk. Like they constantly fight over that. Who's got Logar's nuts on their forehead?
Yeah. Who's number 2?
So Lorgar, literally like a golden child. He's got gold tinged skin.
Yep.
On a planet that is very religious.
Right.
And these two, his adopted father and his mentor,
like his high priest.
Yeah, we're always trying to manipulate him into being their messiah figure.
But Erebus and Corferon, both of them, they fell way before Logar did.
Oh, okay.
And then they just started.
Well, their whole planet had a bunch of they had four gods that they worshipped.
Yeah, the planet that Logar landed on already worshipped chaos when he landed there.
Oh, no kidding.
And then he converted them to the imperial religion that he believed in. But underlying was always there.
Still fed into chaos.
Hilarious. Emperor hates religion. Lorgar tries to create this imperial religion. And he's considered a traitor, but he wrote the book that they still use to this day.
No kidding.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he wrote.
So this church that runs the Imperium, called the Ecclesiarchy, in the 40th millennium.
Right.
Their Bible is called the Laetitia Divinitatis. Yeah.
High Gothic.
High Gothic.
High Gothic.
Hoorah! Or as people, a lot of people actually kind of shit on it, and they're like, that's hipster speech. I'm like, because there was the Imperial, Imperial Guard, and then they turned it into the Astro Militarum.
Right.
So it depends on if you want to sound like a working class man or whether you want to sound like a highfalutin.
Which is super cool about high and low Gothic in the Imperium anyway, because it's
So
the book of
the Latitio Divitatis was written by Logar originally.
And it's still what's used.
It's what the ecclesiarchy use as their Bible.
Oh, man.
And it was recently discovered that there are 2 or 3 word-bearer Marines that are in the upper echelons of the ecclesiarchy hidden.
What? No kidding.
But they claim to be loyalists. So it's fine.
Sure. Totally fine. No further questions.
Your Honor. I know. It's like...
Yeah.
So, dude.
Oh, my God.
I think, in my opinion, the ecclesiarchy are the main bad guys of the 40K universe.
So Horus has been corrupted.
He's been
named War Master.
Yep, he's second in command in all things war, for the exception of the Emperor.
Because the Emperor wants to sequester himself back in the Himalayas for his next big project.
Oh.
Which is a huge secret to everybody but us, the viewer.
Right.
He's trying to build his own webway for mankind.
Okay.
And Horus gets corrupted by chaos and launches into this Horus heresy, which is basically a civil war between 7 of the legions and 7, or is it 8? How many loyalists are there?
I think it's equal numbers.
Is it 7 and 7?
I think it is. Well, there's 20, take away 2, there's 18. 18 divided by 9. Is it 9 and 9? There's that one really nice portrait of the Emperor and all of his Primarchs, and it's divided up. It's 9 and 9 because it's 3 rows each.
Okay, so there's 9 loyalists and 9 traitors.
Yep.
Okay.
So basically, it splits the Imperium right down the middle.
Yeah, they're essentially cut in half.
What's funny about it is, like, we have what we call the sacred timeline up. You know what the great thing is about our sacred timeline is? It doesn't fundamentally destroy your universe. Eat a dick, Marvel.
Oh,
so ours actually shows we have it all the way from M30 to M42, and I mean, like, that's a long timeline. And when you look at the Horus Heresy, I think it's fair to say there's no event that affects the Imperium as hard as the Horus Heresy. I just don't think there is.
Right.
From the ideal perspective of like what the Emperor wants to what happens, yes.
Yeah.
There are other things that keep moving things along in weird ways, but yeah.
Right.
But I think that is the thing that just fucking collapsed everything.
Just offset, yeah.
And it only lasted 7 years.
Right. It's such a short span of time compared to
every other thing.
Yeah. All these other events that we're talking about, like this schism and and shutting down the warp and stuff, like that's all. I mean, the Crusade was of years. And the Crusade was,
what was it?
Was the Great Crusade itself a decade?
Yeah. It was a millennium. It was M30 to M31.
It was a full millennium.
It was a full millennium.
And the heresy was
7 years. Yeah. It took 7 years. It took 100 years to build something, and then
just
7 years to destroy it.
Yeah.
Which left 2 Primarchs.
Yeah.
2 Primarchs dead. 1 Primarch. Left 1 Primarch dead because Conrad technically died after the heresy. Left 1 Primarch dead.
Well, 2. 2
Sanguinius. Fuck, man. The Loyalists lost 2. They lost Ferrus Manus and they lost Sanguinius.
Yeah. Devastating. It was devastating is an understatement.
Should we maybe go ahead and maybe list the chapter or the legions, and maybe their Primarchs?
I mean, we can. I'm cool with that. So we have the Iron Hands, Loyalist Legion, the Iron Hands. Their Primarch is Ferrus Manus. Ferrus Manus. Their whole thing was it's technology. They're very machine based for a Space Marine chapter. They have big robotic things attached to their armor. They like I don't know, things like to make they actually have a high I think they actually have the most amount of tech marines, right, that work alongside the Mechanicum.
Tech marines, and they'll do bionic implants. You'll see guys with like robot eyes or robot hands.
Yeah. So they're all about replacing the flesh, which is actually funny because Ferrus Manus wanted the direct opposite.
Is that right?
Yeah, it comes from their worship of that kind of replacement. Is Ferrus Manus, when he was on his planet, he suffered an accident that covered his hands and forearms in this liquid metal. And so he had metallic hands, but they still functioned regularly. And so his sons kind of took that and were like, well, we need to replace ourselves with machine parts.
And he's like, that's not what I...
Right.
Interesting.
There are the salamanders. I love the salamanders.
You're all about the salamanders.
I do love the salamanders. Yep. The salamanders are like the knights in shine. They are the good guys of the 41st millennium. Yeah.
They really like burning Xenos with flamethrowers.
I don't give a fuck. It's fine. It's great. It's good. Purifies. Smell the roasting meat. Reminds you of dinner.
They are the good boys.
They are, yes.
They love hugs.
Yeah, but they'll also stand their ground to save, just like one village.
Their entire motif as Space Marines is green dragons, and fire.
Yeah.
And their whole thing is they are a defensive unit. They defend, and they will die to the last man defending a village of 10, the same as they will as a hive city of 1 billion.
Wow.
They give zero fucks.
They are the paragons.
They are. Like. Their Primarch is Vulcan, the largest and strongest of the Primarchs.
Oh, wow.
He's also a perpetual, who means that he cannot die. Like, at all.
Like, just period.
Never.
Like, even if he's mortally wounded,
that's something we'll come back to later.
Hive cities. We'll visit that concept.
Yes, we will.
Yeah, like there was a case of him being shot off into a sun and atomized, and he reformed in the nearest safe space for his body to do so.
Dear Lord.
Yeah, I think the Emperor's perpetual too, right? It's debatable.
Unknown. So
they won't let him die.
Yes.
So they can't find out.
A lot of people speculate that because Vulcan is a perpetual, and they're all aspects of the Emperor himself is in fact a perpetual, and were they to let him die, he would be reborn.
To me, that would make the most sense, but I also get why you wouldn't risk that.
Do you risk it?
Yeah. Like, I'm 99% sure, but that's not enough for me to take
Not when you consider the damage that would be done at the death of the Emperor.
I feel like we keep touching on these nuggets that need to be broken into.
Oh, well, trust me, all of these things are going to be covered in other episodes. There's a reason why
we still want to touch on them, and then, but we're going to do deep dives.
Out these laws.
Yeah, there's the Raven Guard. The Raven Guard they're your ninjas.
Yeah, sneaky assassins.
They are Space Marine ninjas. That is what they are.
Space Marine ninjas.
And they're also the highest concentration of flyers. They have jetpacks, and they have the most flight troops.
So, fun fact: before they found their Primarch, Corvus Corax,
right?
They were basically strong-armed into the Lunar Wolves.
Oh,
basically, Horus had free reign of both legions for a while.
Wow.
And, Corvus really had to work to like forge their own identity as the Raven Guard instead of just the scouts.
Right?
Send in the scouts.
Oh my gosh, jeez! He just took him over basically.
Oh, and let's so the Primarch of the Iron Hands, Ferrus Manus, he died. He's dead. He's gone. He's off the map.
Oh,
he got his head cut off during one of the fights in the Horus Heresy.
Oh,
Vulcan is
perpetual,
not dead. He's actually MIA. We have no idea where he is at this particular point in time in current history of 40K. He did leave a message for his sons that said that were they able to collect all 7 relics, that he would return.
Interesting. Okay.
They found 3.
Kind of an Osiris story there.
Yes.
Like collect all the pieces and he comes back to life. Or Dragon Ball. Yeah, get the dragon. Ooh, yeah, that's nice. Parallel.
Corvus Corax, the Primarch of the Raven Guard, is on a personal vendetta against Logar for the Horus Heresy. He believes that he caused it all. And so he basically went off into the warp by himself to enact his own personal revenge.
Oh, Jesus. Like he's going after him?
On his own. Yep.
He's kind of Rambo in it, huh?
Yes.
He's just like going in.
And there's some really good lore. There's some really good stories about like Corvus in the warp. He's fucking them right up.
Ooh.
Like I think that if he comes back, people are going to be shocked at the personality change because like in the Horus Heresy, And before that, Corvus was really kind of quiet and withdrawn. He wasn't mean, but he wasn't nice either.
Right.
I think if we see Corvus again, he's going to be a lot different. Because like he's like described as this shadow that's just attacking people and erupting them into blood and viscera. And like he's gone off the deep end. As you do.
You do.
And what happened?
Yep.
After that are the Space Wolves, the Volca Fenrica.
Yes. My boys. I love these guys.
Go ahead, get your furry joke out. I know you want to.
You just did it for me.
Sure did.
Yeah, space furries.
Space furries. So the Space Wolves are the Emperor's executioners.
Yep.
Their whole thing is they are there to make sure that the other legions stay in line.
Right. Fierce, loyal, boisterous.
Absolutely unrepentant.
Yep. Crude.
And their Primarch is Leman Russ.
I love Leman.
Leman Russ is Thor. I don't know how, like, there's no two ways about it. Leman Russ is Thor.
I know. Yeah,
like way to describe him.
Like,
they seem so Viking based that they're just, and he carries around a great big, is it a hammer?
It's a sword. It's a sword, but it has the same name.
Ah,
now
really?
It's, Fenris, that's the name of their planet.
Yep.
Which has this whole Viking theme. And
they even refer to the Emperor as the Allfather.
Yep.
I love that.
And they have these native super wolves.
Yep, the Fenrisian wolves.
Oh, and they're so
Gary
big
and Frecky.
so fierce. Yeah.
The wolves of Leman Russ.
So they adopted the iconography and the pups themselves.
Yeah.
And that is what I think is one of the really cool things about the Space Marines is they all have a completely different aesthetic to them.
Right. And that kind of touches back to what you were talking about earlier about like there's something for everybody in this.
Everybody. Yeah. Do you like Norse mythology? There's your Space Wolves. Have at it, sons. Do you like ninjas? There's your Raven Guard. Do you like your knights in shining armor fighting dragons? There's your salamanders. Do you like guys that like stuff? That's your Iron Hands.
Yeah, that like stuff.
I'm not gonna lie. I find the Iron Hands so incredibly boring.
Really? So
I don't dislike them. They're really milquetoast.
Kind of lacking some character.
I think so.
Like somebody's like, "Hey, what's the chapter with the hand?"
Yeah,
they're
right.
The first name is going to be Iron Hand. It's going to be Imperial Fist.
Imperial Fist. The Imperial Fist have the same thing, have the same symbol, but in my opinion, they are a lot cooler
and a lot harder to paint.
Are they?
Is that right?
Yellow is notoriously hard to paint.
Is that right?
I will never be. I have no interest in building an Imperial Fist army, although I like the Imperial Fist. You guys hear me say, I like almost, even the things that I'm like, they're stupid, I still like it.
Right.
The universe by itself is amazing. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't.
Yeah.
Next up is the
Ultramarines.
Shut up.
They are.
Next up is the Blueberries.
Tell us about the Ultramarines.
The poster boys. They have a very Greco-Roman thing going on.
Okay. Yep.
It was in Matt Ward. There was one writer for GW who took his personal favorite army and made them the Mary Sues of the entire universe.
Right. So the Ultramarines are supposed to be, and I like them as this, they're supposed to be the jack of all trades, master of none. They're good at a little bit of everything. They come up with side plans for everything.
Yeah.
They have strategies for everything, but they're not particularly good at everything. And then this one particular writer, I don't know the full-fledged story of it, but I do know that he's the guy that's responsible for always seeing blue on the front of stuff when it's Warhammer.
I think it's in that word. Yeah, the Ultramarines are real. They have theoreticals and practicals. They're all about kind of they like rules and regulation, but also being able to break them. Like,
they're hypocrites like Gilliman. We'll get there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But
their Primarch is Rabute Gilliman.
Rabute Gilliman,
and he wrote the other book we've talked about.
The other book,
but he wrote the book on being a Space Marine.
Yes, he wrote the literal handbook to how to be a Space Marine.
The Codex Astartes.
The Codex Astartes.
So you have the Codex compliant and the non-compliant chapters.
Yep. Okay. There's the ones that do and the ones that tell them to get bent.
But we're still talking legions. So.
Yep.
Right.
And we'll move on.
So after that, we have the Blood Angels, my personal favorite. I love the Blood Angels. They are shock troops. They are sent in to drop pod, is exactly what it sounds like. It's a personal deployment device where they're deployed from the ship in space, crash landing onto the ground. If you guys are Halo fans, ODSTs, it's kind of the same deal, only imagine a Spartan unit like that. The reason why I like the Blood Angels so much, the Blood Angels thing is they have 2 genetic flaws in them that make them incredibly, almost, and for one of them, uncontrollably violent. They have the Red Thirst, which is exactly what it sounds like. It is a vampiric craving for blood that overtakes them mostly on the field of battle, but it can happen sometimes just randomly. And then the other one they have is the Black Rage. The Black Rage is a mental condition caused by the death of their Primarch Sanguinius, which we talked about earlier. Right. Horus strangles him to death. When that happened, that created such a psychic backlash in his legion that they literally go berserk. And what it is at any time, at any point, they can be in battle or they can be sitting there eating lunch, and they will just fly into this overwhelmed and they can just fly into this rage where they actually flash back to the moment of death of their Primarch. And so they believe they are Sanguinius fighting Horus, and so they just slip into this berserk rage.
I remember you telling me about that delusion. That is just absolutely tragic.
Yep.
And so what happens is, because they have these flaws, they actually work very hard at being the heroes that they need to be.
Oh, I see.
Like they really
on a personal level.
Yes, they try very hard to be what is the example of what a Space Marine should be. Not like the Ultramarines where they're like, it's this rule and it's this rule and it's this rule. They really are. They want to put on the front of being just the most angelic, the most graceful, the most in defense of humanity.
And to achieve that, they try to sweep the undesirables under the rug into their death companies.
So it's not quite so simple, because
it's for everyone's protection.
It right. is on two. It's for other people's protection, and it's also for their own. So because they have the death companies, the death company is when you get taken by the Black Rage, 99.999% of the time, you're done. I think there are 1, maybe 2 people that have come back from that. There's Astaroth. I think that's his name. No, that's not it. He is the Blood Angel. You're going to forgive me, but he is the Blood Angel that his whole job is to collect the soul, or is to go reap the ones that are succumbing to the Black Rage. He could literally hear it. Like, it's like a call to him when they're getting ready to slip into the Black Rage. And so,
really? They can just feel it coming on.
And so, whenever he shows up to your area, you know that you or somebody else is getting ready to fall to the Black Rage.
So
he survived it, and I can't remember if Set is his name. He is the head of a Blood Angels chapter called the Flesh Terrors.
The Flesh Terrors.
And they are super duper aggressive. And I can't remember if he came back from the Black Rage. Maybe not. Anyway,
we'll find survivors.
So what I like about them is they try to pay for their sins. Well, hold on, back up. I missed the point. One of the other reasons why they sweep this all under the rug is because if the Inquisition, which is this branch of the Imperium that keeps everything nice and copacetic covertly, were they to find out the extent of this mutation, and some of the Inquisition, if they were to find about any of it, they would possibly be sanctioned.
Them. Right.
Yeah. And they would
traitors.
Yeah.
Wow.
Considered traitors, and they would possibly have to fight the Volca Fenrica or the Sisters of Silence, or any forces of the Imperium that the Inquisition deems necessary to throw at them.
Right.
So their Primarch is Sanguinius, also known as the Angel.
Yeah.
And he's known that way, guys, if you ever see a picture of him. Big, massive, white
beautiful face.
Yes.
He is so nice.
Gorgeous.
But he's also the best fighter of the Primarchs. The most mighty.
I see. Really?
Yeah. I mean, he's generally accepted to be the best fighter, and also, like, he won against Kobanda, Greater Demon.
Yeah. Greater
Demon. In a one-on-one battle in the air. That's not... And if you ever see the pictures of him versus Kobanda, it's not like 2 equal-sized opponents. This demon is like head and shoulders bigger than Sanguinius is.
Oh, yeah.
And He ends up winning against him in the skies and throws his body down. So, I mean, Sanguinius was widely considered, I believe, to be the best single combatant of the right before Jagatai Khan.
Ah.
Speaking of Jagatai Khan,
is he next?
He is next. Him and the White Scars. They're cool. Moving on. So the White Scars are there. There's no two ways about it. Their aesthetic, their aesthetic is very Mongolian. The Mongols.
Right.
Yeah, they are Mongol hordes on motorbikes.
Yep. Instead of horses, they have the spaceships and motorbikes and things like that.
Love it.
I'm not as familiar with them. You can tell the ones that I know and the ones that I don't.
A lot of in the lore really suggests it's so weird that Jagatai Khan didn't go to chaos.
Really?
Not because he's not because he's chaotic or corruptible, just because he really doesn't like the Imperium and he just has a chip on his shoulder against the Emperor.
Huh.
But it was almost kind of just like a fuck you, Dad. I'm going to fight for you. Just
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, Jagatai, I think, likes freedom. And he realizes he would get more of it under the Imperium than he would under Chaos.
Yeah.
Also, Jagatai's his loyalty is he doesn't give his loyalty easy and he's not going to break it. He's the best swordsman of the Primarchs.
Right.
Where he's at now, he's missing as well.
I believe so.
But where, I'm not sure.
Okay.
He's another one that's missing, but I honestly couldn't tell you where Jagatai, what happened with him.
Help me spell it and maybe I'll be able to find something.
Jaghatai. Jagatai Khan.
Let's see. Is Jagatai Khan still alive? The White Scars believe he is.
Oh, that's right. Okay,
Somewhere
we actually okay. I do remember where Jagatai is now. Jagatai is looking for some sort of relic in the webway that he believes was stolen by the Dark Eldar.
Okay.
And a lot of people have theorized that he's possibly being held captive by the Drukhari now.
Oh, interesting.
Which they'd love to get them hands on a Primarch. Mm-hmm. So he's another one still alive, missing. Next up are the Dark Angels. They are neat.
So they're the first legion.
They are. They're Legion number 1.
And the Emperor used them for a lot of wet work.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of black ops.
Okay.
So and they were given a lot of the cool toys that were too experimental to give out to the other ones.
Really?
So they have a lot of the they have alien. They would have access to alien tech, xenotech.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Is that not heresy?
Well, I mean, if it's given to you by the Emperor, no.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Right.
No, so you have to remember, even chain swords are considered to, at one point, to have probably been alien tech because the Eldar have them.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And so the Eldar probably had them first.
Okay.
Yeah. And their Primarch is the Lion.
Yep. Lion L. Johnson, which means Lion of the Forest. So in the world where he came from, Johnson means forest. That's terrible.
It's like Land Raider. It's just weird.
No, but I get that. But why would... No.
I mean, a forest of trees,
Look at this big... Look at this big, lush, ever-growing Johnson. Just... Hawk yonder upon the great and mighty Johnson.
So...
it just doesn't have the same ring to it. The Dark Johnson of whatever? No.
Their home world is Caliban. And it had a rich history of knights, which was they adopted into the Dark Angels. So they're all about knights and honor.
While the Salamanders act like knights, the Dark Angels look like knights.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha. Interesting.
You can see some of them there. They the way they operate is they have different wings which handle different things. So they're able to cover a lot of different scenarios.
Okay. So they're pretty flexible.
Because they were used to working independently for so long.
They gotcha.
Didn't work alongside other Astartes very much. So they were used to handling all the things by themselves.
Is this more covert or is it kind of just...
Depends on the wing.
Okay. Right.
There's the Dread Wing. There's the Dread Wing, which is more covert, I believe.
Okay.
Or is that the Raven Wing?
I can name them, but I wouldn't know their specialty.
Right. Yeah, I could be getting those mixed up, so I'll stop now.
Okay.
Lionel Johnson is presumed dead.
I see.
But in fact, he is not. He is actually asleep in stasis chamber, and nobody knows it, but he's actually at the center of the Dark Angels fortress on their homeworld.
Nobody knows.
Caliban was destroyed. It's the Rock.
The Rock, okay.
I think it's the Rock, which is their home fortress.
Yeah. So do his Astartes know?
Nobody knows.
They don't even know it.
Nobody knows.
Oh,
what the chapter master knows is they actually have Luther. Now, Luther was Lionel Johnson's adopted father on the planet until they were discovered by the Emperor. When Lionel Johnson took over the Dark Angels, he brought Luther along. He was too old to become an Astartes, but they were able to augment him to compete. So he was his head in command, second in command, when he actually betrayed Lionel Johnson during the Horus Heresy. And he actually went insane because he later tried to repent, and he's very Judas-like, like he betrayed him and then repented.
Felt bad afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a rogue faction of Dark Angels called the Fallen.
The Fallen, yeah.
They tried to rebel during the Horus Heresy.
But they clamped that shit down tight.
Yeah.
Fallen Angels.
And no one knows that, so they're terrified of people finding out.
Because it'll ruin their reputation.
I see. Okay, another secret among Astartes.
Oh, there's all kinds. Now, only the chapter master, which is the head of the Dark Angels, knows that they have Luther. They still have him alive. And he's in the same fortress as Lionel Johnson.
Whoa.
And anytime they try to interview him, he's just stark raving mad, and he keeps claiming that the lion is close, his time is near, and that he will forgive Luther when he comes back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But here recently, it's actually come out that Luther's gone missing.
Really?
Yeah.
What? Any ideas?
Nope.
How? No,
because only the chapter master knew they have him to begin with. So it's not like he can be like, find him. They're like, find who?
Oh, no. Okay, gotcha. Holy shit.
So that's leading a lot of people to speculate that the lion might be next.
Oh,
because he kept saying that the lion's time is getting closer. It's happening.
I see.
Yeah. Although I think it's going to be Angron, and I think it's going to be in the Arctaris sector. I think he's just going to be like, "Ooh, this looks like fun." I hope so. I hope that's who the next one. So after that, we have the Imperial Fists. The Imperial Fists they're bright gold and yellow. They are the bastion builders. These guys specialize in building forts, and they're really good at it.
Yeah,
strongholds.
They take a planet, they build a big fort, and then they move on. Well, and the fort gets filled.
Ah, okay. They just kind of.
Yep. So they just. And it's funny.
Fortify. They fucking fortify.
It's funny because people kind of. So each Primarch has like a special thing to them, and they're not all equal, right? Like Vulcan's a perpetual. He comes back.
Right.
Corvus Corax's is he has a unnatural talent at stealth and hit and run attacks.
Ah, okay.
And people are like, well, that's not fair. Like, one's invincible, and like Rogal Dawn, he gets to build walls. I'm like, yeah, but have you seen those goddamn walls that he builds? Like, come on.
Pretty grandiose, I would imagine, huh?
Oh my God. Like, they're insane.
What are we, like, just towering above everything?
Towering with turrets, like, every 4 feet. They're like thousands of feet thick. They're like around an entire city. Like,
yeah.
There is this phenomenon, guys, that I use with Eric for shorthand. I said, it's like this, only you 40K it, which means you drive it to its absolute extreme, like, edge.
Oh, there's a meme or like a little blurb where it's like, oh, every day I have to break out of my house, and every night I have to break back in. Then I work on my defenses. I rebuild. I hope one day that I will either be locked out of my house forever or entombed. And it's just got a picture of a smirking Rogal Dorn.
That sounds like an Imperial Fist to me.
Yeah. That's so great. Oh, yeah, nice.
Just random green text from the internet.
I love it.
That's so and that they're very by the book, very stoic. They don't react to much, and that's because Rogal Dorn, their Primarch, he's like stoicism on legs.
He was anti Codex
He was anti-Astartes or anti-Codex Astartes.
He did not want the legions to be broken up into smaller chapters.
Nope. He said it was heresy because it's not what his father said to do.
And I'll bet he really stonewalled him.
One of his groups found the loophole where you can have any size chapter you want if you're crusading.
And so he's always crusading.
Black Templars formed from the Imperial Fist.
Oh God!
And they were just on an eternal crusade.
Yep.
Oh no!
And you know what? The Salamanders aren't Codex compliant either.
They're not.
No, they. Vulcan was very much against it. He felt because he treats his sons very much like for the Salamanders, family is paramount. They only recruit people from their own home world of Nocturne. And they are the only Astartes chapter that when they are not on duty, they get to go home and live with the families they started with. Only the Salamanders do that.
Okay.
And
that's not Codex compliant.
No, because you break it down from a legion into chapters, which are much smaller. And so Vulcan was very much against this idea of splitting up family. And I think the way he weaseled out of it, because he's also not a rule breaker either. Vulcan's a good boy, despite being a mammoth. He basically said, like, hey, after the Horus Heresy, we were one of the legions that got particularly devastated, which is true.
Yeah. They were at the drop site
massacre, which means they just got wiped the fuck out. And that was at the very beginning.
It was the Iron Hands, the Raven Guard, and the Salamanders.
Those three Astartes those three legions got massacred. And he's like, we don't have enough to comply with this.
Right.
So can we have an exemption? And Gilliman was like, yeah. And they're like, okay, don't listen to that shit no more.
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
So there's the Iron Hands, and that's the 7,
8,
9. That is the
loyalists.
The loyalist legions.
The loyalist legions. And that'll wrap up part 1 of episode 1 of the Cult of Lore. Thank you so much for listening. We will be picking up part 2 with the Traitor Legions. We look forward to seeing you guys here again very soon. Plenty more to come. Again, we're going to be digging into the Traitor Legions, and then from there we're going to be going into more of the history and lore of the Imperium of Man of Warhammer. Thank you so much for listening. Please check out @CultTalkNet at all of our social medias. Search the internet, you'll find it, and stay tuned for more Cult of Lore.
The first Traitor Legion not the first. The first is the I was going to do the Sons of Horus as the first ones, but they actually aren't the first ones. We'll go ahead and do the first ones, which was with the Word Bearers.
Oh.
So it's called the Horus Heresy because the Horus, the Primarch of the Sons of Horus, obviously, he was the War Master, the second in command next to the Emperor. And because he turned, it was named the Horus Heresy, but it actually started with the Word Bearers Legion. They're actually, if there is a central bad guy to the 40K universe, it's probably the Word Bearers, at least in my opinion. Their Primarch is Logar.
Logar. Now, he's the guy with all the words kind of tattooed over himself?
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know that a lot of them, but more than one Word Bearer, because they all some of them imitate their Primarchs. Erebus, he looks a lot like Logar. He's got the shaved head with the writing all over him. But obviously Primarchs are 12 foot tall, whereas Astartes are 8 foot.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Word Bearers always had a religious bend to them, even though the Emperor is completely atheistic. And kind of an interesting side note for me with the Word Bearers is I think the Word Bearers specifically show that they help show us a side of because each one of the Space Marines legions is supposed to be kind of a representation of the Emperor's personality as a whole.
Yeah.
The Primarchs are distilled, if a beam of light is the Emperor, the Primarchs of it is if it's hit through a prism and dissected into all the different colors. And so the legions are kind of the same way. I actually think that the fact that the Word Bearers were on a religious bend from the start might speak to the fact that maybe in the past, the Emperor himself was not against religion until he saw the toll that it took on humanity. We just,
we don't. But the fact that it's existing out of like people that derive from his genes through this kind of
Logar was always
like it's there.
Yeah, Logar the Primarch was always looking for something to worship, a bigger power to believe in.
Right.
And if they're all supposed to be certain aspects of the Emperor, well, then that would imply that at some point in the Emperor's life, he was searching for something higher. Or at least he had the understanding of the need for religion.
Right. Or even just had it. Maybe he still does, even though he kind of like, tell me if I'm committing a heresy here. But
yes, if you have to ask, the answer is yes. The answer is yes.
But like he just kind of logically decided, like, okay, there's this part of me in there that does want this. It'd be nice, but we can't have this. And so I'm making this a hard law. Is that kind of possible?
Sure. I mean, if you're asking, could the Emperor have thought about it in a specific way? Well, then, yeah. I mean, he could have. Who the fuck knows?
Right.
But
mystery.
But either way, I think it shows that when the Emperor, let's say, was, for lack of a better term, growing up in his infancy, young adulthood,
the first few hundred years,
first few millennia that he was just kind of fucking around, he might have not been so anti-religion,
right?
Which is just kind of an interesting thought I had.
Yeah.
Because, and another kind of, in my opinion, another thing that I look at this as kind of proof is when the Emperor found Logar, because remember, all the Primarchs were scattered by chaos because they were like, the Chaos Gods were like, we do not want the Emperor having these soldiers.
Yeah. Bad for us.
When he found Logar, they had, of course, this big, like, welcome to the Emperor, right? Because Logar, like, the different Primarchs had different reactions to being found. Most of them were happy, some of them not so much. Logar, on the other hand, because he was so religious, he saw the Emperor as like this deity, so he threw this big long party. And it actually mentions that they included worship in this ceremony.
Oh.
And the Emperor was there.
So he didn't like quash it right there.
He didn't. And in fact, they say that he was annoyed that the ceremonies took so long. But other than that, he didn't seem to have a problem with it.
He was like, all right, okay, people, if you're doing this, then whatever.
Right. And I think this speaks to the fact that in this, the Emperor saw an aspect of himself.
Right.
He's like, this is something you're going to have to grow out of, but
right.
It's just something that is a part. I've had it. My son has it. So fine for now. We'll deal with it. That didn't.
Dealing with it.
You got it. That's the thing, Big E, is deal with it late. Like, if that was the reasoning, I get that.
Right.
I understand. First impressions are important, especially father to son.
And of course, we can only speculate, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, listen, the opinions of the Emperor vary all from he is a tyrannical, like Hitler on steroids-esque character to a benevolent God that
he's the savior playing the long game.
Yeah, and he just had to do what he had, the brutal things make the tough calls. And everybody seems to have kind of their own opinion. And that's why we're going to be doing a whole episode just on him.
Right. Yes.
Because,
that's a lot to tackle.
Good God. Yeah. That is a web that, first of all, that episode is going to have no answers. There just aren't answers to be had about the Emperor.
Right.
Stuff about his thought process and what he truly believes and what is virtually non-existent.
Right.
And the ones that are, you can't believe anyway. Because Warhammer. Yeah. So the word bearers fell to chaos. They were always looking for this, they were always looking for a religious thing to kind of put their faith in. And finally, when the Emperor did he decided to deal with it, but instead of dealing with it over time, he decided to make one giant statement and just wipe out a city.
Yeah. Big grand gesture.
Yeah, it was. And it traumatized the word bearers.
Yeah. And I'm sure it was really humiliating too.
Oh, it was to the nth degree.
Yeah.
Imagine religious zealots of the highest caliber that you can imagine being told by their God, not like a cloud, not a burning bush, not like some old man coming from the mountain with some tablets. Like, I'm talking capital G God walking down from the sky, white robe and beard, being like, you guys are embarrassing. You are not doing what you're here for. And in fact, you're fucking this up so bad that I am wiping out your home planet. It wasn't their home planet, but for the sake of conversation, it's as important as their home planet.
Gotcha.
We're wiping that out just to prove how bad you fucked this up. Like, and this is the first time you have ever heard any word of displeasure from the god you've been worshiping.
There was no warning.
Not for the Legion.
Wow.
Logar had been talked to several times. But I mean, still, yeah, there's a vast difference between being like, hey, man, you need to knock this off.
Right.
Hey, this is not really how we do things. And then going, okay, you didn't listen the first 2 times. Now we're doing full planet-wide destruction.
Yeah, like, come on. That's we're going to take a summer retreat, you and I. Then if you're not going to listen, I'm going to take you away somewhere quiet, and we're going to sit down until you fucking get it.
Right. Yes.
You know what I mean? Like,
completely.
Yeah.
But for the Legion,
God, this
was just like out of nowhere.
They were like, hey, look what we did. And he was like, fuck what you did.
Yeah, like, yeah, that's right. Look at what you did. Yeah. So this traumatized them. And what's worse is, instead of doing it himself, the destruction, he had one of the other legions do it, which automatically creates a schism between your brothers, right? Because now you've got one Primarch who has completely decimated another Primarch, and you're expecting, the Emperor is basically expecting the Ultramarines. It was Guilliman and the Ultramarines who were ordered to do this. The Emperor was basically expecting Guilliman's excuse of, Dad told me to do it, to be satisfactory enough for Logar to not hold this against Guilliman.
But that's not now. Well, now it's like your dad's favorite, so fuck you anyway.
Right,
like,
right.
Yeah.
And this just led, and we're going to do, this is another episode on the Horus Heresy by itself, because that is my favorite. I'm a Primarch groupie. I can't help it. I think they are the best story, but that is merely my opinion. There's great stuff everywhere. It's a buffet of goodness. It's just my favorite dish.
Yes.
But so the word bearers just like go on this self-searching, like, Christ, what do we do now? Like, they have absolutely no idea. Like, Logar, their Primarch, sequesters himself off, I think, for like years, at least months.
Yeah.
Where he's like not talking to anybody. So now this Legion has not only been traumatized by their god, but their religious leader and their father is not talking to anybody. He's
silent. Oh.
So man, small wonder they fell.
Yeah, no kidding.
And then you combine that with the fact that the 2 second in commands, whose name are Corferon and Erebus, were inside moles for chaos from the start.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
So they were already infiltrated.
They were working for chaos basically the entire time. And for Erebus, it might have been since the time he was born. Like, his backstory is wild.
Cool.
His name's not even Erebus. He doesn't even look like that. Well, he does, but so he found this guy that everybody liked whose name was Erebus, who had the writing all over him. He killed him. Took his identity and everything. So we have no idea who the fuck this guy really is.
Wow.
And I don't even think he even remembers anymore.
Oh, that's cool. Neat.
But anyway, so that serpent and Corferon are the only 2 people allowed to talk to Logar. They're the only 2 he'll talk to while he's in isolation.
And they're literally the 2 chaos guys that have been worming their way in.
Yep.
And got into his good graces and came in and exploited his time of crisis.
Yes.
Wow.
So Logar falls to chaos. Logar and the Word Bearers fall to chaos, and they decide to kickstart a civil war. And so Logar sends Erebus to become Horus's advisor.
Oh, no. This motherfucker.
Yeah. The original serpent. The OG serpent.
Cool. Wow.
So I actually, oh God, I'm gonna get some hate for this. I guarantee you. I actually really like Erebus.
Yeah.
Nobody likes Erebus.
Oh no.
But also, just saying, I was Team Shane in The Walking Dead. Shane did nothing wrong.
Just coming right out with that one.
I listen. You'll find you give me some morally questionable characters. I'll be like, nah, they're probably right. Erebus is not right. But what I like about Erebus is that slimy, just shitbag villain that you hate. He never gets his comeuppance. He worms his way out of it every single time.
This guy kind of reminds me of Wormtongue from the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, he's a lot like that.
He gets his comeuppance. Why can't Erebus?
Oh no,
You're
way.
Kidding me.
Nope.
I don't like it.
So that we'll go ahead and let that. That's a good transition into the second Traitor Legion, which is the Sons of Horus.
We're leaving that cliffhanger. Cool. Okay.
So
off to Horus.
Oh yeah, yep. So Erebus is sent to Horus, and Horus. I haven't heard a lot of people speak on Horus's behalf. Horus seems to be, from the get-go, just a cocky kind of arrogant bitch.
Okay. Gotcha.
He will. I don't think he ever directly comes out and talks down to any of the other Primarchs, but he most definitely feels like, because he was the very first Primarch found, he spent the most time with the Emperor. I think I'm not far off in assuming that because of that, he felt like he was the oldest of the siblings, even though he might not have been. We don't know what order they were actually created.
Right. I kind of imagine that they're all roughly the same age, but I that comes from nothing.
Right. Yeah. No, who the hell knows? It's just, I don't believe it's in the text anywhere.
Right. But he has older brother syndrome, basically.
Yes, he does. Yeah. But of course it's Warhammer, so it's dialed up to an 11. He even has a group called the Marnival, which are like his, I think there's 5 of them. They're like his trusted Space Marine council that he advise him, and it really does kind of, I'm trying to think how to word this. It makes him seem diplomatic.
Okay.
Because he is like, well, I must talk to my council of Space Marines who are my sons and see what their opinions are. But for the fucking life of me, I have not found a single time where he's followed their instructions counter to what he wanted to do already.
Oh, I see.
Not once.
He just used it as a buffer.
It seems like now I haven't done a deep dive on the Sons of Horus. Right. I actually find them kind of boring.
Oh,
but that's okay.
Yeah.
I still like anything I say in the negative is still within the realm that I think this stuff is sweet.
Right.
So when I say something,
simply by comparison of things that
really yeah. So when I say this is boring, or I don't like this, or I think this is crap, it's like it's in comparison to the rest.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, I've not found a single instance where he actually has a powwow with them and he didn't side with them because they were siding with him. I've never found a case where he's like, oh, I want to do this thing, but they told me not to, so I better not.
Right.
So yeah, I questioned whether or not that was a tactic or whether it was a legitimate thing.
Right. Well, it does give you an air of like, no, I'm open to advice. And,
it does.
You know what I mean, it's like I have a council I consult. Like that says a lot.
Yeah.
To people, whether or not you're not saying whether or not you
agreed.
Right.
So Erebus is whispering to him, and by hook and by crook, Erebus gets Horus to have a confrontation with a demon. And like
knowingly?
Knowingly. Oh yeah, Erebus set this all up, and it's quite a tale. Erebus is a hustler.
No, I mean, did Horus know he was about to face a demon?
Well, so you have to remember at kind of this point, almost nobody knew anything about the denizens of the warp. They didn't even know most of the legions and the Primarchs didn't even know they existed.
Huh.
And in fact, I think none of them did. The Emperor kept that completely secret.
Wow, that's right. Yeah, because he was afraid that would be how you would spread it.
Right.
Wow.
So you have to understand, Horus may have had some idea that this was a thing from the warp. No context.
He didn't know anything about it.
No.
Okay. And he just got manipulated into...
Well, I'm actually going to tell how it did it, because even though we're just kind of broad stroking the Horus heresy, this is one of the more clever...
It's going to be a less broad stroke here.
It is, because I think it was a really clever thing they did. So with the time being linear in the warp, this demon takes Horus to and shows him a future.
Oh.
In which the Imperium is this oppressive force of religion, and that the emperor is worshipped as a god, and that Horus was dead, and that his Primarchs, that a lot of the Primarchs were dead or gone, and the rest of them were bowing and kneeling before this weight of this god that was crushing mankind under his boot heel.
Oh no.
And so Horus is like, I can't let this happen.
No.
Rebellion. What he didn't know is they were showing him the future of what would occur should he rebel.
They used the truth.
Yes.
I love those kind of narratives where it's like you fight it's Darth Vader. Like you tried to prevent the very thing that you end up causing because you were trying to prevent it.
Yep. But the difference is they flat out showed him.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow. That's cool.
It's yeah. So I thought that was a pretty neat, like
it's like
it's a omission.
Yeah. It's like a Shakespearean tragic hero now. Like, you know what I mean? Like that one tragic little flaw that gets exploited and then it turns everything on his heels. He thinks he's saving the day.
Yes.
Oh no. Horus.
But what's also kind of interesting though is that Horus winning, and I believe it was shown in a prophecy, Horus winning the heresy was considered to be the best case scenario.
Oh my God, really?
If your goal is defeating chaos.
Really?
Yes. Because at some point, and I don't remember, it's not now, so we'll get to it eventually.
Okay.
But somebody is shown like what would have happened if Horus won. And basically what happens is, yes, the galaxy goes under the thumb of chaos for a while. But then Horus rebels again. All of humanity is wiped out in the battle, and chaos starves to death because there's no more human emotion to create it.
Oh.
Humanity goes, chaos goes.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So best case scenario, asterisk. God damn, 40K is fucking
dark.
Brutal.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of winning
this
scenarios.
Is what we're up against here when we're talking about this stuff.
So I think this is I will tell you kind of a reality of 40K that kind of settled on me not too long ago, that in the universe of 40K, victory almost always means death.
Whoa. Like, wow.
So like the Death Corps of Krieg are a perfect example of this. They almost always succeed in their mission, but there's almost always none of them left at the end.
Yeah. Wow.
And so that seems to be kind of the 40K thing. If you want that victory, you're going to have to pay the ultimate price for it.
Jeez, that
seems to be the metric for which victory is measured by the creators of 40K.
Victory is always going to cost you everything, basically. Like,
it's what it seems like.
In order to have I love that. I mean, I know that's just dark as fuck and bleak as hell.
I mean, it is to have kind of as one of the backbones of your universe.
But boy, like that's a hell of a mindset to
I mean, it is.
That's quite a survive. Like if you walk into like the world with that mindset, I guess you would build an empire across the stars.
I mean, you definitely can find times in real history where that mindset has led to some crazy outcomes.
Yeah.
Like, good plug. So here's an example from history. If you haven't listened to our podcast, Weird Shit,
boom.
We actually cover, it's one of the episodes that's come out recently. Yeah. It's about battles that inspired
heavy
metal themes.
Yeah.
And this also leaks into one of my new kind of hobbies, one of my new kind of obsessions is the band Sabaton. They do metal songs based on war. And there's this Attack of the Dead Men, which is about this Russian unit that was gassed and torn down and just looked like zombies. That's why they were called the Dead Men. Yeah. And they just kind of took the idea that, fuck it, we're going to charge this Nazi or not Nazis, it was World War I. It was Germans, they weren't Nazis. That's very important.
Yeah.
That's very important.
But
they were so outnumbered by the Germans that they were just like, fuck it, we're going to charge in and like whatever we do, we do. If we die, we die. And they through that charge, they fucking shocked the Germans to the point where the Germans took off.
The Germans retreated. I mean, these guys were like, they had been gassed. They were like coughing up blood. And
they were, like, their skin was sloughing off. They were in bad shape.
Yeah.
So they were just like, we're going to out and die.
Yeah.
And they actually took the field. So there is definitely instances in history where that mindset of death for victory can accomplish some great things.
Yeah.
Also leads to some crazy people though.
Yeah, like
especially when that mindset is accompanied with religion.
Yeah.
Boof.
Yeah. And maybe that's why the Emperor of Men didn't want that. Maybe not. I mean, well, mostly the chaos thing, I think. Because he was kind of right. Like religion, the religious zealousy, at least, of chaos used it to exploit, kind of get into the cracks, and that's what spread to Horus eventually. And
yep. So Horus falls to chaos, and he gets at least half of the other legions, other Primarchs to follow him.
Oh.
And this leads to the Horus heresy, which we'll get to. So that leads. So we'll just go down to the other legions that fell. The Emperor's Children is next up, and their Primarch is Fulgrim. So some of these I haven't looked into. So my synopsis of these are not going to be quite as in depth, just because guys, we're learning about this as we go along. I've looked into a lot, but there's still a lot. So the Emperor's Children, their Primarch Fulgrim, he became, from one way or another, obsessed with perfection.
Oh, you could see that. I just looked up an image of him. He just to see that, and he looks without the. Oh, I was gonna say without the wings. He even has like little wings on his shoulder pads. He's gorgeous.
Yeah, his armor is perfect. Is perfectly clean, and
he's got long, flowing, straight hair,
silver hair.
Yeah,
his features are immaculate, but that's also the way he comported himself in war, right? If you used a weapon, you were perfect at it. If you executed a battle strategy, you were perfect at it.
Right.
And on my cursory glance, what seemed to happen with Fulgrim, as far as the perfection thing, why he was so obsessed with perfection, is he fell to this planet that was very stratified. Like there was the rich and the poor.
Okay, very class.
Yeah,
sorta.
And he landed on the poor side.
Oh.
And so he seems to have developed kind of the mindset that he needed to do things to the nth degree on behalf of the poor people that he was fighting for.
Oh, cool.
I could be wrong about that, but that's what it seems like to me.
Right. And we'll kind of see. You know what? That'll be interesting to kind of see when we look more into it.
When we look more into it, we'll find out. But
pretty neat.
That's kind of what seemed to happen. Like because I don't get the sense that he was bad, because some of the Primarchs, they don't come off as particularly great from the get-go.
Yeah.
Fulgrim is not one of these.
Yeah.
But Fulgrim actually fell to chaos because his desire for... So chaos corruption kind of is, imagine water on a brick wall, right? Like it eats in little crevices and cracks, and the more crevices and cracks it can get into, the more it weathers down.
Faster. Okay.
So if you have a personality conflict, or you have something in you, an obsession, a hidden secret, whatever, that's a foothold for it, and it can just slowly start worming its way in, breaking it down over time. And that desire for perfection also has to come with the thought process that you are not as good as you could be.
Uh-oh. And that's...
And that seems to be how chaos got into Fulgrim.
Right. Wow.
But also, what didn't help was Fulgrim came into the possession of a possessed sword that also whittled away his willpower.
Ooh. Is that what this is? The
Blade of Lair?
Laer? Yeah.
I pronounce it Lair. I have no idea how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
But
cool.
Yeah, I think so. I believe so.
Okay.
So this led to, in battle, he was fighting another Primarch, his Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands.
Uh-huh.
We already talked about them. Iron Hands. Yes, I believe that's it. Iron Fist? No, that's the Imperial Fist. Yeah, Iron Hands. I believe that's it. Either way. They were in battle, and because of that sword whittling away his willpower. Yes, the Iron Hands. Cool.
Yeah.
It led that fight to becoming lethal, and Fulgrim ends up killing him.
Oh.
Now, what's sad about this is they were real good friends. They actually got into a forging competition to see who could build the better weapon.
Oh.
With it taking like weeks on end, like no stop.
Oh, wow.
They were forging for weeks.
Just constantly.
And Ferrus Manus, who usually wields giant hammers and stuff, he built a sword. He forged a sword, and Fulgrim, who usually uses like a sword and elegant weapons, forged a hammer.
Huh.
And they both thought the other Primarch won.
Oh.
And so what they did in celebration of this tie is they exchanged weapons.
Cool. Oh, man. That's such a great... Oh, but then they...
But then Fulgrim ends up killing him in the battle. Yeah. Damn. And I legitimately believe... I legitimately think that Ferrus Manus was not trying to kill Fulgrim at that particular time. Now I haven't looked real deep into it,
right?
So I'd have to look more, especially because Ferrus Manus is another one of those ones. Because he dies so early on in the heresy, I'm just like, there's not a lot to him,
right?
So I kind of skipped over him. It's my show, my own bias. It's fine.
Yeah. At least we're honest about it.
Yep. So they actually fall to Slaanesh, the Emperor's children do. The demon, the chaos god of desire and indulgence and
goody. Yep. We'll get into Slaanesh, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So after that, it's Perturabo and the Iron Warriors.
Okay.
So what's interesting about them is they're a traitor legion that's called Chaos Undivided. Which I actually probably should have touched on this beforehand.
Okay.
So the traitor legions kind of fell in three ways.
Okay.
They either fell to a specific god,
right?
They fell to no god, or they fell to all the gods, which is called Chaos Undivided.
Okay, gotcha.
The Sons of Horus fell to Chaos Undivided. They didn't pick a particular god, and within their own legion, you will have berserkers for Khorne. You'll have plague marines for Nurgle. But they're all the Sons of Horus, although by now they're going by the name the Black Legion.
Gotcha.
But they're Chaos Undivided, it's kind of a hodgepodge of everything. And the same for the Word Bearers.
Gotcha. They're also Chaos Undivided.
They are also Chaos Undivided.
Man, the versatility.
And so are the Iron Warriors, I believe.
Okay.
Now, the Iron Warriors actually are kind of like they would be the one the Traitor Legion that I would hate to fight the most.
Really?
Yeah, fuck. Their whole thing is they specialize in siege warfare.
Okay.
Which means if you're behind a wall, they're good at tearing them down.
They're coming in.
And not just that, but they pride themselves on having virtually like no emotion. They're just cold.
They keep it stoic. They're there to rip down your wall and come in and destroy you.
They even do things like they help birth demons through humans, which is as terrible as it sounds.
Wow. That sounds well, wait, if they're working for chaos, why wouldn't they want emotion? Isn't kind of emotion one of the main feeders of...
Yeah, but they serve undivided. They don't care. Like, they're just blank servants to feed people to chaos. Okay. And also, that's probably one of the reasons why they engage in this activity is because they themselves don't feed into the warp, but providing...
We'll feed you these guys instead.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
And one of the first videos I ever actually watched on 40K was on this process, and it's called the Demonculaba.
Okay.
Look it up. Watch the videos on it if you like. It's a violent process.
Oh no.
It's gruesome. They bloat people up and then take another human and like stuff them inside the person that's bloated up until they become like
what the fuck?
Yeah, it's a thing. But they engage in this type of behavior that is just like, holy Christ. Horrifying. And they're just cold about it. They don't
give a shit. They're just spreading chaos.
Yes. But Perturabo is their Primarch. He's a douche. He's one of them ones that just seemed kind of like a dick from the start.
I guess you'd have to be to end up at a place like that, where you're doing that.
Without going into his backstory real hard, like when he first took over his legion, he instituted the practice of decimation, like the Roman practice of decimation.
Oh, wow!
Because he said that until he got there, they had not lived up to their potential.
Okay.
And so for those of you that don't know what decimation is.
Let's hear it.
Right. So decimation is, and help me out with this, Eric, because you're familiar with it too. It's you divide your men up into groups of 10.
I believe so. Yes.
And then everybody draws a stone, a black or white stone. And there's one black stone for every 10 people. And the person that draws the black stone then gets beaten to death by the other 9.
Yeah. So those are some details I didn't know about, but I know it was like you definitely kill every 10th man. And there probably were some different ways.
I'm sure there were different ways of instituting it.
But
that's kind of one of the ones.
That sounds very Roman to me. That would be that would be something the Romans would do.
So because he was like, you guys did not live up to your potential, we're doing it.
And then they'd draw lots and they'd have to kill one of their own people.
Yep. And I mean, so just to kind of put this in perspective, beating a human to death is actually surprisingly and horrifically easy.
Yeah. Like, I mean, really, you could punch somebody and they could fall over and die. Hit their head and whatever.
A Space Marine, on the other hand,
is
very different. They have 2 hearts. They have reinforced bones. They have extra muscles. They have...
Yeah.
So that would be a long, drawn-out process.
Right, because they can just take... That's what they're built for in a lot of ways.
Taking damage.
Just continue enduring and, just tank through that shit.
And they're just using their hands and feet.
Oh,
so
man.
it's like, fuck, that would be...
Fucking Warhammer.
Right, so that would just be rough. And Perturabo was like that.
No wonder they were cold and emotionless. Man, you'd have to be.
You'd have to be.
Yeah.
That's what he expected of them.
Yeah, because these guys are these chapters are...
No, legions.
Legions.
Chapters is later.
Yeah. But the people around you are basically your family, your brothers and shit.
They're actually they actually refer to themselves as battle brothers.
Oh, see? Man,
and kind of one of the things that, and this is, you're going to hear this a lot. So just, it's something more that I'm going to have to look into.
Yeah.
But one of the things that seems to be is when you create a Space Marine, they get this thing that's called the black carapace, which is another organ that they receive.
Oh.
It does a lot of shit. So I'm not going to touch on all of it. But one of the things that it does, and I'm putting question marks around this because it's a little fuzzy, but what it seems to do is it gives you the experience and combat memories of the Space Marine that had the black carapace before it.
Oh, okay.
And so they make, that's why, so there's a big effort when you're in battle to always retrieve the bodies.
Because they need that organ.
And there's a big effort from the traitor legions to recover your bodies so that they can have more, because they don't have access to creating the black carapace.
Okay.
They have to steal.
They have to come out of a body that already has one.
Yep.
You can't make more.
The Imperium can.
The Imperium. Oh, but the traitor legions
cannot.
Got it.
They don't have access to that.
And so by taking those, they're boosting themselves and taking away.
Right. So you have potentially, if they have memories, you have people that have had memories of friends in battles for decades, millennia.
Wow.
That now have to beat a variation of their own friend. So if you had a friend that died and then his black carapace went into this other guy.
Yeah.
He now has all the experiences of your friend.
Wow.
So it makes sense to me that some sort of connection would transfer over.
Right.
So, so you could potentially now be decimating
your own buddy.
Yeah.
Jeez. Oh my God. Oh, chaos. Terrible.
Well, so that's just Perturabo. That was before he ever fell to chaos.
Oh, he was doing that before he fell to chaos.
Yeah, that was
fucked up.
That was the very first thing he did when he met his legion.
That's right. We're rewinding right back to where they're beating their own friends up anyway.
Yeah.
So you're doing that to sorry. Oh,
It's just
no wonder this guy fell to chaos. I guess that's where I'm at. I was so convinced this guy was fucked up. I was like, he's just chaos, like for his existence.
No,
damn.
No, that was beforehand. And what seems to be the cause for him is there was an uprising on his homeworld, and that offended him so bad that he issued the order. And this, we actually haven't talked about this yet. I don't think so. He issued the order of exterminatus
on his own
homeworld.
Whoa.
And exterminatus, guys, is exactly what it sounds like. It is the planet-wide destruction of everything on it. Now, there are several ways this can be done, from virus bombs, which is exactly what it sounds like.
And probably more horrific than you imagine.
It liquefies organic matter is what it does. It's called the Life Eater virus.
Yeah.
So, and when they name shit like that in Warhammer, take it incredibly literal.
Yes. They're very on the nose.
Another way they can do it is by lighting the atmosphere on fire with like fire bombs. Whoa. So it just like novas the planet.
Wow. Holy crap. I'm like picturing like orbital bombardment.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Wow.
They bombard it from orbit to the point where the temperature gets so hot that it sets the oxygen on fire and just like novas
the whole
just novas just novas the planet.
Wow. So by hook or by crook.
Right. Another way to do it though is boots on the ground. Literally.
Whoa.
Dropping soldiers in and just systematically wiping out the planet.
Wow. What the fuck? Just like shooting everybody down and burning shit and vaporizing
and
them.
That's the way that Perturabo issued for that planet.
By
boots on the ground.
Soldier.
By soldier.
Oh, compared to the others, that's like such a long process.
I think, and it might state this in the story, and I just haven't gotten to it yet.
Right.
I don't think he originally meant to do that.
Really?
I think he dropped in and meant to decimate a city and just lost his shit. And it just...
Keep going. More firepower.
Yes. Because it eventually like culminates with him strangling to death like his adopted sister, right? Because the only family they actually have genetically is the Primarchs and the Emperor. But this planet he landed on, he ended up with a royal family.
He was like raised with people.
He was raised with people.
Family. Yeah.
And so this woman that had acted as a sister, he ends up strangling her to death. And I mean, he's a Primarch. He's 12 foot tall. So it's like putting two fingers on her throat.
I was going to say, like, what do you do? Just lightly pick her up and her
she ends up just like chewing him to pieces, which good for you, lady. Like a 12 foot tall Primarch, and she's just walking up to him, giving him the business while he's decimating a planet. Like, and so he strangles her to death. And right about the time the life leaves her body, he's kind of like, I've lost it.
Oh no.
And he's just like, he's looking out at everything that's happening. It's too late.
No.
And he's just like, well, the Emperor will never forgive me for this. And so he sides with Horus just because he's like, that's the only side I can pick.
No kidding.
And there's a few of them that do that.
No kidding.
There's more than a few of them that kind of find themselves in the position where they either can't or they don't think they can go back.
Wow.
So he's one of them.
So they're just like, there's no way.
Nope.
He's
like, I am a monster, and so a monster I shall be.
Wow.
So that's the Iron Warriors. That's why I said I would not want to fight these guys. They're just depressing on all angles.
Yeah.
And they're tough. Like, siege warfare is not for a bitch.
Right.
It's like, that is a soul grinding.
Yeah.
And that's actually one of the things that led to it is the Iron Warriors really felt like they were underappreciated because they had just this shit version of warfare that nobody else wanted.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like the vibe is like what we would think of as trench warfare.
Yes.
Basically. You know
a lot of
mean?
it.
Yeah.
Sieging walls, that sort of thing.
Long waits punctuated by like intense and horrific bouts of action.
Really shit conditions.
Yeah.
Not a lot of glory in that type of battle.
Yeah. And now it's Warhammer, so bump that up to an
11. Yep. Yeah. Just crank it up to the worst degree you can expect.
Right.
So after that, oh God, I love these guys. Not them, but I love their Primarch. So next up is the Night Lords.
The Night Lords. Oh.
And their Primarch is Conrad Kurz.
Yep.
I love Conrad.
Love Conrad.
Conrad is probably my favorite character in Warhammer 40K.
I'm going to pull up a picture of him.
I love Conrad. Conrad is just about as bad as it gets, though. It's with a Z. Yeah, Conrad. So the Night Lords, we'll start with Conrad. Conrad lands on this absolutely like just shit planet called Nostromo, which is cool. It's actually the name of the ship in Alien. The Nostromo.
Was that?
I don't know.
Ah, cool. Okay. Neat.
I would be shocked if it was.
Right. Because it's kind of it's a spacey sort of name.
It is.
It makes sense that it would pop up in there. But this guy, he is brutal looking. He's like a...
So these guys look like they're from Transylvania. Their armor is decorated. It's actually kind of cool. You would expect them to be black, but they're not. They're dark blue.
Yeah.
And dark blue actually blends into night a lot more.
Right.
So
it has a very like gothic sort of
gothic vampire feel to it. There's dark blue. Their colors are dark blue and red. They have skulls all over them. Yeah. Blades. They have like vampire fangs painted on their helmets.
Yeah.
They have lots of bats. Batwing themed. Yep.
A lot of vampire and gothic imagery that I think is really
Conrad
cool.
is pale. They're all pale with black hair because of the planet they grew up on or that they're from. Yeah. Nostromo just it was a twilight world. Means like it never got lighter than that.
Oh,
almost
cool.
No sun. The number one cause for population control was suicide.
Oh, because they never got their vitamin D.
Well, it's just how horrific those conditions were.
Yeah.
Conrad lands and like he's not raised by people.
Oh.
He actually spends his time homeless, listening to like the screams and groans of the population that lived there. He learned everything by cannibalism. So like Space Marines have an organ that allows them to absorb the genetic memories of any creature that they taste the DNA of.
No.
It's actually meant to be like a recon trait.
Right.
So like if they land on a planet they've never been before, they kill something, they taste its blood, and they're like, okay, that's...
They know, it gives them some information. They just have to couldn't they just like inject it with a vial? Take a little bit of blood
the way Conrad did it is he just ate people.
He's just like, I'm going to eat you and take your memories.
But
cool.
Most of those were criminals and like the worst of the worst. So he's absorbing kind of humanity through this lens
of just
the worst
suffering and the crime.
So he takes over the planet by killing crime.
Oh, okay.
One at a time.
Himself.
Across the entire planet.
This is a good example of like the scope of what
Primarchs could do.
He's a great example of this because he reigns a whole planet in. He doesn't have a name. Ooh. He doesn't know that his name is Conrad Kurz. The people give him the name the Night Haunter. Ooh,
and so he's like, that's my name. I am the Night Haunter.
Yeah.
And so he rules this whole planet. And like, it gets to the point where like, if he hears of somebody jaywalking, he tracks them down and like butchers them, flays them alive, televises it through the entire planet, and then puts what's left of them up on display.
Make sure that everyone knows why he's now
king.
Splatter paint.
Yep.
Oh no, yes. I'm king and this guy is a stain.
Yes. And that's why you don't crime on Nostromo of any sort.
Oh. Wow.
But I mean the side effects are everybody gets incredibly polite. Suicide drops, the quality of life goes way up. Like,
oh my gosh.
Like it's a roll through fear, but it does improve the planet. And that basically sets the tone for how the Night Lords wage war.
Right.
They will shut off all supplies to a planet. They will cut off the ability for it to make power. They actually have bombs that block out light.
Whoa.
So like they set it into night.
You're now in darkness.
Right. And they'll do this to a sector, which can be anywhere from like 10 planets to like 500 planets. Like a sector is varying in size. And what they'll do is if they're like, we're taking this sector, they will pick a planet. And they will just traumatize the shit out of this planet. They set it in darkness. They pick off the population one by one, torturing the shit out of them and broadcasting it all over that planet and the system it's in.
Oh my gosh.
And what they were doing is just like, okay, you saw what we did to this planet. You can either join the Imperium or we'll do it to everybody else.
Wow. Oh my gosh. It's like the the Warhammer version of like when moms would tell their kids like behave or the boogeyman will come.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like,
and they would see whole sectors comply just because it'd be like, well, either do this or we will send the Night Lords.
Oh my God, Warhammer boogeyman.
Yes.
Jesus, that's amazing.
And horrifying. But allow me to point out that they actually killed vastly less people overall than the other legions did.
Oh, it was the fear of death.
Yes.
They really
what they did to that one planet would mean that they didn't have to attack 4 or 5 other planets.
Wow. Victory through death again. There it is. Damn it. I hate it. I love it.
But what I love about Conrad is Conrad was gifted with the curse of presight. Like he had premonitions. And from the time he was growing up, he saw the Horus Heresy. He saw all of it.
Oh no. Another example of seeing the future kind of.
Yep. And so, but Conrad thought that this is the way things were going to happen.
Like completely inflexibly.
Yeah. He did not see it as this is a path you could tread. And so when he saw all these horrible things that he did by becoming a traitor, he's like, well, this is just what I am.
What I am and what's going to happen.
This is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And what this inadvertently did, a lot of people claim, or not a lot of people, like I say a lot of people, but I've seen enough people. For me, a lot of people is like 20 or 30, right? Like my world's small, guys. I don't reach out a lot, okay? So a lot of people kind of have this opinion that gave him the excuse because he's like, well, I'm going to be this thing, and so this thing is just what I am.
He's looking at a straight line. He has no choice.
Right. And so he gives in wholly to like this butchery, and this monster, the Night Haunter. And what's interesting is like Conrad Kurz and the Night Haunter become 2 distinct personalities in him.
Ooh. Okay.
Conrad being the Primarch that wants to be part of the Imperium and upholds his father as, and the Night Haunter being the monster and the butcher.
Oh, man. There's a lot of tragedy to these characters that I just I love that.
Uh-huh. A lot of them are sad.
It is. Like I'm like, look at me. I'm like, oh, this sadness is so great, but it's juice, people. It's juice.
It's what makes juice. It's what allows you to empathize with the bad guys. You love it too.
Yeah.
Now there's one though. We'll get to him. I have no empathy for you, motherfucker. None whatsoever. You're a right baby back bitch. Actually, we'll go ahead and launch into that.
Okay.
And again, we're leaving a lot of this vague because we want to do episodes
that will dive
deep into all this. And even if I know these details, like I want to save them for other.
Right.
And feel free to look them up, guys. Like you don't have to wait on us. Right. There's plenty of guys that have done videos on this. Like that have done great. Go check them out. Yeah. But we'll be doing them too.
Oh yeah.
So this leads on to the one. I love his Legion. It's probably my favorite Traitor Legion, my least favorite of the Primarchs.
Uh-huh.
And that's fucking the Death Guard with Motarian. Now the Death Guard and by the way, the Night Lords do not serve any chaos.
Okay.
They do
none
not
at all.
They actually despise demons.
Well, then what are they doing siding with chaos people?
Because eventually Conrad, they went psychotic and just started butchering planets for the sake of it. And then they were just like, well, we've gone too far.
We're bad guys now. So let's be bad guys.
Oh,
man. Wow.
And again, it's incredibly simplified.
Yes.
There's a scene with Conrad and the Emperor that just broke my heart, it's so tough for me to save it for later. But
I know.
We need
you
to
keep it.
I know.
You hold it back.
It's my favorite moment in all of Warhammer. But damn it.
Yep.
Okay, so Motarian and the Death Guard. Yeah, he's got to rein me in sometimes.
I do. Every now and again.
I'll fall into it. So the Death Guard fell to Nurgle, which means that their whole thing is like plague and pestilence and disease and rot. They are disgusting. And their Primarch's name is Motarian. Now, what they kind of specialized in was endurance. They were like the long haul fighters.
Okay.
They would outlast you. They would specialize in plague warfare. They would expose themselves to toxins, so they would build up resistance so they could use them during the battles and it wouldn't affect them at all, which actually kind of ended up fucking them.
Really?
Yeah. That tolerance to toxins really comes back to bite them in the ass.
Oh man, another teaser. Fuck.
So Motarian, goes to this planet that is basically toxic if you go too high. It's basically settled by a cloud of toxicity that kind of rolls over the planet and shades everything in green. You know, their colors are green and so very toxic,
gross and diseasey colors, and
this planet is ruled by a group of mutants. I can't remember what they're called.
On his homeworld?
They have a very kind of blank or kind of a generic name. The Overlords. There they are. That's what they're called, the Overlords.
Okay.
And they're just this. We don't know anything about them. We don't know if they were humans that were mutated by chaos. We don't know if they were a xenospecies. They were human-esque.
Okay, gotcha.
And they could live up in the toxins. And what they would do is come down, and they were giant. They were mutant, savage monsters. And what they would do is come down and just torture the human population that lived below. They were kind of like their serfs. They would do whatever they wanted, use them for labor, for food, for fun.
Oh, dear.
And so Mortarion, because he was a Primarch, they were like, holy shit, this guy's not a regular human. The head of the king of the Overlords basically took Mortarion and basically made him his son, but more like a pet.
Oh, gotcha.
And Mortarion was sent down on a raid to the humans, and he realized that he looked more like the humans than he did the Overlords.
Right.
And so he leads a rebellion.
Oh, cool. Well, good on him.
Sort of. So when Mortarion gets to the Imperium, he has a gigantic ass chip on his shoulder.
Okay.
Like, he sees like all these other Primarchs, and he's like, well, nobody has had it tougher than me.
Right. Because
of my, And I'm like, and my thing is again, I'm biased because Conrad is my favorite, but Conrad's upbringing literally broke his brain.
Right. Yeah.
Like, he's insane.
Yeah. He was a street
and
urchin turned boogeyman.
Like, all the other Primarchs know this. They're like, fucker talks to himself. He's nuts.
He's really broken. What are you complaining about?
He's like Golem, but a warrior.
Right.
Like,
yeah, broken. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he does kind of have those two personalities existing at once that are fighting each other. Yeah.
And so everybody knows he's like nuts. I'm like, he literally broke his psyche. And you're sitting there complaining that you had to ingest some clouds.
Right.
And he always carried this forever. Like, this was like part of. No, he was just always grumpy about it.
He's one of those guys that just like, okay, this bad thing did happen. It's Warhammer, whatever, bad things.
Yeah,
so
but like you didn't have it as bad as some you did.
Yeah,
and he used
and he
that.
Knows it.
Yes,
yeah, and he knows it.
And what's kind of funny about Mortarion is he's such a hypocrite. He is everything that he claims he hates.
But aren't we all at the end of the day?
No. No, you don't have to be that. So, like, that is a choice.
I mean, that's kind of the thing is, like, it's Chaos's fault that he ended up on the planet he did, period. But he ends up, does he join Chaos?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, right, because Nurgle now. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
this is a lot for Eric to keep up with, of course. But
right, but what you have to understand is where some of the Primarchs didn't choose their Chaos who they served.
The Chaos chose them.
Yes.
I see.
So Mortarion always, from the get-go, if he didn't get the accolade that he felt he deserved, like, he'd be like, oh, well, they had it much easier from the start. Like, that's kind of the way he...
Okay.
So that's...
If I didn't do well, it's because of this past thing, so it's not my fault now, and fuck you guys.
Or if they did better, it's because they had it better. They had it better. And he kind of approached this...
Well, Lehman was raised by wolves, so of course...
Right, like, no matter how bad somebody else's upbringing was, he managed to, like, kind of mentally gymnastic his way into how his was worse.
Yeah, and it's not my fault because mine was worse. And
right.
Yeah.
So,
oh man,
and so he always had kind of this divide in him anyway, and so that made going traitor a lot easier.
Yeah,
but what happened to them was they had once again they had somebody who had fallen to chaos in the Legion already,
right?
And there's a way this kind of transpired through a thing called the Warrior Lodge, but we're not touching it. That's part of the Horus Heresy, but just know that this was a way for the Sons of Horus to worm their way into other legions and corrupt them from the inside with the help of the word bearers.
Oh, shit. Okay, gotcha.
So that's what the Warrior Lodges was. It was like a club that you could join inside your legion, but what it did was it corrupted you.
Okay.
And this Space Marine by the name of Typhus, who is actually my favorite of the Plague Marines, I think he should be... Never mind. I'm not touching that.
Oh,
we'll leave that for later. It's an argument I've actually had with people. But
okay.
He fell to chaos first, and when they found out that shit was going down, they're travel during the Horus Heresy. They're traveling through the warp to try to get to maybe Terra.
Okay.
They were trying to go somewhere to alert people that shit was going down.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah.
When Typhus, who is a psyker,
okay,
so he can actually navigate warp space.
Oh, cool. Okay.
A powerful psyker can.
Right.
But it's not as...
You have to learn how to do it.
Yeah.
And you have to
so
be
he
strong
kills
enough
their
to do it.
navigator.
Oh, shit.
And is like, well, but he does it sneakily. And he's like, well, now we have to get to Terra. I will lead us through the warp.
Oh, no. Okay.
And he leads them right into Nurgle.
Oh,
and Nurgle's like, has the Death Guard on this ship in his realm, which means he's king.
Yeah. Whoa.
And king by like reality warping levels. Like you are stuck. Like Nurgle takes a guy, not at this moment, but just as an example of what it means to be in the clutches of one of these fuckers.
Okay.
On a planet that is not in the warp. So removed from their kingdom.
Right.
Nurgle focuses on a guy during a battle, and he grabs this guy metaphorically, freezes him in time, and decays him down to the point where he has like decayed for months. But he allows this guy to keep his consciousness. So he's experiencing all of it.
Awake and decaying.
Yes. And then Nurgle rewinds time back to him being back in perfect state and does it again.
Oh.
And rewinds it and does it again and just does it over and over and over, keeping this guy alive through all of it.
And this is happening moments at a time, right?
Yeah.
Like he's just quickly shifting.
Yes, this is happening over the courses of like minutes.
Oh, and he's just going in and out and he can't move.
Can't do anything.
But he's just awake.
So that's the amount of reality warping they can have outside of the warp.
And now
they're stuck
foot
inside his realm.
Right there in his garden.
So when I say that he has like the nth degree of control, that's exactly what I mean.
Jeez.
They are in the presence of God at that point.
Right.
And he's like, holy crap, you guys are almost immune to disease.
Whoa. Huh.
So he just starts inflicting everything on the Death Guard that he can.
Oh.
And he's just like, they're surviving it all. And he's like, I will stop this if you join me.
Oh, man. And they're like, yeah, this is terrible.
Yeah. And so Matarian agrees.
Wow. Because they were just being tortured.
Yeah. They were just being diseased to the point of submission.
And you know, it was some nasty, because like what we were talking about earlier, you know, beating to death a space marine, like imagine the kind of diseases that would like fucking put them in that state.
But what's interesting about the Death Guard is hypocrisy seems to be the name of the game. So Matarian didn't like weakness, but yet he was a weak sniveling bitch, always whining about his background. Matarian did not like psychers, but there's a lot of evidence that he was a psycher.
Oh.
There's times where it's like he was in a room, but nobody noticed him. He's a goddamn Primarch. Like with the Raven Guard in Kovas Corax, that makes sense. That's actually like his specialty. He's a ninja.
Right.
Not Matarian.
Oh.
So how did he avoid being noticed? Probably psychic power.
Oh, got it. Interesting. Oh my God, he is the Emperor's self-loathing.
Yeah.
No shit.
His pride,
Cool.
his pride was endurance. And Nurgle broke the fuck out of it. He showed that endurance to be not
ineffective.
Yes.
It was broken.
Yeah, it's like,
They could not endure.
Yeah, you're not as tough as you think you are. You're not the thing that you are the thing that you hate.
You are what you hate.
You are weak, and I'll show it to you. And that kind of seems to be the Death Guard's kind of MO.
Oh my God.
Is like the thing that they hated most is what
they became.
Is what they
More tragedy. Oh my god!
I know, but I have no sympathy.
No wonder
I have no sympathy for Matarian though.
Wonder you love these guys.
There's
the kind of depth that goes into these motherfuckers.
Right, you don't have this once they all vanish.
Yeah,
but there's, you have. I'll name drop a few that aren't going to make sense. You have like Dante of the Blood Angels. You have Tushan of the Salamanders. Yeah. You have Bjorn of the Space Wolves. These are all guys that carry all the weight that Primarch stories have, but they're just regular Space Marines.
Right.
But this is like the gods battling. Like, I love it. It's like a civil war in the Greek pantheon. Like, yes, please.
I mean, for real though, it's like that level, because the Greek gods were definitely petty enough,
Oh, for sure.
Not to call the Primarchs petty, but
they're petty.
Yeah,
they're petty by their own standards.
I'm just afraid one's going to come down out of the sky and smash me if I dissent too much.
So the thing is it's like, it's not petty by our standards, but when you realize what Primarchs are capable of, some of the fights they have are petty as fuck.
Yeah, because they are like god level people. So
yes,
like crazy shit, but.
Right,
at the end of the day,
they would be like the top tier in a lot of world, in a lot of fandoms, in a lot of fictional worlds, but not here.
Yeah.
So that's the Death Guard, and eventually, Matarian is actually one of the ones that's still around.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh.
He became a demon prince, and a lot of these guys that fell to chaos, they became demon princes, so they're no longer Primarchs per se. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
They're more like they're
now.
Primarch that are demon-esque.
Yeah.
And so we'll go into the Thousand Sons after that.
Ooh.
Now the Thousand Sons, they were a group that was almost entirely Psyker.
Okay.
From the jump, and that's because their Primarch Magnus the Red was meant to be. He is the embodiment of the Emperor's psychic power. That's his.
Gotcha. Okay. So he's the psychic guy. He's the psychic Primarch.
Yep.
Psyker, I should say.
All the Primarchs are Psykers. They all have, but to some degree.
But for him,
but that is his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is the second most powerful Psyker right next to the Emperor himself, and I believe that if he hadn't fallen to chaos and he would developed his powers, he might have actually ended up succeeding in just sheer raw psychic power.
Wow,
the Emperor himself.
Wow,
we'll never know, but that's just kind of my own.
Right.
I think.
Yeah.
So Magnus and the Thousand Sons. They're the legion that I feel the most sorry for. They got a raw deal.
Oh yeah.
From there, so most of the traitor legions got a raw deal from where they landed and kind of their upbringing, the way things happened. The Thousand Sons got a raw deal from the Emperor himself.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were all Psykers, naturally.
Right.
So when there was a problem, and I'd have to look at what exactly was the leading event that sparked the need for what was called the Council of Nicaea.
Okay.
But there was an event that led to the Emperor holding a court with the Primarchs. And we don't know who all was there. We know some. Mm-hmm. We don't know who all was there or who all the arguments were. But what it was a giant court hearing on whether or not Psykers should be allowed to practice their power for Space Marines.
Right.
And the reason why that's into question is you have to remember all psychic powers come from the warp.
Which is, of course,
just asking. It's like dangling a fish on a hook, right?
Yep.
And the more psychically powerful you are, the more you stand out in the warp to these things looking.
Okay.
The brighter you become in the warp, the more psychically powerful you are. So as Magnus is getting more and more powerful,
he's getting brighter and brighter.
Getting brighter and brighter, and his whole legion as well.
Oh, yep.
So we know some of the arguments that were presented on that time. We know that Leman Russ, Matarian, were ardently against Psykers.
Uh-huh.
We know that Vulcan was neutral. The Salamanders were neutral. The Blood Angels, the Thousand Sons, and I think the Emperor's children all said yes. They wanted Psykers.
Okay.
They were pro-Psyker.
Right.
And I don't know. I know Horus was there, but I don't know where he fell on the argument. But anyway, what it led to is the Emperor outlawing psychers, just flat out.
Okay.
No psychers for Space Marines, period.
At all.
At all.
Well,
and
but that's...
I was going to say,
yeah.
that's basically like cutting off the balls of the Thousand Sons.
Right. Like, what are they supposed to do now? That was their thing.
Yep.
Like, why couldn't they just have that and nobody else? I guess. I don't know. I guess it depends. Well,
but they did
who
it.
am I to
they did it.
Question the Emperor.
Fair point. But
so
they actually tried to listen, to their credit.
Really?
They did.
Oh, wow. They were like, okay, no. You said no. We won't then.
Yep.
Wow.
And basically everything was going by, except for Magnus was still using his powers.
Oh.
Magnus's greatest sin is arrogance.
Okay.
Magnus, and I fully sympathize with this. Magnus always thought that he knew better.
Oh, okay.
And not in the bend that he thought he was smarter than the Emperor, but he always felt that the Emperor probably was underestimating what he could handle.
Oh, okay.
And so he's like, yeah, Dad, you're worrying, but there's nothing out there that I can't deal with.
Right.
Of course, the Emperor's not being like, listen, son, let me tell you about Let me tell you about Zeech.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he continues to kind of delve into things. When he discovers that Horus is about to fall to chaos, and he actually projects himself to Horus to try to like talk him out of this.
Oh,
It's like,
okay.
you don't want to do this. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, I don't know what's going on, but I know more than you, which he did.
Right.
Like, to be fair, Magnus's arrogance was totally earned. He was the second most knowledgeable Primarch next to the Emperor himself.
Okay.
So, like, when he's saying, I know this and you don't, he's probably correct.
Right. Yeah.
Horus does not listen.
Mm.
And so Magnus goes to warn the Emperor psychically, like astral project his ass to Terra and be like, Dad, this is happening.
Yeah.
And when he does this, he accidentally shatters all of the psychic wards on a project that the Emperor has been working on, which allows the warp to split open inside the palace on Terra, and for demons to not leak out because the Emperor shut that shit down real fast. But now he has to spend his entire time dealing with this.
No.
Yep. And it ruins the project, which was supposed to be, without getting too far into it, it was supposed to be a better way for them, a safer way for them to navigate the warp.
Okay. Right. Yeah.
Shorthanded.
Yeah. Very shorthanded.
Again, when we do the Horus Heresy, we'll get into all that.
Right.
But basically, it was a better way for them to navigate the warp.
No.
So when that happened, the Emperor lost his shit. And he's like, I told him no psychic powers. And not only did I say that, but holy fuck, what did you just do? And not only that, on top of it, but he did get the message that Magnus sent about Horus betraying him. But the Emperor thought that Magnus was the traitor.
What?
Because of the destruction of the seals and the collapse. And so he dispatches Leman Russ, the Space Wolves. And he's like, go get Magnus and bring him back to me for judgment.
Yeah.
The Space Wolves are on their way when Horus contacts Leman Russ and says, hey, Dad couldn't reach you because you're in warp space, but he's actually changed that from a capture to a kill. You are to wipe out the Thousand Sons and Magnus. Leman, with no reason to doubt the War Master, and that's the job of the Space Wolves. That is what they do.
Yeah.
They launch the full force of the Volca Fenrica onto the home planet of the Thousand Sons in Prospero.
Oh, man.
And without diving, that's what leads Magnus to joining Chaos.
Yep. I figured.
He's like, I can't believe that my dad would send the wolves and all these people to decimate us. Like, I would have come willingly. And in fact, at the beginning of the fight, Magnus is so taken aback that he goes, well, if that's what Dad wants to happen, then we wipe out. And he just sits there.
Oh.
And eventually but the Thousand Sons are like, we're not going down without a fight. We're fighting with or without you. And through him, he's like, I can't just stand here and watch my sons get butchered. So he eventually joins the fight.
This poor guy.
Then becomes a traitor.
Jeez. He was literally trying to warn.
He was.
He was just like, something bad's going down.
Yep.
Oh, man.
But it was his arrogance that constantly, he always thought that he'll do it and it'll be fine.
Yeah.
But I sympathize.
Right. Like, honestly, if he might have known why, because I take it he didn't know what was going on.
Nobody did. So that's kind of the big bugaboo is that everybody has about this is why the hell didn't the Emperor say something?
Like, communication would have fixed a lot of this stuff.
It would have.
Man.
But the thing is being corrupted by chaos is as simple as knowing about it.
Right.
Just knowing that chaos exists can lead to possession.
It's one of those cracks you were talking about where it can start leaking in. So it's a catch-22.
Yep. Or it can literally be a catapult.
Right.
Like,
and just smash it down.
Yep. If you can have somebody who's a psyker and they might not know about chaos, and the minute they find out about it, like, have you ever, like, pink elephant? Have you ever had somebody pink elephant you? Where it's like,
pink elephant.
So it's like, try not to have a mental image of a pink elephant when somebody says the word pink elephant.
And now I am thinking of an elephant that is pink.
If you get a psyker and you say, by the way, there's these things out there.
Don't think about them.
Don't think about that. Could lead to an instant possession. And possession doesn't quite work the same in Warhammer as it does in other things. It can happen in a few ways. You can either become an embodiment of the demon, which is the more traditional possession.
Okay.
You can take on physical attributes of that section of the warp. So each realm of the warp, which is each Chaos Lord, has a specific look. Nurgle is green and pestilence. Slanesh is purple and leather and Hellraiser style stuff, so on and so forth. So you can take on specific aspects from that realm while keeping a lot of what you are.
Okay.
But another thing happens is you can literally become a portal for the warp where demons just start literally coming out of you.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So you can literally just become a portal for the warp.
And demons just crawl out of you all the time.
Just start cramming out of you like clown car.
Oh man, that sounds horrifying.
So letting people know about warp
could very easily kick that off.
One rogue psyker knowing about the warp can literally condemn an entire planet.
Jeez, I guess who am I to doubt the Emperor? You know?
Well, it's just it's balance. Like it's a lot of what there's weighing in every decision when it comes to this kind of shit. So
basically Magnus should have been like, well, the Emperor knows better than I do, of course. That's the problem. Like, I may know better than if he could have at least gotten to a point where he was like, if I at least I know better than the other Primarchs, but I know I don't know better than the Emperor. He might have been okay. Like, still arrogant, but better than
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, because the thing that condemned him is not a thing that I think he did wrong.
Oh, because he was trying to help.
Well, so even if he had the mindset of don't use your powers, don't do this, don't do that, the sheer shock of finding Horus going traitor,
that would have been pretty alarming.
Yeah. I don't think he would have handled that different. I think his immediate reaction would have been what it was.
That's a good point. Like, if there's an emergency, I'm not exactly obeying traffic laws. You know what I mean?
And this is not an emergency like... This is like a lady having a birth in your back car level emergency.
Exactly.
This is like you're finding that the British are coming level.
That's a good point. Like, holy shit, like incoming nukes, motherfuckers.
Right.
Get down.
So I just don't think he would have handled it any differently. I think the outcome would have been the same.
Yeah. Damn it.
I just don't think there's anything that Magnus could have done.
Yeah.
And so, whereas I don't feel sorry for Matarian in the slightest. I got a soft spot for Magnus. That was a rough spot to be in.
I'm kind of sympathizing.
And I'm an arrogant motherfucker. I am.
You could see yourself doing something like that.
Definitely, most definitely.
Yeah.
My ego is very tough to keep a lid on sometimes.
Well, shit, I even think just a desire to do the right thing could land you in a spot like that sometimes. Like, you're just like, this is just important and correct, and I have to do it really quick,
Right,
and
but also, like, the thing is he wouldn't have been so easy for the demons to corrupt if he didn't have so much.
Right.
His need to consistently consume wisdom. That was his obsession, was wisdom. He wanted more. He wanted to know more. He didn't like the unanswered questions.
Right. He wanted to know everything. Wow.
And that's why he fell to the chaos god Zeech, which is the god of wizardry and fate and magic.
So all these all the things that promise you answers.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh man.
So that was the 1,000 Suns. I like the 1,000 Suns.
Yeah.
I need to look more into them.
Right.
Their aesthetic is really cool. It's kind of like Psychic Egyptian.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I love. There is not a legion that I don't like the look of. The designs they have on these things are so good. They're so distinct. I love faction-based storytelling because it gives everybody somebody to root for.
Yeah.
Or somebody to identify
There's
with.
varying characteristics that people can attach to, but it's like you can, it's probably why like sports teams are so like, I like this team,
I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
But the aesthetic on the Thousand Suns is pretty cool. It's very cool. Egyptian like. Try to find a librarian. They're librarians. Librarians, by the way, are their psychic, is the name for a psychic space marine. They're called librarians. So after that, we will go to the, see like there. Oh, that's, there you go. Nope, that picture you have
there
we go. That's a good one.
That's a good picture. So their armor's red?
Yep, their colors are red and gold.
I see what you mean about that kind of Egyptian. They have like, that's cool, like almost like ox-like horns on this particular one.
If you could zoom in, you can't, but if you could find a better, he's actually a named character, actually. But if you zoom in on his helmet, he almost has like a nonk on his.
Ah, that's cool.
Yeah, so they're very Egyptian-like.
Cool. I love that aesthetic. They're very neat.
So after that is the World Eaters.
World Eaters.
Now, the World Eaters are the Berserkers. They're actually fairly one-dimensional. They're very easy.
Yeah?
They're Berserkers. No more, no less.
They're just charged in.
They are melee troops. They use chain axes, and they are just berserk. They will get into such a berserk state that they will kill the enemy. If they run out of enemy, they'll start killing their allies. If they run out of allies, they will throw themselves onto their own weapons.
Just to cause more
more blood.
Whoa. They must serve
corn.
Corn, yep. Okay.
And their battle cry is blood for the blood god.
Blood for the blood god.
Of course.
Nice. I've seen that in comments and stuff before.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's from the World Eater fans.
Ah, cool.
Their Primarch's name is Angron.
Angron.
So a fun fact about Angron, his power was to empathetically heal.
Whoa. Really? All these blood, let's spill blood people came from a guy that...
Right.
Huh.
Well, so we have no idea what his original purpose was. None.
Okay.
We don't know what Angron was originally supposed to serve.
Okay.
Because it's originally... So a lot of people kind of assumed that the Thousand Suns... Or not the Thousand Suns. The World Eaters were meant to be like the shock troops of the Imperium, right?
Okay.
That's actually the Blood Angels. The Blood Angels are the ones that drop pod right into the middle of a city, and they bust out and just slaughter everything. We don't know what the World Eaters were originally, what their point was.
Okay.
Because a lot of them didn't really find their calling until their Primarch came along. But in the specific case of Angron, he had in case you guys heard that, my dog is snoring. She's in the room next to us, and gee whiz.
Snored across the house.
But he had a technological device implanted in his brain from the planet, early on. From the planet he crashed on. That was called the Butcher's Nails. And what that did is it stimulates pain in the brain and stimulates the anger portion of the brain. And what it does is, the only time you don't feel like a headache, basically, it inflicts mental pain. The only time you don't feel it is when you're angry.
So you have to be constantly angry, because if you ever soften up in your mood, you start feeling pain.
Right.
Oh, no.
And so by the time Angron had come to his legions, he was a monster.
He was just one angry motherfucker.
And he did not want to join the Emperor. At all.
Oh, okay. So he's one of the ones who, like, I'm not about this. I don't want it at all.
He landed on a gladiator planet and basically led a rebellion with the gladiators against the ruling class. And on the night of the final battle that was going to decide the fate of the planet, the Emperor shows up and is like, we got to go. Angron's like, I'm not leaving my people. So the Emperor removes him by force.
Oh.
And then all of the gladiators are slaughtered in that battle because their leader and their leader is gone.
Oh my gosh.
And so Angron falls into this despair, and it's literally the Emperor sends in a representative of his legion to meet Angron, to meet their new Primarch, and he just slaughters him.
Oh wow.
He's like, I don't want any part of this.
Yeah.
And it's not until a Space Marine by the name of Karn shows up and goes in there, and Angron just starts beating the fuck out of him, and he's like, you guys are nothing, I don't care, like, you are not the warriors that I had. My warriors would have done this and that, and they've done this and that. And Karn, while getting the shit beat out of him, is basically like, fuck you. My name is Karn. I am this rank. I have fought on this battle. I have slayed this many people. I have part of this campaign. The whole time Angron's just beating the shit out of him, Karn's just laying out all his accolades. He's like, you have no idea what I've done.
Wow.
And it actually works.
Holy shit. The balls.
Yeah,
That's
I actually really like. So I'm not big into the World Eaters. They're fine.
Yeah.
They're one-dimensional. They can't. Yeah. They're all obsessed with blood. But Karn is cool.
Yeah.
Karn is, and he's kind of. There are characters that kind of become almost Primarch-like. They take on such. Yeah. And in the way the other legions, the rest of the legion looks at them.
Gotcha.
They've earned enough reputation and accolade that like they're almost Primarch level, and Karn is one of these.
Yeah.
He's called Karn the Betrayer.
Oh, because
but
traitor and all.
Yeah. But so he manages to talk Angron into taking the World Eaters, and Angron makes all of them take the Butcher's Nails.
Really?
Yeah.
Plants it in
every single. Hey Dan, what's up?
How we doing, sir?
Still haven't fixed my car problems yet.
Well,
doesn't seem to be the battery. It might be the solenoid. So,
oh no,
yeah, it's the car stranded out on Bridge Street, which is the busy part of town.
The busy, oh yeah, oh god, even every small town has that area where like it's busy. That's ours.
Yep.
Well, pop on your headphones and
let's talk. Yeah, let's talk about some World Eaters.
Yep, we're on.
Nice, frustrated, angry mood.
So
it's perfect.
You're in just the right mood then.
To get back on track, you were talking about.
So Karn shows up and he takes the opportunity to put the Butcher's Nails in every single one of his legionnaires.
Yeah,
and like the other Primarchs do voice concern about this. They're like, what? They're like, Dad,
this is
Dad,
bad.
What? No, and the Emperor's like, you all have absolute say over your own legions. It goes for all of you. It's across the board.
Oh wow!
Like this is Angron's decision.
So he literally allows them to get these like torture brain devices in their fucking heads.
And so over time, this does exactly what you think, and they end up going berserk and they turn traitor. Just out of sheer.
I mean, yeah, this is a pretty clear-cut path to becoming a traitor legion, I think.
Yeah.
And
what's funny is Angron becomes a demon prince, just like most of the other traitors, but he had no interest in serving any chaos god whatsoever.
Okay. So
he got so angry during the battles and he was just raging that Erebus, remember that name?
I remember that motherfucker.
From the Word Bearers.
Yep.
The from this way a serpent doth slither.
Yes.
Erebus actually does a ritual that turns Angron into a demon prince, whether he wants it or not.
Oh, no shit.
And it actually leads to like a 3-way battle because the World Eaters and the Word Bearers are fighting the Ultramarines.
Okay.
But then when the World Eaters realize what Erebus and the Word Bearers are trying to do, they divide forces and are fighting the Word Bearers, trying to stop Erebus from turning Angron into a demon prince.
Holy shit. Warhammer. I don't know what to say to that. That's nuts.
And they fail.
He's now a demon prince.
And so he is now a demon prince.
And I feel like the World Eaters have a decent amount of loyalists who go running around and like didn't want
any part of it.
Who am I thinking of?
So it's not the world. So I literally found one loyalist World Leader, just one, and he actually becomes a member of the Grey Knights.
The Orphans of War.
No, well, so okay. So there are the Orphans of War, which are like this faction of Space Marines during the Horus Heresy that didn't have a home. Like if your Legion went traitor or if they were wiped out,
they lost their daddies, so they were.
Yeah. So
no.
So there. Yeah, I imagine there are probably some world eaters in there. I don't know who they are, but I'm almost certain there probably is. But there's one that I did find, and he ends up he was snatched up by Nathaniel Garrow, and
from Death Guard.
Yeah, and he was taken to Malcador to become a Grey Knight. So there were loyalists. There were Space Marines from every legion, except the Word Bearers,
zealots, that
stayed loyal regardless.
Yeah,
and a lot of them we don't know what happened to them. Some people speculate they all became Grey Knights. Other people think that they were very quietly ushered into other legions.
Oh, okay. Better than I thought it was going to be.
You thought another Thunder War scenario?
Yeah.
Well, that's the third option. We just simply don't know.
Warhammer.
Yeah. So that's the World Eaters.
That's the World Eaters.
And so
they're
next,
pretty straightforward.
They're very straightforward.
Yeah.
Oh no. I left them for last, didn't I? I did.
Who is
Motherfucker.
What did you do?
The Alpha Legion.
for the last.
That's the last of the quote unquote traitors. That's fitting as fuck. I'll tell you what. I did that totally by accident, but that absolutely works.
You're like, look what I have done.
Ugh.
Okay.
Fucking Alpha Legion.
So I would start similar to, but maybe a little different from the Dark Angels. The Alpha Legion was very kind of insular. They did everything themselves.
Okay.
And there's a big thing on we don't know how big the Alpha Legion was.
We don't know anything about the Alpha Legion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like, so guys, what you have to realize so we've been kind of talking about how when we say it's this but Warhammer, that means it's dialed up to an 11, right?
Right.
So the Alpha Legion, their entire job is they are a legion of spies and misinformation artists.
Okay.
And so imagine that, but it's Warhammered.
So turned up to that 11.
It turns out that they have two Primarchs, twins.
Yeah.
Alfarius and Omegon. Maybe.
Oh, okay.
They went traitor. Maybe. For some reason.
Maybe.
Possibly. They might actually be loyalists who are on the inside. Maybe.
During the Great Crusade, their whole thing was like putting in like spies for subterfuge and like wrecking a planet from the inside out before they take it over.
Maybe
spy networks on spy networks. And cool. They had a big thing where they wouldn't really like show who's in charge. They would randomly have people be like, "I'm Alfarius."
So the thing is their Primarch was actually the shortest of the Primarchs, and he was short enough to pass for a tall Space Marine.
He could blend in with the Space Marines?
Yes.
No kidding.
So they would they would just be like, which one of you's in charge? And they'd be like, I am. They'd be like, who are you? I'm Alfarius. Are you? Maybe.
I am Spartacus. That's
probably where they got.
That's yes.
Cool.
So
I love it. They're so sneaky. So the question is now, are they really are they really traitors?
Maybe.
Or are they fight? Yeah. That's so cool.
The Alpha Legion make my brain hurt.
So are there different schools? I imagine that the fans
my God,
have different schools of thought on this.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, which you kind of went into a little bit there.
Most of the ones I've seen, I'll tell you what, to kind of step out for a second. Games Workshop, whenever they decide to do a storyline with the Alpha Legion, which at this point, I don't know that I would do just because whichever way you lean.
You're going to piss somebody off?
It seems to me as a person who's not been in this a long time, the vast majority of Alpha Legion fans believe that the Alpha Legion are loyalists playing the long game.
Ah, okay.
If that turns out not to be the case, people are going to be pissed.
And it'll be their Alpha Legion people that are pissed.
It'll be the Alpha Legion people who are pissed.
Oh, boy.
Now, that might not be the majority. That's just seems to be the majority that I've seen.
That's what you've been able to see so far with the...
Yeah.
And that's fair. Because I'll bet you there's some people that are like, yeah, no, they're traitors and we like them and they're espionage and infiltration.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm sure there is. There most definitely is. We know, so there are very few confirmed facts. A confirmed fact is that Alfarius is dead.
Okay.
He was killed by Rogel Dorn.
Okay. So he's able to,
Now
that is verified. Got it.
Omegon, or no,
Omegon. That's all.
Omegon may be dead. We don't know.
Oh.
He maybe perished in a fight with Reboot Gilliman.
Or it could have been a legionnaire.
Well, yeah. Well, so I think it was Rabute Gilliman is who he was fighting. But when he killed him, Rabute's like, I would have expected a Primarch to put up more fight than that.
Oh.
And then
Oh, cool.
That's it. That's
man.
like the only line.
So, okay. Huh.
So he might still be out there, and most people believe that he still is.
It could be like, well, that just reminds me of like the Trojan
But
War.
Dan, an interesting theory that I heard?
No.
Their Hydra symbol, that is the symbol of the Alpha Legion, is a 3-headed Hydra.
Oh, you cut off the head and another one grows back.
Yeah, but 3 heads.
There might
Or
be a
more.
third one.
Could there be a third?
Oh.
Yep.
Whoa. Okay. Interesting.
So
these guys are.
So yeah.
I want to
These
give
guys are cool.
like a little example of like Alpha Legion.
Sure.
fuckery.
Go
Okay.
for it.
It's the Beaky armor. The Corvic. So they were developing new armor for the armies kind of during the Horus Heresy. They're trying to rush the stuff out. And they were developing a special armor for the Raven Guard. And
Okay.
players, I think fans would know. You see different helmets on Space Marines. You mean like, why are they wearing this giant beak? It looks like a giant duck bill on their face.
Okay.
And it looks. Some people think it looks silly. Some people think it's very iconic. But this was the new armor being developed for the Raven Guard, and the Alpha Legion snuck in and stole all that stuff.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. They took their design. Let me see if I can find that. What would I type in the?
Just type in like Warhammer beak. If you're a beaky boy, you're probably gonna get more memes than.
Oh, gotcha. But that might give us the image at least. Beaky boy.
Go up a little bit. I think you passed that on the left, far left. It says Corvus armor. Any of those would work. Go down.
Up right here. Okay.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to see from the image, but yeah, the faceplate, instead of like a grill with holes, it looks like a bird's beak.
It does. I kind of see that kind of.
Yeah, you could go on for hours for the different versions of the armor.
Oh yeah.
For how little technological progress they're always trying to slap
that
things
they always
together
make.
for war. Yeah,
But they like just straight up stole the design.
I think they were able to produce it for themselves, but I think if they couldn't take it for themselves, they wanted to make sure no one else could have it.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe.
It's possible.
Well, yeah, it's fucking possible. I mean, that goddamn Alpha Legion, just about anything's possible. God. They really are just the worst. I really like the Alpha Legion, but damn.
I like to compare them to the Dark Angels. I think it's the 1st and the 20th Legion kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's because the Dark Angels like their secrets and their mystery, but it's all for their kind of cult.
Yeah, it's for their own purposes.
While Alpha Legion's trying to sow this chaos everywhere for everyone. Not even chaos. That's
and
just subterfuge.
Yeah.
And so we don't believe they serve any one specific chaos.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think they're chaos undivided either.
Right.
If they're traitor for their own sake.
So they don't really have much in the way of chaos, like abilities and stuff.
So
like that.
there are specific like Alpha Legion units that have succumbed to specific gods, but
Okay.
it doesn't seem like the Alpha Legion as a whole has adopted serving chaos. And
Gotcha.
like the Night Lords, they're kind of just doing their own thing.
Yeah.
Right.
They're independent.
Interesting.
They're almost third party, but they side with traitors just because the traitors won't shoot at them and the Imperium will.
Yeah. Huh.
So
that's
the legions.
That's our traitor legions.
That's our traitor legions. And so the Horus Heresy kind of all leads to a final battle on Terra, which leaves Sanguinius dead, the Primarch of the Blood Angels.
Yeah.
It leaves the Horus dead.
Yeah.
And the Emperor alive, but very much close to death.
Yeah.
Like
mortally wounded.
Yeah.
He's like missing an arm, an eye. He's had his flesh burned off.
Oh, yeah. He's fucked up.
Yes.
Fucked up real bad.
And so this leads to his internment onto the Golden Throne.
He would have been fine. You could have just rubbed some dirt in it. He would have perpetuated.
Listen, we don't know that he's a perpetual. And they are not about to risk that.
You don't think so?
Fuck no. God. You'll never get the Custodes to agree to pull the plug.
There's a Mechanicum IT guy. He's like, no, we just unplug it and plug it back in.
Yeah. Yeah. Turn him off.
And back on and he's God. Fine. You would have a better chance of moving a planet than you would to get those Custodes to agree to that. They would never.
Yeah. They're just like, nope.
So we're done with the Horus Heresy, which is.
And when we say we're done with it, we're not really done with it.
No,
of course. You
we're
know
past
this by
it.
now.
We're past it on the timeline.
On our timeline.
So like, we're at M32, and to get us to modern times, we have to get to M42.
Yeah. So
we've got
a ways to go.
Yeah,
that's fine.
It is fine. It's absolutely fine. But the point is, this is just one faction of like a 6-faction story.
Right.
That's how big this shit is.
Yeah. And again, I think we said this hours and hours ago now. Like, this is to kind of give you the scope of what we're looking at.
Yeah. This is a story that's best explained to a new person from the point of view of the humans.
Right.
Because it only gets stranger from there.
Right.
So let's set the scene on that.
Yes.
We've established a lot of it. The heresy's over. Chapters are established.
Yeah.
So what are chapters? Yeah. So right about before the new thing that we're going to get into, kind of the Primarchs start disappearing one by one for various reasons. There's a few left. Rabute Gilliman, the hypocrite, the Papa Smurf. He designs the Codex Astartes, which is like a way to run your army, because the Ultramarines are tismy that way.
Gotcha.
They have to have everything nice and structured and ordered.
So
it's all theoreticals
and practicals.
And practicals.
Yeah. Theoreticals are the what ifs, and practicals are putting it into practice.
Mm-hmm.
God,
that's just how they are.
They are just so.
And it's really focused on regimenting the Space Marines mentality, their whole life, their whole day. So they're just not gonna go chaos.
Like 18 hours of practice, followed by 4 hours of drills, And the biggest thing that comes out of it is that they split from the design of a legion. They go from legions to chapters.
Okay, gotcha.
And a legion is 1,000, or is it 10,000?
Legion's like 10.
I think it's 10,000.
Okay.
So they went from 10,000 down to, that's what it was. It went from 10,000 down to, I believe, 1,000.
Oh, wow.
Because I believe
much smaller number.
I believe a chapter is 1,000.
Okay.
And there were a lot of people who did not like the idea.
No. And there were a few of them that actually managed to weasel their way out of it.
Well, here's a big one: was Dorn. He was against it. He succumbed eventually, and he broke his chapters up, or his legion up into chapters.
But it almost led to another war.
No kidding.
And in fact, it was so bad that Dorn actually allowed his own men to get massacred down to chapter level.
Wow.
He knew that the Imperial Fists would never volunteer to be split up into chapters.
Oh.
And so he led them into what he knew was a trap by the Iron Warriors.
The Iron Cage.
And he went in with them. He's like, if I die, I die. I have to do this to ensure their survivals, but I really don't care if I live to see this go through or not.
No kidding.
And they all died down. The Imperial Fists were slaughtered down to the level of chapter.
Wow.
So that they didn't have to make the decision. Dorn does survive.
Wow.
Yep. To die or kind of die later.
He's not dead. He's going to be the next loyalist to come back.
Okay, so they do establish chapters besides the Imperial Fist.
Yeah. Salamanders actually do not have chapters.
Is that right?
So they got decimated way early on in the Horus Heresy in this thing called the Drop Site Massacre.
Yeah, we mentioned that at some point.
I think we might have.
Okay.
But anyway, we probably didn't when we talked about the Salamanders.
Yeah.
But they never, because they're always like no retreat, no nothing, they were never really able to get their numbers up above 1,000 ever again.
Oh,
and so Vulcan made the argument. He's like, listen, we can't hardly meet Legion. We can't meet Legion strength.
Right.
Why handicap us already? And so they do not have to break up into chapters. And as far as we know, there are no splitting chapters of salamanders. Huh. There are rumors of splitting chapters of salamanders, but so far nobody has been able to. So when a chapter is split off from like we take the Blood Angels.
Okay.
They split, they get to 1,000, and then that breaks off into a new chapter. That new chapter takes on a whole new name. It might be close to Blood Angels.
Okay.
Or it might be completely different.
Okay.
And their looks change. They keep some of the similarities.
Yeah, different, but it's a different team, different home world, different recruiting system,
different
similar rituals and practices, but
also different like society sort of.
Yeah.
So like for the Blood Angels, they have one that's called the Flesh Terrors. That's a chapter of the Blood Angels. And the Flesh Terrors are a little bit more aggressive.
It's a successor chapter.
Yeah.
It's its own independent thing.
Separate from them. So it sounds like they change enough of the culture of the group.
Well, it allows players to make their own chapter.
Outside of the lore, that's what it's designed for.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Okay, it's making more sense to me now.
Right.
So, okay.
But inside the lore, it's because
because now we have to keep people from getting
it's too no one can wield as much power as the War Master.
Right.
Right. If theoretically only a chapter will fall versus a legion.
Okay.
But that chapter also creates other chapters.
Gotcha.
If they gather enough material.
They have
to be sanctioned by a committee. But
yes.
Gotcha.
So it's exponential.
Gotcha. Wow. Okay. I don't think I was quite aware of.
But so are the threats of the Imperium.
I mean, Jesus, especially once the Nids starts showing up.
Well, you're skipping way too far ahead with the Xenos here. Let's get to the War of the Beast.
That's fine. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the War of the Beast starts with humanity kind of getting. They aren't as complacent in backwater as they will be in 42.
Okay.
They got some momentum going. Everyone's feeling good. There's peace and prosperity.
They've managed to kind of recover from the Horus Heresy.
They've been taken out.
So right after the Horus Heresy, they launched this thing called the Great Scouring, which is where all of the loyalist chapters just went fucking ape shit and just whole hog cleansed the like
to the warp.
Yeah, they they sent the traitors just fucking running
out with you then.
Yes.
Wow.
And the only ones that didn't run, I think, were the Death Guard. They were like, because the Death Guard, because of their endurance thing, now that they're with Nurgle, they're even tougher.
Right.
And they're like practically impossible to kill. So while everybody else was just like hauling ass out of there, the Death Guard were like slowly leaving, like, yeah, all right, go. We're leaving. Because they just like, we don't fucking care. You can't really do much to us.
Yeah.
Wow.
So they're like giving the finger as they're
on their way out, but given the boot nevertheless.
Yeah. So at the moment, the Imperium is only dealing with minor Xeno threats.
Yep. Very small amounts.
Right.
And so
But that's what should have been their clue.
Yeah.
Anytime orcs are quiet, that's a problem.
And it actually wasn't quite orcs that started the whole problem.
Really?
They sent the Imperial Fist chapter to deal with the Chromes. They were like this insectoid race.
Okay.
They were on a Exodus fleet. They were running from something. And but their path was going right through the core worlds. They would have hit Terra eventually.
And unfortunately for the Imperium is when it comes to Xenos, the majority of the Imperium don't believe that alien races have much sentience or intelligence.
Gotcha.
So none of them are looking at like this fleeing group of Xenos as what's chasing them. They're looking at them as like dumb animals moving across the fields, which is not the correct approach in this particular case.
Oh, it's just a deer running away. It's fine.
Go ahead, Dan.
What's the deer running from?
I'll just say, and I believe it's the Chromes that actually deal the first blow. They hurt the Imperial Fist pretty bad.
Really?
Before the orcs even show up.
No kidding. Okay. because they're just like, get the fuck out of our way.
No, it's a division of the Imperial Fist to get their butts kicked, and they call for more help. So the entire chapter shows up.
Okay, gotcha.
And then they get pretty much wiped. They get wiped out to one man. By the orc threat when it shows up.
Yeah.
Oh, so they run there thinking they're gonna fight some bug boys. I shouldn't say that because that's something else, isn't it? That's the Tyranids.
That's the
sorry.
Nids.
But they think they're gonna
fight
bugs.
this. They're gonna fight this other race.
And that's when that was the first clue that they had it wasn't an insect problem, it was a fungus problem.
Yeah. And I mean, Christ, the level, the size of the biggest fucking war chasing them. Jesus.
So did they
bigger than Olinar?
Yeah.
Bigger than Olinar. Right. Like this, I was going to say, this orc movement, it's a war.
A war, yeah. War is what they call. So basically, whenever orcs launch into a war, they call it a war.
Spelled WAAAAARG, depending on who you ask.
Sometimes there's no R. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It depends on. So,
okay.
But
the
difference between a war and a war is a society that sends an army.
Yeah.
A war is when the society is the army. It's basically a whole civilization of orcs
that are just
going to war.
We want to fight.
Yep.
We want to fucking fight. Wow.
Yep. And it is every man, woman, and child, and I'm using those words with a whole lot of hyphen.
Yeah.
And Jesus.
But yeah.
Big bouts of if in that.
But the Imperium had run into these before.
Sure. They knew they existed.
We talked about that. And they're like, okay, this has happened. We could deal with this. Usually, but not in this case. This is like, what happened here was unprecedented from what I'm gathering. This is insane. Like, I'm reading, when I did my research, I read things like the Imperium was brought to the brink of extinction.
Oh, yeah.
Is like words I'm seeing. And I'm just like, hands on the side of my face, like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck? So it started there with that discovery. And I assume that that's what these guys were running from. The, what'd you call them? The insect.
The chromes.
The chromes. Just kind of a cool name.
Sorry, I couldn't find it. I'm not exactly sure if it was the chromes or the wog that showed up and decimated the Imperial Fist.
Gotcha.
Well, I think it was the war.
Yeah. I kind of like that imagery, though. If they're just like going off into the dark and you just kind of like one man comes back and he's like, holy shit, guys.
Yeah. He's the de facto chapter master. He's considered the last son of Dorn. That's his new like a title they give him.
That's a cool title.
His name's Corland. I can't find the first name, but he has a gathering of successive chapters of the Imperial Fists.
Time for a meeting, boys. Yeah, because you have no idea.
We got to talk.
Yep.
And they invoke the Last Wall Protocol, which is something Dorn himself wrote, and it is when shit hits the fan.
Yep,
boys come together.
Okay.
Codex be damned.
Yeah, it was basically
cool.
it was basically like what they have to do to section off an entire section of the galaxy.
Yeah.
Right. Oh shit. Codex be damned. This is a problem.
And
neat.
They kind of just went with it because no one else was kind of running the show. The kind of the council and the High Admiralty, but it was they weren't doing anything. They weren't prepared for the Xeno threat. They were dragging their feet.
Yeah.
They had no idea what was coming. A lot of them were riding the high hog because of the success of the scouring.
Yeah.
So they thought that the galaxy was more or less cleansed.
And a lot of what I'm seeing on like the High Lords of Terra and stuff is that they were quite paralyzed for a large portion of this as far as like decision making goes.
Yeah, it had the High Lords of Terra, we have to remember, is they hadn't been convened for very long.
No, I think at this point we're only like 1,500 years away from the Horus Heresy,
which everybody's like only 1,000. You're like,
no, but that's not hardly any time.
That's bare. That's talking about. Yeah.
Again, scope. This is a blink of the eye in the duration of the Imperium.
Yeah, and if you can imagine, like, if you think about how much your country on the federal level has red tape and paperwork and the levels of stupidity where somebody has to ask somebody else before they can do the thing that they're supposed to do, so on and so forth. The Imperium has that warhammered again to the nth degree. So making any decision is a bitch.
They have people that they have forgotten about, I imagine, just like sitting in like a cubicle stamping like
stuff that they don't even need.
Obsolete it's like protocols
near insurmountable in 32. In 32 they could have done something.
But by the time we get to 42,
well, see, but I don't think they could have, because imagine how much time it takes to set up that system.
In 32 it might have been like an actual person. In 42 it might be
a servitor.
a half living servitor.
Fucking servitor.
Lobotomized robot.
Fucking servitor.
Yes, we'll have to talk about servitors. They're creepy to me. The idea is creepy.
So the War of the Beast was just this massive war led by a single
the Beast.
The Beast.
So the thing about the war is initiated by a boss. It starts off with the contest for who's top guy.
Who's the leader?
Because that's how it is in orc society. Might is right. If you can beat up the guy,
so it's 100% merit based.
Yeah, it is. Like you have to. Well,
it's kind of just who's the biggest person.
Yeah,
it is, but it is merit based. It is completely. You get in orc society what you are capable of grabbing.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't have the merit for it, if you can't do it, you're not getting it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's brutal as all fuck.
And the more power you get,
the bigger, stronger you become.
The bigger and stronger you get,
literally, physically.
And that's kind of what happened with this orc known as the Beast. I read 10 meters tall.
Yeah.
So that's like a 30-foot orc compared to like, what are they normally like? I mean, they're
the size of a space marine.
They're the size of a space marine,
but
I thought.
They're so the thing is they're like 8 foot, but they all hunch. They're probably like 9.5 to 10 foot tall standing if they were to be total, straight up, but they don't.
Yeah, and then of course it's any size in between too, because they can, the tougher the tougher they are, the bigger they get, and the more tough they get, and the bigger.
Yeah,
and so forth
that would be
a
standard orc warrior would be about 8 foot tall.
And so this guy, and the cool thing about them is like the bigger and tougher they get, the more clever they get.
Yes,
right. And so this guy, by the time they run into this, he was a war boss first. I'll let you get. Yeah.
Well, the thing about this WOG is they have something called attack moons.
Yeah,
they have.
Yes.
Yeah. So the power
which is
belief,
exactly what it sounds like.
Their power belief also powers their technology.
Yeah.
So that's the war energy.
Yep.
Guys, you're gonna have to watch our episode 0.
Right, because we kind of touch on that
a little bit.
It's kind of like it's not chaos, though. That's the big distinction.
It is not. It does not derive itself from the warp.
But as somebody who's kind of more on the outside looking in, it's like it does a lot of the same sort of stuff as far as belief goes. Like you believe in it works, but very different. Don't take me on that.
All orcs have a innate need to fight.
Yes.
Right.
Some have an innate need to build, and they slap junk together, and their belief in that, and everyone's belief in those guys doing it, makes it work.
Right. That's where so that's what war energy does. The more people believe something is true, the more orcs believe something is true, the more true it is in actual reality.
A real big one, it's a meme level. I don't think it's ever been in the lore, but a purple orc is so sneaky, they're invisible.
And so you never see a purple orc. So they would be like, oh, yeah, no, that totally makes sense. And so now you have invisible orcs running around because that's how that works somehow.
Yeah. I mean, you get the memes where it's like the last standing Imperial Guard runs out of ammo. They're all sweating, but the commissar starts going bang, bang, bang. And these orcs start dropping. So everyone's going.
If the Imperium had war energy, Jesus.
But then a bunch of orcs are all gathered together and they're going tank, 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 tank. Yeah, I'm stealing this from the internet. But.
I mean,
it's so we'll have to actually do some cool memes.
So do a meme review of
at some point. It's wonderful, but
I mean, it's even crazier than that because
so the attack moon. That's not a common thing in 42.
That's not a thing at all.
But the Beast is so.
He's so infused with the backing of all this belief in himself and from all these other orcs.
Well, here's a big thing. There were signs of Mechanicus with the orcs.
What? What?
They were seen associating with them on their...
Yeah, so there are rare cases of orcs associating with other races, including the Imperium.
I guess that's true. And the Mechanicus just wants to learn shit. So
yeah, they're addicted.
Like,
they're addicted to knowledge. Oh, I guarantee you, there's very few amounts of heresy that the Mechanicum wouldn't commit if it would have let them understand war energy.
Yeah.
Well, there is the dark Mechanicum that does and tries.
Tries, but they absolutely cannot.
They don't get.
Nobody can. But what's interesting about war energy is that belief is actually becoming its own energy as well. Like you have the Sisters of Battle, which we haven't talked about yet because they don't exist yet, but they commit miracles because of faith. Mm-hmm. So I've actually started to wonder, and I've seen other people question this, whether that energy of faith and war energy comes from the same source. That's not the warp.
That's not the warp.
Right.
So it might be like another place beyond the warp.
See, I was thinking of the like the celestial entities that the Emperor creates, like the angels,
or the Legion of the Damned.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah, but that seems to be more warpish.
Maybe,
perhaps, I don't know.
So, but it could be two-tiered, right? Like the Emperor is doing this from the warp, but the Sisters of Battle are doing it from this other place.
And there could be something else that's like it's separate but different from it, like just another layer or another almost element that's just influenced by belief in some way. Who knows? We're very speculative at this point.
Well, this is something that's kind of ongoing that hasn't been at all rectified.
And that's neat. I love looking into stuff like that too, where it's like, where is this coming from?
But anyway, the war energy allows them to basically take a moon and turn it into a mobile fortress.
Yeah. And
a Death Star.
A Death Star.
Yeah.
Basically. And it complete with the ability to teleport.
Yes.
Like
which the Death Star couldn't do.
Right. Yes. Well, it couldn't it warp drive?
Yeah, but that's not teleporting.
It isn't. You're right. Yeah. Well, and it wasn't warp drive either. I'm getting my franchises mixed up. Anyway.
It was Lightspeed.
Hyperdrive. Yeah. But it could just appear. And it wasn't using the warp. These
right.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. It
was something termed like subspace. It was some kind of thing.
Some sort of, yeah. Because nobody knew what the fuck was going on with these things at first. And they had like giant orc faces on them.
Yes.
And a mouth would open.
And ships would fly out or bombs.
A whole fleet, whatever they wanted.
Yeah.
Because they were kind of, weren't they teleporting that shit through the attack moon from somewhere else at that point too? I think it got that ridiculous. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think the dimensions on the inside matched the outside.
Right.
Yeah, like
it doesn't have to.
Yeah, like more was pouring out than could fit in it was kind of what I gleaned.
And,
like,
I mean, just the fact that it appeared would wreak havoc on a planet
because of all the gravitational forces.
Oh my god.
Because it was appearing to
it was too close to other planets.
Yeah. And at some point, like this,
it could actually fuck up whole systems that way.
Just you're right. Yeah, I guess that would, if a fucking moon, like, I don't know how big these moons were, because moon is a pretty broad term as far as size goes. Yeah.
I would assume that it is the largest classification that you can have and still meet the term moon.
Yeah. Because like it's probably Pluto. I'll say that, even though that's a
planet.
Yeah.
What's Pluto? What's Pluto's moon?
It's not a planet.
Pluto isn't moon. No, it's not classified as
Pluto
moon.
Has a moon.
It does have a moon. You're right. Yeah. Sorry, I misheard you. Yeah. But I wonder if this fucker was like Pluto sized. That'd be crazy. But what blew my mind, because I'm like, holy shit, because it's just, they're destroying system after system, right? They're just ripping their fucking way through the Imperium. And doesn't an attack moon just like appear right over Terra?
Yes. Yep. It's the closest the orcs have ever come to.
Like, holy fuck. Holy Terra itself now has orcs in orbit.
I don't even think they had gotten to the Segmentum Solar, which is the system that Terra is in. I don't even think they got to that before, let alone in orbit of Terra itself.
Like, people could look up and see it. Yep. Like, rioting and stuff like that. People went nuts on Terra.
And that actually has a much larger implication later on.
No kidding.
Yeah. Ooh, cool. That feeds into something later.
Nice.
Just the fact that the orcs did that and what it does to the population.
Oh, yeah. Because, like, that sense of security that they must have, because they are
absolutely shattered.
Yeah. because you're going from like, oh yeah, there's vague threats out there, but there's a whole lot of galaxy between me and the front lines, you know.
They were able to clear that distance while also tying everything else down. Like
right.
Everything.
Oh, that's right. Because they're still at war throughout the entire like galaxy, basically.
All the chapters are fighting on their home turf.
Yeah.
The Blood Angels are able to destroy their attack moon. They get one that shows up on Ball, and they're able to take theirs down.
Well, that's because the Blood Angels are fucking badass.
How did they? Do we know how they took that down?
I actually don't.
Great cost. I'm not sure.
Well,
we were talking earlier.
So
about,
Dan,
death,
one of the things one of the things you missed is I've kind of come to terms that one of the things about Warhammer, and it seems to be almost universal, is that victory means death.
Yeah, in Warhammer,
like you don't get to survive and win.
Yeah.
You can one or the other.
Once again, they've taken like you can't have your cake and eat it too. Turned up to an 11 Warhammer style.
Yes. But what I love the fact that so my second favorite chapter, the Salamanders, the thing about them is they don't get a whole lot, unfortunately. I love them to death, and they seem to be a real fan favorite, but they don't get a lot to do in story. But in the War of the Beast, they do.
Oh,
God love them.
Oh, cool. I haven't really gotten into that in what I looked into.
It takes a while, but
yeah.
But once the fight finally turns to the orcs, they finally get stuff.
Oh, and that's cool because they're very like stand your ground.
Yeah.
And
they're actually specialists against orcs.
Oh man. How did they feel about like Terra getting like infiltrated so deeply?
Well, I'm sure they didn't care for it very much. They're not, but they aren't. So the thing is of course they hold Terra different, but for Salamanders, it's not like they're not the religious kind of zealots that the others are.
They fight for
humanity.
People.
So to them, it is an insult, but no more an insult than it would be for what the orcs were doing in its entirety.
Right.
Yeah, they're just as upset any planet.
Yeah, you're killing people anywhere, and we're not happy about that.
Yeah, so God love them.
Yeah. What blows my mind about this whole thing is, and I keep checking and rechecking, it lasted 2 years, 544 to 546 M32.
Yeah.
That blows my mind that in a 2-year span, this galaxy spanning conglomerate of people is
the Imperium.
Yes.
I was going to say, using that term pretty liberally. Right. Jesus.
They just kind of accidental themselves. They're like, what are those guys running from? Oh, fuck. Oh my God, it's at the Capitol. Like, that's 2 years is nothing at all in this span,
well, the thing is
timeline.
It's really hard for us to comprehend the numbers we're talking about.
Right.
Like after a while, it just doesn't.
Right. It
doesn't absorb.
Reading about this stuff and the amount of devastation and stuff, my mind just goes blank past a certain point of
it's just on that scale of past the level of human comprehension.
It is like you're talking trillions of orcs.
Oh man, see, you throw down a number like that, and it's still not even really touching it.
It doesn't,
because like the Imperium is trillions of people.
Yeah,
and their army is right,
and these orcs were out flooding them.
Yeah, like this war energy, just like. Because orcs are like a fungus. They're going to spread anyway, right?
They are literally a fungus.
Yeah, they are literally a fungus. And this is overtaking the whole goddamn house. It's not like...
Here's how crazy this WOG is.
Ooh, yes.
Let's hear it.
These 3 orcs show up speaking High Gothic.
Oh.
Yep.
So,
perfectly.
So for people that don't understand, this would be like... Yeah, I'm fine with it. This would be like watching Forrest Gump do like advanced calculus. You're like, wait, what?
Yeah. Well, not only is it like trying to sue for peace, like as an ambassador, it's an orc suing for peace.
Yeah.
Not only is it speaking like perfect English, it's asking for the total surrender of mankind.
They're
or their annihilation.
Wow.
It's like, we beat you too bad. We're done with the fight. Give up.
Wow. And so they're thinking beyond just a fight, because that's not very
orcish. But no. it makes sense. Although when they've like achieved this level of WOG
intelligence, and
So while this meeting, I don't think it happens exactly at the same time. This is so different and weird. The Eldar attack.
Well, so the Eldar have memory of the Kronk, which is what the orcs used to be.
The Kork.
Okay. And so the Eldar were like, oh, hell no. Like, we're not having this happen again. Like, you do not want super intelligent orcs running this fucking show. So yeah, they're like, we're going to help the Imperium.
Wow.
In their strange way by assaulting the Imperial Palace. just to deliver a message.
Because they had a personal message to the Emperor.
Well, I was going to say, listen, there's no amount of bargaining that is going to get a Custodes to allow an Eldar into the palace.
Right.
It's just not going to happen.
And the Eldar are so alien to like the way that the Imperium thinks that they're just like, no, we have a personal message. Get out of the way. We're here in peace. Kill you.
Well, that's
kills you.
It's not. They understand perfectly what they're doing. It's just the Eldar have that kind of mindset that they don't need to.
Yeah, like it doesn't mean the same thing to them anymore. Like they're like, yeah, I know you don't like it, but I'm going to cut your head off. They're supremely
arrogant.
Yeah, right.
Supremely arrogant. But they're supremely everything. They feel emotion 10 times more than we do. So it's like they're arrogant. Is like, well, yeah, they're also sad. They're also happy. They're also they're teenagers. They're consistently teenagers.
I should mention what this is. Before those ambassadors came out, the High Lords of Terra and everyone on the planet tried to mount a defense. It was called the Proletarian Crusade.
The Proletarian Crusade.
And they just sucked. It was
bad.
They got slapped down. That's when the ambassadors came. It's like, okay, this is your home world, and this is what you're going to give us. But then the last wall shows up.
Yeah, I was going to say, but the thing is they caught them with their pants down. It shows the upper limits of the thinking of an orc.
Right.
They hit the war moon.
Yeah.
Yep. So this is the exact same. You know how like sometimes you just can't, like the saying is never fight Russia in the winter, right?
Right.
There are certain things that if you're assaulting certain places that you just have to be aware of. And one of the things about Terra is if you assault it, you have to do it with a quickness because the way the entire Imperium is set up, everything is focused with Terra as a center point.
Right.
So reinforcements can appear quickly and then from every fucking direction.
Right. Yeah.
So Horus had the same problem. He got to Terra and he's like, I either have to do this now or the reinforcements are just going to make this impossible.
Mm-hmm.
And the orcs are finding out the same fucking thing.
Yep.
So humanity comes pouring in
to
save Terra.
Yep.
And don't they send up a bunch of citizens and stuff from Terra?
Well, of course.
Yeah. Just like all hands on deck sort of thing, too.
Mm-hmm.
The people who aren't rioting.
In defense of the Emperor.
Yeah.
And this also, the fact that they did that also has some bad implications later.
Oh, dear. Oh, man. These teasers, I swear to God.
And this is also where Mars finally decides to put their hat in.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Mars finally decides to wake the fuck up.
They weren't really...
Well, you have to understand, you have to remember what happened to Mars.
They're sitting there watching that battle moon show up on...
They're like, interesting. Oh, look at that.
Well, you have to... That? Mars got uppercase fucked during the Horus Heresy. Horus took Mars.
Oh, shit.
And the loyal people that were on Mars fled to another planet called Risa.
Okay.
And that became kind of the Imperium's Mars during the Horus Heresy.
Wow. Gotcha.
So Horus took Mars.
Wow.
So it had seen quite a lot of shit went down for Mars during the Horus Heresy.
Yeah. Jeez. Their fabricator general went chaos.
Which is their president.
Yeah. Oh, man. Their leader went chaos.
Yes.
Basically.
And then it just erupted into civil war.
Yeah, because he was the one who allied with the Emperor. He convinced all of his guys to go along with
and then he jumped over to Horus. Basically,
well, he didn't get any recognition from his position.
Okay,
where?
Gotcha.
Yeah, I know.
What is his name? His name was like
something Hall.
Caldor Hall or something like that. But the problem with him is he would go with anybody that offered him more technology. He didn't care who they were.
Oh, as long as he had praise and technology.
Yeah.
He's
well, that's how he got praise.
Right. Advancement.
So whoever, he was a weasel.
Gotcha.
So Mars was not looking to get into a new conflict anytime soon.
Fair enough. But eventually they did get drawn in, right?
Well, I mean, listen, there's no such thing. There are two factions where there are no such thing as sitting on the sidelines. It just doesn't happen. You just can't. That is the orcs and the Tyranids.
Yes.
If they're going to fight, you can't sit on the sidelines. It's not a thing.
Right. Because
they don't care.
Yeah, they're going to come along and rip you apart.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Mars eventually decides to.
Yeah, they're like, well, shit.
Yep.
We have to.
They're like, ooh, they're fighting Terra now.
Yeah.
I'm just flipping through the battle ahead.
Go for it.
I saw something called a gravatic whip. Apparently it's a weapon the Battle Moon had.
Oh, shit. Yeah, let me look that up. I saw something about that too.
It's just another case of...
I think it's just like smacking a planet with the force of gravity, whipping things around.
Okay, it just brings up attack moon, so let's get into that.
So one of the things you have to realize is that a lot of this was stuff that the Imperium had never seen before and hasn't seen since.
Right. Yeah, this seems a little unprecedented. Nothing like this is going on in 42, right?
No, that it isn't. Thank Christ. They wouldn't be able to deal with it. It just wouldn't be a thing.
I'd have to take a deeper dive to find. It looks like the gravity whip sort of stuff, but they're basically somehow slamming planets with
a lash of gravity.
Yeah.
Jesus. See what I mean? I know about the war.
Weapons. Yeah.
I know about the War of the Beast, but that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the weapons in this fucking universe just go nuts. I can't. I remember early on in the days talking about Warhammer, and you were telling me about a fucking grenade that could wipe out a planet, and I'm like, what the fuck? Oh god,
a Death's Head grenade from the Death Guard. It just unleashes a plague that can just fuck a planet, and it's a handheld explosive device. It doesn't even explode; it pops.
It pops.
It just uncorks.
That's all.
God damn it.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to piece more of this together.
Okay.
In the storyline, because
there's a lot to this. It's 12 books.
They're able to disable the moon over Terra.
Okay.
But Mars doesn't want them to destroy it.
Oh, they probably want to study it.
And not only that, the Fabricator General and I think the High Lords are trying to chastise the combined Dorn's kids.
Right.
So yeah, the Mechanicum had suffered quite a blow from the Horus Heresy, especially with the upending of everything. So they had sat out this war. They didn't want. They were like,
they're like, we're done fighting shit.
Yeah. We really can't do this again.
Yeah.
And then essentially, it took the destruction of the Battle Moon to kind of be like, okay, the wind is with us. We're gonna kind of pony ourselves in
and help take care of this now, because we see where this is going. Oh boy, there's a lot here. So, who's this Corland guy? The Lord Commander of the Imperium.
Corland is the last Imperial Fist from the chapter before they all get wiped out.
So that's who we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. He is a Space Marine, and when they had this plan for the last wall protocol, we talked about this already.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. And so he was the last one left, and he actually takes quite a step forward into the story at this point.
Yeah, I was going to say, at this point now, he's Lord Commander of the Imperium, which he wasn't before.
Right. So I don't believe there were any Primarchs left at this point. I believe they were all gone.
Right.
So
he was de facto leader of the Imperial Fist.
And then the last wall protocol kind of superseded.
Gotcha.
So all the successor chapters fall under his command, and they single-handedly, or they didn't single-handedly, the Mechanicum eventually helped them take the attack.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so...
And afterwards, when the High Lords of Terror were squabbling, trying to put blame on other people, take credit for things, they just had a coup. And he took over.
He took over, and now he's effectively running the Imperium at this point.
Right.
Now.
And so at this point, he starts pushing outward, right?
Okay.
So they're trying to regain ground because the loss of that battle moon really kind of fucked things up for the orcs. That was a pretty big blow.
Right. That was all their momentum, really.
Right. And so they were pushing outward. And about this point, they actually come up on this planet called Caldera, which is a planet that's important to the salamanders. But what they find on there is there's a battle moon there, and there's actually a battle going on the surface of Caldera, and it's a battle moon's worth of orcs, which is what, millions, versus a single fighter, and it actually turns out that it's the Primarch Vulcan.
Ooh, and it's just him.
It's literally just him on this planet, and it's actually probably my favorite picture of him is from this time. It's when so we didn't really cover it, but throughout the time period after the Horus Heresy, by one reason or another, all the Primarchs that are left vanished, disappeared. This is 1,500 years later. Vulcan has just randomly appeared on Caldera, and he is just by himself, just handling these orcs. And because he's a perpetual, he can just come back to life. Anytime they tear him down, he just immediately reappears, basically right back where the line was, and just immediately starts kicking their ass again.
Jeez. So he's just perpetual. He's kind of 300ing it with these orcs.
Yep.
Except he just won't die for real.
Is it a regeneration, or does he like pop into place?
So it's literally like a pop, like full armor and everything. Yeah. Like he literally just comes back fully. Like he comes back in the state that he died in. So it's like if you kill him naked, he comes back naked, or at least that's what it seems like to me.
Okay.
Because they never mention anything about supplies or anything. It's just like he popped back and immediately started fighting. And then sometimes when he would be killed in other instances, which we haven't covered during the Horus Heresy, he would come back, but he wouldn't be armed. So it does seem to be he comes back as he died.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so the Imperium kind of sets down and they're like, hey, we need your help. And he's like, I'm not leaving. I've taken an oath for this to protect this planet. I'm not leaving until it's destroyed. And that's it. So, and for reasons that we're leaving, it's part of his story.
Fair enough.
Caldera and him have a history.
Okay.
So he's there fighting them, and the Imperium comes along and helps him push them back, and they destroy the battle moon, which now...
Well, what's actually what I read, they were trying to create a battle moon.
And he was fighting to keep them from doing it.
Right.
Okay, gotcha.
So they destroy that, and now they have Vulcan back on.
Oh, shit.
Kind of on board. But he's kind of squirrely.
Really?
Well, he doesn't do anything. He's put in charge, and he leads, but he doesn't actually give any orders. And,
really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So
they have a lot of leadership struggles. It's so cool because like the orcs are like in their prime as far as leadership goes, but they're catching the Imperium like at its it's still like reforming what the fuck it is that they need in a leader. You know what I mean?
So like what happens is like he gets on the ship and he goes head to Terra and then just sequesters himself away.
Oh.
And he doesn't talk to anybody, doesn't do anything. He gets to Terra and he goes to the High Lords and just rips whole ass. Because he's like, what the fuck is this squabbling about? Like, what in the hell are you guys doing?
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm in command now.
Yeah.
Because they were still squabbling over the Imperial Fist guy. Like, they were like, we don't recognize your power, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, no, I'm in command. And the soldiers were kind of listening to him because, like, why wouldn't you?
Right.
But nobody can contest the role of a Primarch.
Right.
So he's like, I'm taking command. And then he immediately sequesters himself and puts the Imperial Fist guy back in charge.
Oh.
Basically, he's just like, I'm ending the fighting.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So he basically sanctioned then what was going on.
Yeah.
He's like, nope. Okay.
At least that's how it reads to me. Like,
fair. Okay.
Like he doesn't make any real decisions.
Right.
But he leaves that guy in charge who's been doing it the whole time.
Yeah.
So I think Vulcan
was
just trying to like allow him to do his job without the Imperium fighting him on it.
Right. Yeah. Take care of that back squabbling and stuff, which sounds like it was a really big problem.
And they go out to look up to discover the war boss, and people are actually kind of disheartened that Vulcan's just like not doing anything.
Yeah.
And he's just, that makes sense. We have a Primarch, and he's just kind of sitting on his ass.
Yeah.
Which happens for all of about 10 minutes until they find the planet that the war boss is on.
Ooh.
The exact second that they find that, Vulcan is just like, nope. Drops down. He's yep.
Oh,
he was not there to issue orders. He was there to end this.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Okay.
Like and they even said, looking back on it, the design the entire time of Vulcan was for him to fight the Beast one-on-one.
Really? By whose design?
By Vulcan's design. That's why he came in, shut down all the arguments, gave the guy back control, refused to issue any orders.
Because he just wanted to fight this motherfucker.
And get it over with.
All of his own strength. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Come in fresh, ready to fight.
Well, I also think he was like, something happened to Vulcan. Vulcan was easily the most compassionate of the Primarchs. What happened during the whole Horus Heresy, I think, affected him emotionally more than we'll know until if he ever returns in the storylines.
Yeah.
He refused to kill Conrad Kurz despite the fact that Conrad tortured him for a long time. Vulcan is famous for his fans because he gave a hug to Rogel Dorn, which is like unheard of. Right. Rogel doesn't smile. Right. He doesn't laugh, let alone shake hands and or hug.
Right.
But Vulcan gave him a big old bear hug, and not only did that, but got Rogel to hug him back. Like this was like Vulcan is just the big teddy bear of the Primarchs, despite the fact that he is like 18 foot tall.
Yeah.
He is the biggest, strongest of the Primarchs. So I really think this just fucked him up.
Yeah. Because it would be like just watching people his brothers killed each other.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think,
I
don't think Vulcan at his heart was a warrior. I think he was a man of peace that put on the cloak of a warrior when he felt it was necessary.
Was a protector.
Yes.
He wanted to know how to fight so that
he could
with
defend.
The hope that he didn't have to. Yeah.
Defense.
Yeah. So I think a lot of that is because he was, and also like he was the last one. I think I'm pretty sure at that time he was it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So like that's a big weight to have on your shoulders. And especially because everybody's looking to you to be this big turning tide. And you're like, if I wanted to do that, I wouldn't be fighting on this planet by myself.
Right. Yeah.
But they land and Vulcan is the first one basically onto the ground and everybody rallies. Like that's a hell of a thing to see, especially because Vulcan, when he does go ham, is just an obscene force of nature.
Right.
Like
he's a firestorm, basically.
He is. Yeah. Like the salamanders, their whole thing is fire and dragons. And like, he's a Primarch of that who wields a hammer. Like he's a 20-foot tall giant wielding a hammer of fire who can move faster than the human eye can see. Like when he's fighting Conrad, they describe it as like a blur sometimes. Jeez. So like he's not hindered by his size. So I'm sure that was quite a fucking thing to see.
Oh man, that's terrifying.
So they're assaulting the Orcombe world.
Yep.
It happens to be Olnor Prime.
Yep.
Where previously, so this isn't like the original Orcombe world.
But this is the center of it.
This is the capital.
This is the epicenter of the war.
Of his new
empire. Yeah.
And it's called, there's a city called Gorkograd. And it's set at the very spot the emperor like had like a ceremony with his sons after taking the planet the first time during the Unification Wars.
Oh God.
Like that's where he might have like made Horus the War Master. I don't know if that happened there or on the ship later. I don't know.
I don't know. I have to look. That's to be determined.
Yeah.
So they not just it's like an actual city. It's an orc city.
Yeah.
That in itself is strange.
Yeah. No kidding.
I know, but I love like orcish. It's like Russian and German being spoke through a Cockney accent. You're like, what the fuck is this? So weird. It's funny though.
So
the assault force is like a lot of different chapters. We got
they had the salamanders. They had all like
space wolves, blood angels, dark angels.
Listen, when a Primarch comes up and is like, "We're taking a fight," they're like, "Oh my god, okay."
Yeah,
and the Ultramarines.
Ultramarines.
Gotta have the Smurfs.
Several different Militarum regiments.
Oh, I'm sure. I bet there were some Sisters of Battle, the Sisters of Silence, the
sizable Mechanicus force.
Naturally. I'm sure they were throwing everything at it, including the kitchen sink.
They had Imperial Knights and Titans.
Oh yeah.
Oh, cool.
I'm sure there was
neat.
I'm sure there was more than a few Legio Titan. that were thrown at it.
Yeah. So, ooh.
See, that's the thing is like none of this is no battle is just like a group of people. It is like a goddamn just gigantic buffet of all. That's kind of why I dig the Imperium over the other factions. Is even when it's like a chapter or even a legion of Space Marines fighting, behind them is like 1,000 different types of army.
Yeah.
The Astro Militarum.
The Astra Militarum.
The Imperial Guard, I guess.
The Mechanicus, too.
And the Mechanicus, which, you know what? Their army, they're like the Skitarii, I think is what they're called. Their infantry. Yeah. That would be a bizarre looking force.
Yeah? Oh, what? Skitarii. Okay.
SKA.
Yeah, augmented humans with like cybernetics.
Yeah, they're like kind of like Dr. Octopus with a laser gun.
Yep. Well, it's not just that. They get like some crazy
it's double. I know it's double I.
Brain augmentations.
Brain augmentations?
Yeah, they get like kung fu drilled into them. Like programs and
combat.
Is it like Neo?
They can be directed from others watching.
It's not quite servitor level, but it's close.
Oh, cool.
There you go.
Especially if they start taking wounds and get replaced with more parts.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Okay. So they basically just keep getting. It's like Darth Vader times like
Warhammer,
where they're just because this guy kind of looks like a knight in armor. He's so replaced, like they're replacing parts of his body with other mechanical arms.
I would say he's probably an officer. That looks more like their standard infantry.
That's like a ranger, which is kind of their basic.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're just like laser guns with coats and weird like sci-fi helmets.
Yeah.
But you see the antenna they have there that transmits their shit
on his kind of backpack attachment there. Yep. Yeah.
Oh, so they have those fighting along with them.
Some of them have walker legs or like.
Yeah. There's no ending to the amount of modifications these guys have.
Yeah.
So that's why that would be there. Look at that picture. That would be an interesting. The Skitarii would be a crazy looking force because there's no unified look to them other than the red coats.
Right. They're just kind of slapped together and they put a red cloak over it, huh?
Yes.
Slapped together.
No, but it's replaced as needed and then not replaced when not needed.
Slapped together tech, keep them alive.
Baby. Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that would be a crazy looking force.
Oh, man.
And then we're not even talking about the Titans, which are like hundreds of feet tall war machines.
Yes.
Well, so all this force is coming to bear, but Olenor turns out to be pretty rough to fight in.
Yeah.
Because it's an advanced fucking orc society on this planet.
Well, yeah.
Oh my God.
It's like fighting orcs with Eldar tech.
Yeah.
It's an attack planet. The planet itself can be morphed and changed as they need it to work. So they just like create kill boxes.
It's a trap.
Because war energy.
They trapped them.
Yep.
Like, honestly, is there any reason to like, if you had to pick a race to come back as in the Warhammer universe, is there any reason not to pick orc?
Oh, I would totally be orc.
Like, you're happy?
They're at least enjoying it. Either that or like one of Nurgle's guys who's just
I
enjoy all of this suffering. Whoever's the happiest.
Either way, you're painting a lot of green. So.
Right.
But like the orcs though, even when they're snotlings and grots, which are like the little tiny like grubby guys that get treated like shit by the big orcs, they're fine with it.
Right. Because
they're like,
those guys have like their own little fucking black market going on. They're not living too bad as a group, I suppose.
No, but I mean,
even Brave New World kind of stuff.
Yeah, but they're not even like they're cool with being abused because they're like, well. Like that's just the way things
orc life.
Yeah, it's orc life. We're part of the orcs, and you're like, well, just because it's like it's not like they've resigned themselves to it.
No,
they literally enjoy life, even though they're being treated like shit.
And the more violent, the better.
More violent, the better.
Yeah, the more everybody's enjoying everything. Yeah, I'll take the orcs. Like as far as
it's a pretty tough argument.
This world, yeah. Because really, at the end of the day, I just want to be happy. Who doesn't?
So, how do they get out of this trap?
I think they literally just keep pressing through until they get to where
they find a temple.
Yeah, where
Vulcan presses in.
Yep, that's when he encounters the beast, the 30-meter.
Yeah.
Well, no, they bust into this inner chamber, and there's a statue.
It's not a statue.
It's not a statue.
Right. Vulcan actually thought it was. but it started to move, and it actually like and speaks to him in perfect high Gothic, and is just kind of gloating about
destroying humanity.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And Vulcan's just like, yeah. Okay, and then just tackles him into the fucking engine of the world. That's like,
which has all that raw wah energy, right?
Yeah, it's powered by like a generator in the center that harnesses and uses wah energy. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me how. There's absolutely no reason in asking those goddamn questions whatsoever.
Because it's wah.
Yeah, it's just because that's how the orcs conceived that this battle planet worked.
Which I love that they've now escalated from moons to planets. Yeah. They did it before Star Wars.
So the beast channels all this energy and drives it into like an attack. He thinks he's just going to whoop Vulcan.
Yep.
Oh, shit.
Yep. Yeah, just like Super Saiyans it.
Just takes it, absorbs it, puts it into his hammer.
And then smashes it into the fucking engine.
Yeah.
What?
Just detonates the whole thing.
With his hammer by absorbing war energy.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And a lot of people kind of so there's absolutely no explanation to how or why he was able to do this, because war energy has never been shown to work on anybody that's not an orc before.
Right.
A lot of people speculate that it's the combination of Primarch and perpetualness that allows him to do so.
Okay.
But
because he's like, even as far as Primarchs go, beyond ordinary.
Yeah.
Dude, he killed, right when they came in to meet the beast, he killed the Crimson Fist and Ultramarine chapter masters.
Oh, shit. Killed him.
Yep.
What? Just
and he
going in.
He swatted away the Blood Angels captain.
The orc.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he's just smashing people that like he shouldn't be able to smash.
Well,
like,
I mean,
on his
yeah,
yeah,
30 meters.
God,
but I mean,
it
doesn't even really appear that Vulcan really tangles with him much. He just hauls off and tackles him.
Yeah,
and then he just does the
smites him with his fucking
hammer.
War empowered hammer suddenly, I guess he hits the engine. Does that just set the planet off?
Yeah.
What about all the other?
Well, so I don't think it actually destroys the planet.
Not like
okay.
No,
so
it
it's
just
not like
hollows.
Death Star
No,
thing.
it just hollows it out.
Oh, damn!
And it vaporizes them both.
Oh yeah,
the Beast and Vulcan.
Wow.
And that's kind of the end of the Vulcan part. So
what?
Yeah, he's never reappeared since then.
Oh shit!
But just to kind of cliffhanger it for, well, I mean, it's not to not. There's no such thing as a not cliffhanger with him because it just ends. Before this happened, and it looks like maybe during this part where he was kind of sequestered by himself, he wrote down that missed. Anyway, something fell, something banged. It looks like it's a can of some sort.
Yes.
But anyway, so he wrote down that before they found him on Olenor, that he hid some salamander tools. We don't know what they are.
Okay.
And each one of them has a name. I think there's 7 of them, and they found 3.
Oh. Okay.
And supposedly if they and I'm not sure on those numbers, I'll have to double check. But basically, he left all these different, like, one of them is like a weapon, the other one's like a shield. So we don't know what all of them are, but they appear to be different random pieces of gear.
Uh-huh.
And Vulcan was like an exquisite. He was a blacksmith, so his ability to create shit was like second to none.
Right.
So it's good stuff.
Yeah.
But supposedly, if you find all these pieces and bring them back together, then he will come back.
Ooh, so it's kind of like, man, that's a neat blend of like Hephaestus and Osiris in a way. Like he's a forging god, and Osiris is in a bunch of different. His body's in a bunch of different pieces, not his artifacts. But.
So that's kind of where Vulcan's at in the rest of the Imperium. The Salamanders have a specific group who are dedicated to trying to search out these artifacts and try to bring back their Primarch.
Wow. I loved how he just came back to end the War of the Beast.
Basically what it seems like.
Yeah. What I get confused about, though, with the Beast is that sometimes I see numbers like there's like another one. Like they find another one.
There was no real... there was this... I don't know, like this weird orc chanting and this like message that kept getting sent out.
What?
Yeah, just said, "I am the slaughter. I am the slaughter. I am the slaughter."
Shit. Which isn't that another name for the beast? Like the slaughter? I think it's like another translation of whatever their orc word is for him.
So after he was gone, there was,
like, was it? But is it a question of whether or not it was the same one? Or
it had the broadcast, I think, went out after he was gone. So it's like, is there another orc claiming to be
the beast?
The beast.
Huh.
Or could it be if they believe that he's unkillable, like
then he would be, because of the way that works,
right?
And all that. There's never been a better condition for their belief, like,
to manifest
ever.
In that way.
Yeah, they're just top tier orc right now. Have they ever been more powerful than this? Like, even in prehistory?
Oh, sure. When they were the Croak, they were like,
really?
Oh yeah, it's why. Oh yeah, they were orcs with the power of war, but they were like Eldar intelligence. That's why.
Oh shit.
That's why when they started getting intelligent again, the Eldar were like, no way.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, wow. It looks like even after the beast died, like the war kept going.
Really? Yeah. Well, shit.
Yeah, they
it's not exactly cutting the head off the snake this time, is it?
There was a second battle of Olenor.
Really? The Imperium went back.
Yeah, I think they found a way to like reverse engineer the wall. Yeah,
mankind did?
They had to use the null effect of anti-psychers.
Like so they used a bunch of blanks to nullify the wall.
This is when the Sisters of Silence came in.
Like, were founded?
They were able to decimate.
Oh, okay. So what you have to understand is that is not really the death of the beast, I think, kind of concludes the War of the Beast proper. Now we're into the age of apostasy, and this is a leftover war.
Okay.
That concludes, because the Sisters of Silence didn't come in until after this. Now we're getting into the age of apostasy.
Okay. Because so that might be what where I'm like, oh, it's only a 2-year period. Maybe it was just dealing with that up until that point, and then Third Battle of Olenor.
Right.
Jesus.
Well, so there's also the War of Beasts, right?
Yeah. So it's okay. So it's ongoing. Yeah.
A lot. So there's a saying with orcs, right? Once an orc colony has established itself on a planet, there's really no way to ever burn it out besides exterminatus.
Yeah.
Like, they'll go dormant, and it's the same for the Tyranids. They'll go dormant for thousands of years only to crop back up.
Right.
Once the conditions are right for the spores for the orcs to propagate they're back.
And boy, they did some spreading there.
People think like certain exotic creatures, deadly creatures on certain worlds might be Tyranids.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, cool.
The Catachan.
The Catachan.
Wow.
So leading into the Age of Apostasy, the Age of Apostasy is really where things are kind of cemented into the gutter for the Imperium.
Yeah.
I think they could have come back from the Horus Heresy had the Age of Apostasy not happened.
Okay.
With Vulcan gone and all the Primarchs gone, that fucking fight about who's in charge again kind of flares back up. And this is where the Imperial cult and the ecclesiarchy really kind of establish and cement themselves. And what the Imperial cult is worshiping the God Emperor, or worshiping the God Emperor. It's worshiping the Emperor as a god.
Right.
And treating him as some sort of deity, which is directly
completely opposed to what he has explicitly said within his own decree and laws and stuff like that.
And it gave them an excuse to call out heretics and persecute.
Right. So they were looking for somebody to blame for all this thing that had happened. And in fact, if you recall, the people that were rioting and stuff during the moon being over Terra, they didn't go to fight, so they were left over. And so these fanatics that had been drummed up while all of this War of the Beast were going on were now in this new era of there was no threat, but like everything had been devastated. And so a combination of the ecclesiarchy, kind of the Imperial cult kind of started gaining power, was people started claiming that this whole age was just the Emperor punishing them for not being faithful before this. So you had like fanatical religious riots busting out all over different planets, where they were looking at anybody who didn't worship the emperor in as extreme ways as they did as a heretic, and they would have them burned at the stake. This, the witch hunts, the equivalent of what we had in like Europe and in Salem as well.
Yeah.
Around the world, actually.
Yeah, we have witch hunting behaviors. Pick your fucking poison there.
So while this was happening, the ecclesiarchy, which was like the priesthood of the imperial cult, was really starting to gain power more and more and more, to the point where they were easily challenging the High Lords of Terra.
Oh, shit.
And it actually started to get to where they were winning in power. And then this one gentleman, which you actually found a thing talking about the War of the Beast that talked about a man who led a scene that would have consequences for decades. Remember that?
Yes.
His name is Gulge Van Deer.
Ooh, Gulge Van Deer. Okay.
Yep. He is an ecclesiarchal priest who basically climbed the ladder to become the head of the ecclesiarchy.
Oh, okay.
And he did that by promising the retiring head of the ecclesiarchy that he would. So one of the things he did was he was able to kind of promise one of the heads of the ecclesiarchy, like, hey, if you support me becoming the head, I will put you in charge of the astral officinarum, I think is how it's pronounced. Basically the head paper pushers. So the Imperium is headed by the High Lords of Terra, the ecclesiarchy, and then the Astrum Officinorum, the guys that the paper pushers. And so he was like, if I take 2 out of 3, I can control everything.
Right. Okay.
And then by hook and by crook, he basically got him into office and then got him out of office and declared himself ruler of both.
Oh, shit. Okay. Gotcha.
And so he had the High Lords of Terra hogtied.
Yeah.
And just, the way so I need to back up just a little bit, because by the hook or by crook, there's actually an important detail in there. While he was ascending to the head of the ecclesiarchy, he found a cult of women called the Wives of the Emperor.
Wives of the Emperor.
And he took them on as his personal bodyguard. He did this by telling them that he was personally blessed by the Emperor. What they didn't know was he had like a little technological insignia that created a shield. And he asked them to shoot at him. And when the bullet bounced off his shield, he said, see, the Emperor personally protects me.
Oh my gosh.
So they vowed their eternal loyalty to him as both his bodyguards, his assassins, his entertainment. And he basically used a lot of equipment and medical science to kind of bump them up to basically like Captain America level. Like they're no joke.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, they're like peak. So he used them, like he went into, like there was when he was ascending to the head of the ecclesiarchy, there was a bunch of cardinals that like disagreed with what he was doing. And they were calling a conclave together to kind of consolidate the opposition to him. When they had their meeting, 3 or 4 of the wives of the emperor showed up and left carrying all of their heads. So he used like that kind of shit.
Holy shit.
Yep. It's called the Reign of Blood.
Yep. And that's when it became known as the Reign of Blood, because anybody that stood up against him, he basically just lobbed them off,
cut them down.
And this is where the kind of whole thing of in the Imperium everything is a heretic. This is where this starts.
Okay.
During this era, because the ecclesiarchy, which by the way I believe are the main infection of the Imperium at this point is the ecclesiarchy. Yeah. My opinion of them is very dire.
Right. Yeah.
And you know why? Because I believe I would make a good inquisitor, because the imperial truth and the ecclesiarchy is not that.
I mean, yeah. They are very, they're not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be a religion.
And what's even worse is the book the ecclesiarchy based the imperial cult off of. The entire religion is the Lectitio Divinitatis, which was written by fucking Logar, the Primarch of the Word Bearers.
No kidding.
Yeah, it was the Word Bearers' religion.
They're effectively like that's almost like the side effect of chaos, kind of like poisoning, and you know what I mean?
It's stupidity of the highest caliber.
I can't believe that.
The hubris of those motherfuckers to think they can make it work.
Yeah.
There's a lot of heresy and like stuff going on because of this like corruption at the top.
Well, yeah, of course there is.
And it started this isn't that long after the Horus Heresy, is it? That we're talking about.
No, this is just basically the Imperium trying to figure out how in God's name to move forward with all of their leaders decimated.
Oh, and it's already getting like fucking Palpatine, basically.
Yeah, by this one guy.
Holy
and
shit.
He's in there for a long time. It's a couple of millennium.
No shit.
Like he uses technology kind of keep himself in workable condition.
Yeah.
He's got the wives of the Emperor singing hallelujah to him every day. I'm sure he's having a grand old time.
Jeez.
And I mean,
he's pretty much the one running the show at this point.
Yeah, and because it's run by this kind of dogma of religion where anything that it's like, so they look at like all of the machines and things as like divine from the Emperor, and to improve on it or to change it is heresy. Even to develop technology is heresy, and it all comes from like this asshole and what his fucking padres decided to do.
Wow.
And so that's why when we get into like the M42 era, like they are so far behind the times what they should have been is because of these guys right here.
They just completely halted progress with some dogma.
They did of the highest order.
He gets taken out, but even the guy who replaces him.
Yeah, but it's all because of him. He starts it.
Okay. He started the heresy finger pointing that we still see.
And he made it widestream.
Yeah.
Apparently, Sebastian Thor. So he follows the Imperial Creed, which is already like its own religious thing that isn't quite the truth.
Yeah.
He leads like a revolt because fights all the corruption.
Yep.
Okay.
Has a new team that takes over.
And so like this goes on until I believe, I'm trying to think who it was that was like open your eyes. Was it the Grey Knights? I believe it was. I believe it was a Grey Knight. It was a Grey Knight who decided to come and he decided to level off the sisters, the wives of the Emperor.
Okay.
He came to them and was like, listen, like, because everybody basically agreed, like, we're not going to be able to get to this guy while these ladies are in the way.
Yeah.
Because the Astartes, the Space Marines, do not interfere with the inner politics of the Imperium. That is not their job. The Ecclesiarchy, the High Lords of Terra, they don't get to tell the Space Marines what to do either.
Gotcha.
The Space Marines are 100% top to bottom, entirely focused on defending from outside threats. Anything that happens interior is completely out. So they don't have a vote in this while this is going on.
Right. Oh, wow. They just have to serve the Imperium as it is, however.
And quite frankly, most of them don't think very highly of base humanity as it stands.
Yeah.
So they're not really interested anyway.
Well, and it sounds very, their political structure seems very classist and cruel up to a point anyway. Now, obviously,
oh, sure.
Frankly, once you get on a planetary level, it's like whatever.
It's going to have to be.
Yeah.
At a certain point, isn't it like meant to keep people from getting into chaos?
Yeah. I guess that
and it's a method for control, obviously.
Yeah.
And to get that tithe so that they can defend against Xenos and chaos.
Yep. Because like living in the Imperium is quite an interesting prospect because of
I think fear of like the Iron Man would be like a primal fear.
So yes, the fear
had some influence.
The fear of AI in the Imperium is rooted deep.
Yeah.
And for good reason.
Right.
It's like lemurs like afraid of eagles, even though they don't see any anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's entirely justified as to why. So
that's kind of where I'll bet you that's where that creed is kind of rooted in, where it's like, no, you don't fuck with the machines. I'll bet you there's something in there that kind of led to that. Like,
it's what led to the spirit in the machine, right? Because they had to, machines can't function without some form of AI, especially once you start getting so advanced as to where they already were.
Right.
Like, so they had to figure out a way to kind of logically make it work to themselves. So it's not AI, it's a spirit.
Yeah.
Which
Right. And so it's
just as terrifying as an AI, in my opinion.
And it's kind of funny because they're like saying that to not be heretical, but they're also like being heretical as fuck by saying
because it's a soul in the Emperor.
Yeah.
So soul takes kind of a different connotation in Warhammer because your soul also exists as a psychic entity into the world.
So it's kind of almost like scientifically proven.
It is, but
but
they try to remove the holiness from it.
Right.
I guess is a good way of putting it.
Right.
And like what I was going to say about living in the Imperium about being interesting is it's not like if you're on a farm planet, it's not everybody owns a farm. Right. You live in these fucking things called hive cities that we haven't talked about yet. We need to get this out of the way.
Yes.
Hive cities are the Imperium's answer to overpopulation. Is you build out wide, certainly, because they can be like a continent spanning.
You also go deep.
And deep. Yeah. But they go up.
Like, holy shit, up. They're called hives because they look like a massive hive from a distance. Like, yes. You wouldn't even be able to make out.
They look like termite mounds.
Yeah. Just buzzing with, populations of billions of people.
Like swarming ants.
Yep. Yeah. And it's just like what you would think. The further down you go, the greasier and grimier, the worse it is. And like I'm sure there is, but I've never actually found a documentation of a first-hand account of the center of a hive city.
Right.
I've seen down underground, and it's like it's like mutants and fucking the listeners won't know what this is, but it's called a gene stealer cult. Like there's them fuckers down there, and I love me some gene stealers. Stay tuned for that.
Yeah.
But
their underbelly is real bad. Like their police forces won't go down there except they're marching into battle.
Yep. They do it every 20 or 40 years or some shit.
It's starting to bleed upwards because it's just as you would expect. The higher up you are in this fucking thing, the better off you are.
Everything's just run by gangs down there.
Yep. Yeah. And then when you get down further, even the gangs won't fucking touch it because it's even crazier.
Right. It's the dregs of the dregs of the dregs.
Right. I have never read a firsthand account of the core of a hive city. I feel like holy shit.
Famous hive city is Necromunda.
I do know a little bit about Necromunda. It's considered. I think it's the largest hive or one of the largest hive cities.
Jesus. Yes, because it was a prosperous city state before the Imperium claimed it.
And then they just
they fought and they got kind of semi-glassed.
And then they just set up a wall around what was left and then hive city'd into it.
Okay, gotcha. Yep. Wow. But
it's huge. Check it out.
Yeah, what was
Necromunda. But it's got going outside of the lore, it's got its own subsection of games that are just in Necromunda itself.
RPG series.
That's fucking cool.
And I know that the people that are fans of that are die-hard fans of that.
Yeah,
cool models.
Actually, that's what's popping up. Is
kind of Mad Max. And
so there's actually a new game coming out or is out. It's a first-person shooter that takes place in Necromunda.
Oh, that's cool.
So, yeah.
Because it is. It looks. It kind of just comes up in the center. It's the highest. You know what I mean?
Right.
It just kind of. I don't want to say pyramids, but to give you kind of the
it's
idea.
Like a giant. It's like a giant lonely mountain.
Right. Yes.
And it goes so far under the surface.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like an iceberg.
It's going deep. Yeah. You're seeing the tip of an iceberg, kind of.
But it's still, some of them go into above the atmosphere and almost into space.
Right.
They're so huge.
Because everything is just insanely big in this stuff. And you could have multiple hive cities on a planet, and it just that's a hive planet, right? Where it's just, and each one has billions of people in them.
That's what Earth is.
Towering. Terra is.
Yeah. But it's just, there's nothing but that. But a hive or a farm planet would be like a hive city like that. But everything else around it is the farm. And then you go out and work the fields and then you go back and live in the hive city.
That's cool. And that's kind of different from, because usually with the hive city, the land outside is completely unusable anymore. The amount of population has produced so much pollution that it's unusable.
That depends entirely upon what type of planet it is.
Right. Yeah. But that's more like a factory sort of base.
An agri planet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then they have cemetery planets.
Oh my God. You were telling me about those.
Yeah. All they do. So it has hive cities on it full of people. And all these people's lives are just dedicated to burying the dead of the rest of the sector.
And cataloging
them in records that nobody will ever read for no reason.
Oh man, that's just crazy. And there's whole planets dedicated to that. Cemetery.
Yep. There's planets that exist just as a tomb for one individual.
Holy shit. What? No kidding.
Yes.
Like it's all just a
governors and
Whoa.
Popes,
What?
patriarchs, saints.
Yeah. Whole planet dedicated just to one person, one mausoleum for a person.
More people will be buried there, but it's all in dedication to
all. Yes. Yeah. Right. There might be servants buried there or other people that worshiped him or whatever, but it's all like their tomb becomes a praise to that person.
Yeah. There's like resort planets of some sort.
Oh yeah, they're called pleasure planets.
Oh, of course. Okay. I'm trying to think. It's like probably any concept I can think of. It exists.
There are like the colonial worlds, and there are like backwater worlds.
Yeah,
right.
There's feudal worlds, which are worlds that are basically like medieval level and lower.
Right.
Which honestly, if you were a human born into the Imperium, that's probably about as cushy as you get.
Well, a lot of the like night worlds, like where they have imperial houses. Worlds. Like if you had a
night, yeah, the night with a K.
Yeah.
They might have like a feudal world. They might control the whole planet, keep it kind of rustic for their hunting grounds.
Okay.
And then they train up their knights to run these worlds.
And just to give an opinion, just to give you guys an overview, like knights are mech warriors basically that are how tall, they're not quite Titan level, but
I think varying sizes, but they can get very, very big.
They can get well over.
A Titan would like be as large as that hive city standing there.
Right.
Oh, holy shit.
It could be.
Yeah.
Wow. But a knight could be
like a building.
Okay. Okay.
Size,
one of these spires in there.
Bigger than a Space Marine, bigger than a Dreadnought.
Bigger than a tank? Well, yeah, bigger than a tank for sure.
Yeah.
Say under 50 feet. Depends if they have spikes on them or not.
I mean, some of
I love it.
Yeah.
Depends on if they have spikes. What a thing to.
I mean, the fact that actually matters in the height level is kind of retarded.
I know it's kind of like how you measure like horse's height from the shoulder. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, so that goes into kind of the aesthetic of Warhammer is sometimes you'll see armor that people are wearing that you're just like, that is like 6 or 7 inches above your head.
Yeah. Right.
And like you could not see behind. It's like some of this stuff is just so massive.
Yeah.
The backpacks. You can't see anything behind you.
No, you can't.
No.
But whatever.
Yeah.
So anyway, you're living in these hive cities and it really sucks. And it's even worse because now you have the thumb of this ecclesiarchy that's really pressing you down.
Right.
Like, I'll tell you a place that I would never want to be born would be a cathedral planet.
Oh, yeah.
Which is just a giant church run by the ecclesiarchy.
Jesus.
And like, you are run like you're a monk. Like every day it's all about praising the emperor and how much you can sacrifice. And oh my God, that is literally, I would pick the Tau over that.
Yeah, wait, Guevara? Is that what it is? It's one of the humans that allies with the Tau.
Listen, I try not to associate with the Tau. I'm saving it for when we have to cover them. I need that stank on and off me as soon as possible.
The problem here is I think I'm actually going to really like the Tau, and that's
you're
just going to get stuck with that. So
I know. Oh my God,
he's putting it off.
They're so obnoxious.
It's not a problem. It's great for the viewers.
Yeah.
Greater good sucking sons of bitches.
The greater good.
But
so like these hive cities are going on. And it's kind of neat because like to me, planets are like local government. In a big way, like they could, because they'll just be whatever they need to be. I guess it's fair to
qualify them as
in a way
government.
Because at a certain level, it's pretty hands off on these planets. It's basically like pay the tithe and you're cool. Like whatever the demand is, which I guess those demands could be pretty extreme. You know.
So yeah, I mean, it definitely depends on how your planet gets labeled, of which you have absolutely no say in the matter whatsoever.
Right. They look at it and they're like, oh no, you're this now. You're forking over 20, 30, 40% of whatever you're producing, and
right,
whether you like it or not.
Yeah. So this
pay that and then run things how you want.
So basically that's the life of an Imperial member when the Grey Knights decide to kind of come in and step in and deal with this. And one of them gets the sisters of, or the wives of the Emperor, they're called at this particular time, to kind of understand the technology that they've not been dealt, but this guy has been using. And when it finally drives home that this guy has been lying about that for a long time to these very fanatical women, it's not good.
Oh, okay.
They lead a whole cleansing of his tower. From they start at the top or start at the bottom, just work their way to the top.
Shit.
And then they get him in there. And what's funny is when they walk in, I think he's still yelling at them. Why aren't you doing what I'm telling you to? And it's they have just butchered everybody. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
So they cull him down.
Okay.
And but also you have to realize that while they were the main assault that he would use on specific targets, he was wielding the massive amounts of power throughout the Imperium.
Yeah. They were just his inner circle.
Right. So one of the laws that was passed in the establishment of this was that no member of the ecclesiarchy was ever allowed to wield an army of men.
Right. Yes.
And so they used that loophole to take the wives of the emperor and turn them into the Adeptus Sororitas.
Yes.
Which is basically an unlimited amount of warrior. What are they called? The Catholic version.
Oh, nuns.
Yeah, warrior nuns. Yeah. But but it's a large organization. Some of them are warriors, others are healers. Some of them are diplomats.
Yeah, they serve a pretty wide function, just like a military would.
Yes, they cover all the bases, and they have a section called the Sisters of Silence, which are special because they are what are referred to as blanks. And blanks have absolutely no presence in the warp whatsoever. They basically don't have a soul.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
No.
So when they die, they don't.
Nothing
goes to the warp.
Nothing goes to the warp.
They exist not beyond that.
Whoa.
But one of the side effects is no psyker powers work on them.
Okay.
And they're just the mere presence of them around a psyker is enough for that psyker to go running into traffic because it just drives them mad. They can't stand this.
Eldar find them horrific.
Or
an abomination.
Right. That feeling you get at the base of your spine when somebody does nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah.
Imagine that times a million. And that's what it's like for a psyker to stand next to a blank.
Oh, holy shit.
Now, a person that's not a psyker will actually feel uncomfortable around a blank.
Oh, wow. Okay. Gotcha. Because everybody has a connection to the warp except for these
blanks.
Feel a little weird.
So they actually started rounding up all of the female blanks and turning them into this special assault force called the Sisters of Silence.
Holy shit. And they were a good one to send in against chaos.
Yep.
Cool.
Actually, I take that back. I might be wrong about that because the Sisters of Nope. I am entirely wrong about that. The Sisters of Battle the Sisters of Silence actually were established by the Emperor.
Oh.
Because they actually helped the Space Wolves take the Thousand Suns. I am wrong about that. I just realized that in real time. I'm getting it mixed up.
That's okay. We said it before and we'll keep saying it. We are students of this lore along with you.
Yep. But,
we're learning.
But the Sisters of Silence and the Sisters of Battle operate closely together because they draw from the same recruiting pool.
Okay. Yeah.
The blank, any sister of battle that shows to be a blank goes to the Sisters of Silence.
Gotcha.
But they were around during the Horus Heresy. The Sisters of Silence were. So a little addendum there.
There we go.
So that we'll go ahead and wrap up here. But that's kind of the age of apostasy. The guy that takes place after him is not any better. He actually is better a little bit.
Sebastian Thor?
Yeah.
A little bit.
He's better because he didn't have the power to wield.
But he set in place the infrastructure that's just cemented.
Yeah, he did. So his main problem was he didn't do anything to improve Gorg Vandier's design. He actually just made sure that it became cemented into practice.
No kidding. Okay.
But he
just wasn't so cruel about it, maybe.
Oh, he was plenty. So
they had the the plague of unbelief.
Yep.
They had a lot of people who didn't agree with the the imperial word.
Right. So they had a whole not a civil war, but like a cleansing.
Mm.
Is this when the Inquisition's actually set up?
Yes. So,
yeah,
because the Grey Knight, so the Inquisition actually started right before the Battle of Terra for the Horus Heresy. They were established, and then, they were in full swing by this point. And I actually think, because the Inquisition actually were the ones that found Vulcan, because they were moving ahead trying to track where these orcs were.
Well, were they more of just like a military force? They hadn't reached the point of like contesting. They kind of contest the ecclesiarchy.
Well, they do and they don't. They're equal but separate. The Inquisition doesn't have the power that the ecclesiarchy has per muscle. It just doesn't. The Inquisition can draw,
because they have the killing power. It's all specialized.
Well, so the Inquisition can draw any resources it needs from the ecclesiarchy, but the ecclesiarchy are the ones with the resources at the end of the day. Yeah. Now, the Inquisition, because the ecclesiarchy cannot order the Inquisition, and the Inquisition cannot really order the ecclesiarchy, but they're on kind of the same grounds as the Inquisition is with the Mechanicum, which is you guys can't operate without us, so deny us at your own peril. But also the Inquisition has to realize, ask with politeness. Because one thing that an Inquisitor cannot do is mouth off to a member of the Mechanicum. That will not end well. They can't really do anything to the Inquisitor, but it's going to cause problems for that Inquisitor later.
Something might be malfunctioning.
The equipment you ask for might not be up to spec, or they might go ahead and acquisition, and then when you come to them later, they just might not happen to have the piece of equipment you need. So that's kind of this, but also
it's a balance. There's different, you know what I mean?
But if you straight up say no to an Inquisitor,
then
that's a problem.
You're tipping the scale again. Not in your favor.
So yes, at this time, the Inquisition was still going on, and actually they were probably accruing a lot of power. The problem with mapping the Inquisition is they don't like to talk.
Yeah.
So we know we know kind of the establishment time, and I'm sure there are people that know more about the Inquisition than I do. But we know that they were established about the end of the Horus Heresy with Malcador.
Okay.
Although they were called the Agents of the Sigillate at that time, but they were the Inquisition for any all set intents and purposes.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
And then they were well into swing during the War of the Beast, and the Age of Apostasy is probably when they went nuclear. So this is probably the Age of Apostasy is right about the time Inquisitors could start ordering Exterminatus by themselves.
Oh shit. Okay.
Because
that's a thing that they can do.
Yep. Although if people start asking questions, you better be able to answer them, because while you have the right, you have the ability to do so willy-nilly is a problem.
Yeah.
Although they can't actually punish you either.
I was gonna say, really, the only people who would be asking are the
other Inquisitors.
Yeah,
but within that, you've got the fanatics in the Inquisitor and the Inquisitors as well that will absolutely call you out on nonsense.
Yeah,
or things that they think is nonsense,
and they might be harder on you than
the Inquisition feels the commissars too, right?
Is that right?
The commissars, so they're in charge of the training of the commissars, but the commissars are still under the Astro Militarum. Okay. But the Militarum is completely under the thumb of the Inquisition. They cannot refuse in any way, shape, or form, nor do they have any interest in doing so.
Right.
But the commissars are recruited from orphanages, and they're in schools run by the Inquisition that controls the brainwashing and things, and then they're put into positions of power on the field.
That's so cool. They go to a Catholic Catholic school for boys, and come out and
commissars.
Holy shit. Yes. I love it. That is so cool.
So it'll actually be run by a member of the Ecclesiarchy or the Inquisition, and then a couple of sisters of the Adeptus Sororitas.
Oh my gosh. Commissars are cool. Commissars are also cruel.
Oh, I love. No, Krieg commissars are not. They're anti-cruel.
Yeah, that's true. They
Save yourselves. Stop. Don't die yet.
Yeah, usually the commissars are there to make sure that the soldiers keep their nerve and keep moving forward. But Not with the Krieg. They're the ones saying like, hold on now, guys. You don't have to charge in yet. Just wait a second. They're holding back.
So it seems like during this. So Age of Apostasy, the Plague of Unbelief, there was a cardinal who had his own little empire going. Like inside, he was shielded by a bunch of warp storms.
Oh God!
So he had his own
Yeah, he was just kind of jealous, so he's just amassing wealth and using his power.
Dude, I hate the ecclesiarchy. I really do.
He got put down by the Space Wolves.
There you go.
Oh,
the Volca Fenrica.
Wow, they were like, none of this.
Boy, he must have been doing something really bad
to get them called on him.
They stepped in.
Yeah,
he must have been really
have the literal fucking wolves at your door.
Yeah, that's no bueno.
No.
All right, guys. So we're gonna end that here. Next up, we'll be doing the Gothic War and the very first War of Armageddon, because Warhammer has a first War of Armageddon. I think we're up to 3 Wars of Armageddon.
Just 3 ends of the world. No problem. No worries.
Right. And with that, I'm Ben.
I'm Eric.
Dan, thanks for listening.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Cult of Lore. I'm Eric.
I'm Ben.
And I'm Dan.
And today is part 3 of Imperium Appreciation.
You sound like such a librarian.
Yes, come into our library of
now,
lore.
children, sit down and I'll tell you a tale.
Just
like, hey, guys.
Circle. Like a 40K librarian. It's a very different story and very more.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah. No.
There'd be a bolt around clicking somewhere.
No. Yes, you're listening to the story, children.
So on the last episode, we got all the way up to the Age of Apostasy,
which
was basically the ecclesiarchy seizing control, the establishment of the Sisters of Battle, the Adeptus Sororitas as an overall faction. A little bit of housekeeping. One thing that we repeatedly said was the legions thing, and it's actually a legion is 100,000. So when we were talking about the Horus Heresy, and we were talking about the legions of traitors and the legions of loyalists, we kept saying 10,000. It's actually 100,000.
So there you go. There's a little correction.
So there's a little correction. Another thing that I said that, and it kept bugging me because I knew I was getting it wrong, but I couldn't figure out how. When I was talking about the Age of Apostasy, I said that a Grey Knight came and talked to the cult that would become the Sororitas and basically set them straight about the Emperor and this guy impersonating being a servant of the Emperor. It wasn't a Grey Knight. It was actually a Custodes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So one actually left the abuse under the Emperor's name with the Sororitas, although they weren't named that at the time, obviously, became so bad that actually one of the 10,000 left the Imperial palace to go talk to them, and not just talk to them, but bring them before the Emperor himself in the Golden Throne. So it was a big deal.
That was the thing.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
They needed it to stop, and they needed to stop quickly. So that's a little bit of housekeeping. And we're going to pick up here with the Gothic War, which is also known as the 12th Black Crusade, the fall of Cadia, stuff like that. And Dan's going to lead the spearhead on this one. So Dan, why don't you take it away and start us off?
The Gothic War kind of started with the Whisper. There were a lot of just disappearing ships, lost communications. Something was happening.
That's going to be a reoccurring theme tonight.
Oh, no.
There was an Inquisitor looking into all this, Inquisitor Horst. I can maybe find his full name in a minute.
Also another reoccurring theme tonight.
Oh, no, mine too. Yeah, they come up.
Inquisitors, man. I love Inquisitors. God, I love Inquisitors. Yeah. So while Dan's doing that, we haven't talked about Inquisitors yet. An Inquisitor, the Inquisition is a separate branch of the Militarum. Or not the Militarum, but the
Administratum.
The Administratum, the Imperium overall. They answer to absolutely no one save the Emperor themselves.
Yep.
Himself. The Inquisition, only other Inquisitors can call other Inquisitors into question.
Nobody else.
Nobody else. And these guys wield the authority to do whatever the fuck they want.
This is another, 40K name. His name's Thaddeus Falconet Horst.
Oh boy.
An Inquisitioner of the Ordo Malleus. So there's 3 orders. There's Malleus, Hereticus, I think, and Xenos.
And Xenos.
Okay.
Yeah, there are three 3 primary schools to which most Inquisitors graduate from, but however, these are not like Harry Potter schools where once you're in it, you're in it. It is not uncommon for Inquisitors to bounce back and forth between the schools throughout many times throughout their career, depending on what kind of nonsense they get up to.
Oh, no kidding.
So their primary school is like what they're really good at, but they fluctuate all the time. The Order of Malleus is the order that is specializing in the warp and demons. They work really, really fucking close with the Grey Knights.
Okay. That makes sense.
The Order Hereticus is you can probably pretty guess it talks about heretics and cults, other religions. These are the guys that people are paranoid about.
Yeah, I think they also get the independent dictators, the ones trying to have democracy. You know, the outliers you don't want in the
right.
So there is kind of a cartoon version of an Inquisitor where it's like, oh, did you even fart a whisper? Well, then it's burn you at the stake. Being an Inquisitor is a lot more complicated, and it's a lot more than that. However, these guys, the Ordo Hereticus, are known as the witch hunters, and they're the burn you at the stake types.
Yep.
But coincidentally, they also they tend to be one of my more favorite Inquisitors because they actually go after the ecclesiarchy, the church of the Imperium.
Really?
If they start going outside of what is established, even though they're going outside of it anyway,
right?
Because the imperial creed is that there's no nothing.
Religion.
But when a member of the ecclesiarchy does tend to go a little bonkers, it's the Ordo Hereticus that seizes them.
Wow. Okay.
And then the Order Xenos is the ones that go after aliens and other Xeno. They specialize in the orcs, the Eldar, the Tyranids, the Necrons.
They're humans first. Xenos never.
Right. Correct. So those are the 3 major schools of Inquisitors.
Okay.
Yeah. So Horst is brought out because a specific planet, ARX, ARX, it has a Imperial Guard outpost and some Mechanicus, and they go quiet. No one can hear from them. I think it's a frigate called the Ascendants, gets like some sort of strange astropath signal.
Oh no!
So he's sent out to investigate, and there's more of these disappearances. And what the rumors start happening is there's a really old battleship showing up and raiding people. And it's actually called the Plague Claw.
Oh shit!
Yeah, and it's believed to be like a cursed, necrofied ship. It's got like an actual living, disease to it.
Oh,
is that Typhus's ship?
It is. It does belong to the traitor Death Guard.
Yeah. So if you remember from our first video, the Death Guard are the guys that serve Nurgle. They're all about disease and rot. And Typhus is a guy I don't think we've talked about. He was the Primarch. Well, yes, we did actually. He's the guy that kind of betrayed the Death Guard to start with and served him up to Nurgle on a plate.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. So apparently this Plague Claw has actually been like it's like the Flying Dutchman. It's been a ghost story for like 4,000 years.
Oh, cool.
I love that. Oh, cool.
No, that is cool.
There's a ghost ship.
Of course there's a goddamn ghost. What are you talking about? There's a ghost ship. Have you ever looked up Space Hulks?
Yes, actually a little bit in relation to my topic.
That's insane. They can literally be like continent spanning ships because they're
huge.
They're an amalgamation of ships that got blended together in the warp. Like they're insane. Of course there's a ghost ship.
So it goes from raids on ships to like actual all-out attacks. And the first is a hive world called Morgengast, and it gets sacked by Chaos Space Marines led by acolytes of Nurgle.
Oof, that's a bad way to go too.
Yeah.
Not that there's really a good way to go.
Not that there is a good one, but that's definitely not in my top 3.
And so Horst is convinced there's going to be more incursions, just a feeling, but it's kind of backed up by the fact that these really powerful warp storms start coming in to the Gothic sector.
Oh yeah, always pointing to some shit going on.
Okay.
Yeah. So these are so bad that the sector's actually cut off from any reinforcements.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's even worse.
And it ends up being these back and forth, planet taking events where these all these different forces united by chaos. It's it's every faction working under Abaddon.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, Chaos Undivided.
Chaos Undivided, and Abaddon's kind of heading the spirit.
And Abaddon was Horus's second in command.
Okay.
During the Horus Heresy.
And he has been made demon prince?
He's the no. So he is not a demon prince, but he is the new war master. He inherited Horus's title.
Oh shit!
But he changed the Sons of Horus into the Black Legion.
Okay,
and they serve Chaos Undivided, and they also the Black Legion accepts members from any other Chaos traitor faction that wants to serve Undivided.
Oh, they're like, yeah, sure. If you
so Abaddon's forces have Plague Marines, they have Night Lords, they have Alpha Legion, maybe they have they have everybody. As long as you're willing to serve every god equally and you're to listen to Abaddon, they'll take you.
Well, okay, holy crap. Inclusive.
Indeed.
I'll give him that.
Yep. And it's a smart way to go because it gives you a lot of fucking options.
And what's great is while these warp storms are happening, we're getting a lot of nervous people and these powder kegs are exploding. So we're getting riots, we're getting cults forming up, we're getting lynch mobs, all, in the name of the Emperor.
That's just like exactly what happens every time something bad happens. It's like riots and cults.
And so some of these cults are like done in good faith. They're trying to get rid of the heretics, and they're trying to, but it's bringing in so much chaos that more chaos slips in.
Yeah, but you know why they believe that? Because the ecclesiarchy's feeding them that shit. Them cocksucking bastards.
Oh God.
Ugh. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, Dan.
Throne humpers.
Yeah,
the ones that think that the emperor will do a damn thing if you don't do it yourself.
Everybody's got to hump the bunk when it comes to it. But anyway.
And it's not just the Chaos Marines. We also have human pirates. Orcs are showing up.
Oh boy! Oh no!
Eldar pirates. It's a lot of space combat, and a lot of planetary invasions happening all over the sector.
Wow! Okay.
Orcs, man, they're so opportunistic. Anytime somebody like starts a war with somebody else, the orcs are always like slipping in the back door.
They're like, "Oi, is there a fight? Well, can we come in?"
Part of the reason there's Eldar. I mean, Eldar are always there for, I think, the Dark Eldar for a little enjoyment.
Oh yeah, they're raiders, so they like to come into battle zones.
But Abaddon's got his hand on some toys. He's not fighting this just with his Marines. He's got weapons.
Okay.
He's got this Eldar artifact. I think there's two parts to it. One's called the Eye of Night. One's called the Hand of Darkness.
Okay.
And it gives him control over these Blackstone fortresses.
Oh yeah,
which are these just ancient, just old artifacts.
They're from the Dark Age of technology, right?
Yes.
Are they Imperium or are they
before the Imperium? Back when mankind was like the shit.
No, it's older than Dark Age. It's alien
is it?
It's alien tech.
Oh, is it Necron?
Yes.
Okay.
It could be Elder Gods.
Okay, so it's like War in Heaven era stuff.
Yeah.
Holy cow!
Back before mankind was a hint and a whisper.
Because these were from Xenos myths. These aren't like human myths.
Yeah. Okay. So these are War in Heaven level.
Yeah. And so what we did when we found them, the Imperium. I guess I shouldn't say we, but humans.
Hey, it's a we.
Yeah. During Imperium Appreciation Month. Is this all the time?
No. It takes as long as it takes to get through the timeline, and then we'll do this for probably the Eldar maybe next, or whatever faction we decide to do it for.
Yeah,
but
be like the Eldar.
But let it be known there are no heretics here, so it's fine.
You're laughing a little too hard, Eric.
Of course, no. All hail the Emperor of Man, our savior and hero.
Where was I? So what we did with the Blackstone fortresses when we found them, we've got them to kind of power up, like they were producing energy, but that was about it. We couldn't control them, so we just slapped a bunch of tech on it. We filled them with guns, like big old guns, and we were able to draw power from the fortress.
Oh.
I mean, when you consider what they do, if I remember correctly, that's sad. But I mean, if I couldn't figure that out, that's what I would do with it.
Yeah. So they turn them into giant orbiting battle stations.
Okay, so they're basically like, okay, I don't know what it does, but it's a battery.
Yep.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. And well positioned.
Yeah.
But with these two objects, the Hand of Darkness, the Eye of Night, Abaddon's able to do stuff with them. And he can basically create beams of immaterium in real space and just rip things apart.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Nah, they're like Death Stars, but they use the warp.
They use like the warp is the beam that they
I'm pretty sure
shit with.
Yeah. The immaterium.
The Death Star equivalent of the beam. Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine it's some sort of hellish chaosy fire looking shit that just spews
it
forth.
actually ironically looks like a chaos symbol if you look at it from above. It's like
the Blackstone Fortress.
Yeah, it's like a sandwich. It's like a sandwich
okay.
of different parts, and if you look at it from above, it kind of, I think it rotates. It looks like the chaos.
Oh, that's neat. I like that. That's pretty cool.
Did anybody see that interview with Henry Cavill here recently? He was on.
I have not.
He was on the BBC or something. He was doing some interview in the UK, I think, and he just kept looking at the set piece that was behind him throughout the entire interview. And finally he goes, okay, I have to say it, but you know this looks like a Blackstone Fortress, right? and the guy's like, a what?
What?
God love the Emperor.
So like that's it from the side, and that's it from above.
Oh, okay. And I see. I can imagine now that seeing it from above, the chaos symbol, the 8 points. Oh, neat. Cool.
Yeah, they are pretty cool looking.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
So against all this chaos is the Battlefleet Gothic. Yeah, they named a game after it.
I was gonna say that rang a bell big time in my brain.
Oh yeah.
So the Battlefleet Gothic, that
was the battle fleet that protected the Gothic sector.
Okay.
And it became legendary because of this war.
I want to say, Admiral Cornelius von Ravensburg.
God, I love it. Cornelius von Ravensburg.
Oh my God.
So this was, I don't know if you prefer the Gothic War or the 12th Black Crusade. It's kind of
so I would say it depends on which point of view you're trying to project. If you're telling from the Imperium, it's the Gothic War, I would say.
Okay. And what would it be from?
From Chaos and the Eldar, it's probably, or the ones that are Xenos, they would probably, because they don't they don't know them by sectors, I would say. Although the traders would, but for them it's the Crusade because they're the ones launching it. So So I guess it depends on your point of view.
So
that makes sense.
He already has these Blackstone fortresses. But then at a world called Savaven, Savaven. It's a cardinal world run by the ecclesiarchy. So this entire planet is a church. Probably gilded up the wazoo.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
That would be one of the worst planets to be born on. Can you imagine?
Gosh, that would be so miserable.
Like a cathedral planet, a cardinal planet.
I doubt anyone's born on those worlds.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I don't want to think about it, but they definitely.
Oh boy.
The way hive structure, the way hive cities operate, like that's like having a hive city on the entire planet. There's no way they can keep track of all that. There's definitely the lower levels definitely have people.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Or fucking.
There's some maintenance people that got lost in the pipework.
Yes. Oh my God. There's probably whole cities down there that they don't know about. And then not to mention.
Oh man, I wonder what the underworld, the underlayers to a cathedral world would look like. That'd be an interesting. Probably a lot of zealots and.
So on this world, Abaddon reveals another weapon of his. He's got it's the Planet Killer. It's just a big old ship.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's a warship that has its own weapons that can take out. Apparently, it blew the entire world apart, killing 14 billion Imperial citizens.
14 billion.
So one thing about Abaddon is he kind of has like small dick syndrome.
Okay. So he needs to hit it big, and
well, he also had to like take back the Legion from Horus's name.
But
while also like getting the taste of his dick out of his mouth.
Right, like he's simultaneously jealous of Horus because of the legend that Horus is, while also being like, but he also failed, so I need to do better than him. It's weird, but he definitely has a chip on his shoulder that he needs to prove something. He would be the B villain if the A villain hadn't died.
Oh God.
Although I was going to say they had him duel and kill a really important, really good fighter.
He pops out and he has his moments. That's what his crusades are for.
Yeah, but by the time he kills this legendary swordsman whose name is Sigismund's kind of like old.
Yeah.
Oh,
he doesn't have and Abaddon has like the warp that keeps him like mutated and young and shit. So it's he's like, I killed Sigismund. I'm like, you killed an older version.
Yeah, there's the energy of the warp and the fact that just time's working differently.
Yeah, so like he's like, I killed this legendary swordsman. I'm like, yeah, you did, bitch.
I always hate that when like some young upstart gets the best of somebody that like has a good, well-earned reputation. They're just past that prime. Then,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
But that's an effective tool, though. Is you just show that nobody beats time.
It's true. Like I hate it because that's an engaging feeling. Like I see that happen in stuff. I'm trying to think of an example, like maybe something in Game of Thrones or whatever, and you're like, oh, come on.
Well, like a real life example would be like we've all worked with people that are a little bit too old to be doing what they're doing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And you're just like, listen, you probably shouldn't be doing this anymore. And they're like, I'm not retired. And you're like, I get it. But like,
right.
So it's that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You don't ever want to outlive your usefulness.
Mm-hmm.
So it's tough to see somebody that was so great now lose to somebody that's not so great, not by any fault in their training or technique, but by something they just cannot control.
Just time.
It happens to every competitor.
It does.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yep.
So where are we at, Dan?
Well, this big world just went down, Savavin, but more to come. They actually take a planet that has like a forge world, and they're able to make their own ships, reinforce themselves. They're enslaving planets for labor. They're making sacrifices to the chaos gods to gain power.
It's a chaos forge world?
It wasn't, but they took it over.
Taking on the forge worlds. Well, they didn't assault it. They did it by cult, which is better because
from the inside out.
Forge worlds are really heavily defended because
right,
they're where all the technology comes from besides like Mars and stuff.
So. Well, and I think this is he only started with like I think 2 black fortresses. He was getting more as he went along.
Oh,
so he took another fortress. He took I think it was an orbital mechanicus facility. So that's where they were able to start building new ships in the orbital works.
Right.
Okay.
And the Imperials trying to fight, and they're getting harassed by Eldar for some reason.
Really?
Yeah, they're attacking their supply lines, hitting them where they think they're safe. They're trying to like get ready for other stuff, and
holy cow,
the Eldar are attacking them.
They're like doing like guerrilla warfare harassment kind of.
Yeah.
Yep.
Interesting.
Do we know why?
Oh yeah, for
sure.
Is
that okay?
So even Abaddon had to deal with them because he's having problems with the Eldari too. So
yeah, so they're not taking sides.
They were able to.
No, but they're still being bitches. It's like, pick a side or fuck off.
Yeah, They had to like station up at a webway gate and block it off to keep the Eldari from coming in and out as they please.
Plug that hole. Plug that hole.
Yeah. So yeah, I could name a couple. There's Corellia, Trikulu. I'm just kind of all bad. Just bad things are happening. Massacring thousands of people. Planetary defense forces falling apart. So while this is happening, the Ravensburg's trying to amass his forces. He has the Battlefleet Gothic, and he's realized that the Chaos forces have kind of spread out.
Oh, okay.
And he doesn't have a lot in the way of reinforcements or troops, but he does have some Astartes chapters.
Okay, cool.
Always a good thing.
Yeah, that's nice to have some backups.
He's got the White Consuls, the Exorcist, and the Red Talons.
So Red Talons, I'm going to guess Blood Angel's successor.
I'm going to check, but
the White, what was the other one?
Phone in now to make your choice.
White Scars, Blood Angels. What was the other one?
Okay, White Consuls, Ultramarines.
Oh, well, they're
the Red Talons were Iron Hand.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah, Iron Hand.
Iron Hands.
Exorcist, 13th founding, Imperial Fist.
I mean, 1 out of 3 is okay.
Yeah.
Imperial Fists are useful.
Exorcist. That's a pretty sweet name for a chapter.
For the Imperial Fist. I wonder if, so the Imperial Fist, they build bastions and stuff, but a lot of their successor chapters are like the Black Templars. They took a really religious bend in their successors.
Ooh, okay.
So the Exorcist actually kind of makes sense for the Imperial Fist.
Cool.
And the Black Templars, they're nuts.
So I'm trying to get to the part where the Imperium kind of rallies. I think, he kind of was able to like pick off these smaller entities with his entire fleet. So he was kind of putting a lot of pressure on Abaddon.
Okay, because they were so spread out. He was kind of concentrating on bits at a time.
So that kind of enraged Abaddon. So he started massing his forces to attack them. And they went to the Tyrannitis system. He had 3 of these Blackstone fortresses.
3 at this point.
Oh,
he actually went into the system and he made it go supernova. So he just killed a shit ton of people just to say fuck you for even trying.
Ooh.
See, but that's like the equivalent of Abaddon throwing a fit, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So their idea was to catch up or to beat Abaddon to the next Blackstone fortress, so he couldn't take it over.
They race ahead of him.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how hard it would be to fight like the Black Legion, the Chaos Undivided, where it's like all these different traitor legions that have all these different specialties and all these different. Christ, man, that'd be like fighting a grab bag full of shit.
I know, because you're being like infested with disease at the same time that people are like doing horrible things probably to your orifices along the way.
And not to mention you've got berserkers who are just going ape shit. You've got wizards who are casting all kinds of magic
and you
spells.
don't know which one of them you're going to run into when you go around the corner.
Nope, sure as fuck don't.
Not that you'll be prepared for it, even if you did know.
It helps to have friends. In this case, the Eldar are finally, I don't know, deciding to help, or
they seem to be.
They aren't being unhelpful at this point.
Now they're more focused on attacking the chaos.
They maybe figure out who the bigger threat is.
Yeah.
Well, they actually worked together with the Imperial troops, and they used their webway to position them.
Oh, cool. There we go. Yeah, positioning is very important in a war.
I wonder if the Gothic War is the first time the Eldar and the Imperium have actually worked together.
I can't think of another time that I've heard such a thing occur at this point.
Maybe the War of the Beast.
Oh yeah, possibly.
Maybe we'd have to look back.
I'm sure we'll find out.
But yeah, they do. They're working with them definitely now. The Eldar definitely have seemed to kind of decided that like they can't do this all by themselves. I mean, it only took a couple billion years.
Trying to bring up the important Eldar. I don't see their name, but there's Captain Abradal. That's a human. He led his battleship like into the Blackstone fortress and was able to disrupt the ship.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, just crashed into it.
Yep.
Like kamikaze style?
So yeah, he was able to. I don't think it killed him.
Well, you have to remember they had those big plows on the front of them that they're actually designed to ram things.
No, it was sacrificial. It was,
damn!
The flame of purity.
Well, I mean, shit.
Yeah, it was a battle cruiser and it was destroyed. Yep.
Wow.
But it left Abaddon no choice but to flee back into the Eye of Terror.
Oh, okay.
Run, you little bitch, run!
Drove him back. There we go. And that was an Eldar that did that?
No, that was a human.
That was Imperial forces kind of helped by the Eldari webway.
Right. Okay.
Because it let them kind of get to the next battle fleet or the next Blackstone fortress first.
Right. Kind of get ahead and okay.
So he took out one of the Blackstone, or did he take out two of them?
He took out one by crashing into Cadia, right?
That's the 13th Crusade.
Oh, that's the 13th.
Yeah, he's able to escape with two of his Blackstone fortresses, leaving behind a bunch of chaos now divided.
Oh no! Now divided.
Oh yeah, just fucking abandons them.
Fighting
Little bastards. Just
yeah, they still have to
they
mop
were getting
up
along so well.
the pirates and all the leftover stuff. But
yeah,
that was essentially the Gothic War.
I can't.
Wow.
I cannot imagine having Night Lords and Iron Warriors together and thinking that's going to work out well. Or Iron Warriors and fucking Emperor's children. That would be bad because you have the Iron Warriors who are just these cold, no nonsense, and I mean, demonic, no nonsense.
Yeah.
So it has like the results listed.
Oh, cool.
20 years of war.
Oh boy.
Billions killed.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
It doesn't have there's an uncountable list of planets lost or destroyed.
Yeah.
4 of the 6 Blackstone fortresses were destroyed. The 2 that remained were
6.
stolen and entered the warp.
Oh shit.
And it says Inquisitor Horus spent the rest of his days fighting or tracking down Abaddon and looking for the fortresses.
Wow. But the fortresses are lost to this day, probably.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're still in the warp.
Oh,
they'll crop up eventually when Abaddon's ready to. He always has to have some new super weapon before he steps his bitch ass out.
Hitler was kind of like that. He needed like really, really big weapons to be built. Like he expended so many resources on that compared to like the American way was more like just produce it good, but quick, smaller is fine. Get it out there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Our individual equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to see how many Blackstone fortresses he had by the 13th Crusade. I think he only had one at that point. The one he crashed into the planet.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
the fall of Cadia. Oh yeah, we got it on the board. It's M42, 13th Black Crusade. I see it there.
Oh.
It's right after the Third Tyrannic War.
Did I say the time span? It started in 139 M41, and it ended, I want to say 142 at 143 M41.
Okay.
20 years.
20 years.
A little over.
And see, while that was happening, you have like other wars that were happening at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus.
Yeah, this is just one sector of the Imperium that just had it really bad because of the warp storms.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which also seems to be a common theme. That kind of came up. Yeah. That came up for me a couple of at least once that I could think of.
Well, for sure, because at least one of yours involves the a very big appearance.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, so that was the shorthand of the Gothic War.
Yep.
Eric, you want to take us on into what was the next major crisis for the Imperium?
Yes, I shall. I'm going to take us to 444 M41. We're going to talk about this is classified information.
Of course.
The First War of Armageddon.
Okay, now real quick before we do this, the Gothic War was a single event. We covered it as a single event.
Yeah.
The Wars for Armageddon, plural, and what I'm going to cover, which is the Tyrannic Wars, were a series of wars that happened throughout a relatively short span. Like one happened, then another happened, and then another happened.
Right.
So we're just going to cover them all at kind of as one story.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I'll be going through first, second, third.
Yep.
Even though it is intermittent with Tyrannic Wars. First,
correct. Like the first war for Armageddon happened, then the first Tyrannic War, then the second war for Armageddon, then the second Tyrannic War, so on and so forth.
Yes.
But for the sake of our sanity and yours, we're just going to cover them at a jump.
Yep. It's a trilogy, if you will.
It is.
So a little background on the planet of Armageddon. So that's where the Wars of Armageddon get their name. This is a planet called Armageddon.
It's a very spicy name for a planet.
Right. And it's a very important industrial world in the Imperium. It is in Segmentum Solar, 10,000 light years to the galactic northeast of Terra. So something about its position. I don't know enough about our map to really understand the importance of its location, but it's also very big because of the industry around it.
Sure.
And some background on it is, and this is also classified information, although not by the Imperium, but by the AdMech, this planet used to be Olinar, I believe from the time of the Crusades.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And Olinar was, this is the very, 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 very shorthand brief story of it. Olinar had an orc problem, an ongoing one, and the AdMech were ordered by the Imperium to destroy the planet, commit exterminatus. But the guy in charge of see, I'm not in the right place on my notes for this, but they were really interested in the orc technology because whatever was going on there was, and they actually managed to reverse engineer their teleporta technology to teleport the planet somewhere else.
Oh my Jesus.
And then they reported to the Imperium that they had hurled the planet into a nearby star and that it was gone. And so it's the AdMech, so they have to accrue the knowledge. So they, did this to preserve the orc technology. And that was way back when, again, I believe during the time of the Unification Wars, Great Crusades.
Oh, it would be the Great Crusade, not the Unification War.
There we go.
Unification War was just Terra.
So then the planet was rediscovered much later and named Armageddon and became this industrial world for the Imperium without any knowledge of its prior history.
Right. And that happens. They lose planets. They forget about them and rediscover them, rename them.
Yes.
God.
And that's a very, very shorthand background of that bit of history to this planet. And so that's going to kind of bring us to the year I said prior, 444, Millennium 41. Let's see. We have Angron showing up over the planet of Armageddon in, I think this was a space Hulk that he had found in the warp, and it was just teleporting around randomly, and then it just showed up there, and he was like, this'll do, and decides to attack the planet.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Can you imagine just sitting at a just whatever your home planet is, and then all of a sudden a fucking Space Hulk shows up, which is already enough to cause you to want to lose your ship. But then fucking the World Eaters and Angron come out of it. You're just like, well, I think I just shoot myself. I think I'd be done because there's nothing you're going to be able to do there.
And right. So they show up. There are also chaos cultists involved in the war. So the attackers list is World Eaters, demons. And
it's all, and you can anytime the Traitor Legions attack, unless it's a very specific group like the Night Lords who don't do demons.
Yeah,
just consider demons and cultists to be part of the pack.
They're all in the mix. Yeah,
yeah, they're the peons that the Traitor Legions use to absorb bullets.
Yes, and so the defenders during this war of the planet of Armageddon were first the Planetary Defense Force, of course. But overall, throughout the span of the conflict, it also included the Armageddon Steel Legion. So I imagine they were already there from the beginning. Do we know anything about the Steel Legion?
Well, it's one of the names. It's like a named faction.
As well as the Space Wolves and the Grey Knights.
Oh,
so they came in.
Damn, that's a hell of a force.
Yeah, and apparently the Space Wolf, I believe they both came in their entirety to this war because it became
there's a Primarch on there's a demon Primarch on the field. That's some bad news.
And chaos coming through. So the kind of the results of the conflict are that Angron gets banished by the Grey Knights back to the warp. I'm not sure what happens to him from there.
He has. I don't think he's reappeared yet.
He hasn't. Okay.
But there's a lot of signs at time of recording.
Yeah.
That Gilliman's back, and it's looking. A lot of people are suspecting that Angron's going to be the next one back.
Oh boy. Okay. So on top of I tried to get some casualties numbers for the war, but it just kind of said countless.
These guys, massive, I don't know why you guys are even. I don't even attempt to do that. So never mind
those numbers.
I never look up the casualties for the wars on these things. First of all, it's millions at least.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
At least, and the Imperium doesn't even keep track anyway. They just go is there anybody left from this unit? No. Okay, next.
So what happens after this is because again, this was a conflict with chaos. So the Inquisition ordered that all of the participants, except for the Space Marine,
the chapters,
that were involved, everyone else is to be sterilized and either executed or sent to concentration camps for slave labor to keep things quiet.
All of they'll often mind wipe them or turn them into servitors as well.
So this led to actually a conflict between the Space Wolves and the Inquisition.
I knew you'd like this. This is a good. This was. You need to dive more on this.
I do because I don't know much about it. I just know that the Space Wolves were trying to smuggle people out and go into war with the Inquisition over it.
They risked big time. They risked extermination.
They were fuck no. Yeah, they could have. They went remember what we were saying about the Inquisition earlier. Nobody has to. They don't have to answer to anybody.
Nope.
You don't look at an Inquisitor, no matter what rank you are, and say, "What the fuck are you doing?" and live.
Yep. And not only did they do that, but they smuggled people out from under them. And I believe there was actual cases of them physical combat where the wolves were just this is not going down.
I believe actual combat did occur. It was kind of a civil war. And I don't have much on that right now. I kind of figured that either could come up in a deeper dive on the Space Wolves or
you'll just like that for your own personal storytelling.
Yeah, no, because I'm Space Wolves. Fuck yeah, those are my boys. You don't do this to people. Give them a mind wipe or something. I don't know.
Sure, man. You have to stop the spread of chaos.
I understand the chaos thing, but that's some shit. So, good on them.
I remember that particular part where the Space Wolves told the Inquisition to go fuck themselves, and I was like, oh my god, you don't do that.
And so we're going to jump ahead, actually, quite a few centuries now, because, again, now we're just kind of completing the set here of Wars for Armageddon. So this is on the official Imperium record, really the first War of Armageddon, even though it is actually the second War of Armageddon. And this occurred in 941 of M41 and lasted until I have an end date on it, 943 M41. So, the participants of this war, well, I'll get into why it started, kind of and who the aggressors were. There is an orc war boss known as, here we go, war boss Gazgul Mag Uruk Thraka.
Yeah, well done.
Yes, thank you.
I believe you got that correct.
And he had been, from what I can gather from this guy so far, he had been real busy gathering up a Wa. And it was Wa time for Armageddon.
He's a pretty popular character for Orc.
Yeah, he seems like he's pretty. There's a lot on him. Yeah, like actually, he's one of two characters actually that I learned about studying for this that I would like to do a chapter on. Either a combined chapter for reasons we'll get into, or their own separate.
Who's the other character?
Commissar Yarick.
Oh,
Yarick.
Yeah. Both of us are like, oh, yeah. Yarick's an interesting lad.
I love him.
Interesting lad, that one.
Indeed, and he's one of the defenders of Armageddon in this second war of Armageddon.
Second First War,
yes. Other I'll just name other factions that were part of the defense force, either initially or over time as the conflict went on. We've got the Steel Legion again, Tempestus Scions.
So those are the stormtroopers. They're special forces. They go to the Scholara Progentia.
Okay, what's that?
It's like a special school or a series of special schools where they take in children of high-ranking officers and war orphans.
Oh, take them in.
Yeah, and they train them. The best of the best go on to become commissars. They go to commissarial school. The okay ones become the stormtroopers, the tempestuous scions. They get pretty good kit. They get some of the best kit, some of the best training outside of like Space Marine chapters. They're kind of the best the Imperium has. And the ones that get washed out end up back in the Imperial Guard.
Oh, okay. Yep. It's like, sorry, you tried back to the trenches.
Yeah.
And the Steel Legion are from the planet of Armageddon. They're a mechanized assault troop.
Oh, okay.
And personnel carriers and stuff like that.
Yeah,
neat. Okay.
Armageddon is an industrialized world, so they have a high mechanized troop rate.
Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense.
That's why Steel Legion.
That makes sense. Cool. And of course, the Armageddon Defense Force. There's also two militias: the Hive Militia. I imagine that's Armageddon Hive Militia, and the Ash Waste Militia. Ash Waste is maybe a region.
Must be the ones choose to live outside the Hive cities.
They do have like planes of fire or some shit, so there might be an Ash Waste.
Yeah. A lot of planets will have the Hive City proper, and then whatever's left.
Right. Right. Yeah. Which usually isn't too much, right?
I don't know. I think I'd rather choose the whatever's left. Depending on the planet.
Right. We also have the Blood Angels. They were involved along with the Ultramarines. And the Salamanders.
Yeah.
The Salamanders were there.
Well done, boy. Well, yeah. Salamanders specialize in kicking orc ass.
I was like, oh, sweet. Yep. I was like, yep. And then we've also got the Legio Metallica, which is the Titan Legion.
Ooh, it's a Titan Legion.
Yeah, so some Titans actually showed up. We talked about Titans at least a little bit?
I don't know. We have, but just
cover them a little bit.
So a Titan is a gigantic ass war machine. It's
right.
basically like the Imperium's version of a mech.
Well, it's the biggest of their mechs.
It's the biggest of their mechs,
right?
Like, building size,
hundreds of feet tall, controlled by a psychic.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
Like a walking building.
Yeah, it's a walk. Yeah, basically, and
it's like a block, like a street block almost.
And it's piloted by a very potent psychic, but they can't just be psychic. They also have to have the special ability to like meld with the Titan, because the Titan has a machine spirit, which we've covered the machine spirits.
Yes.
But Titans have ones that are basically based off of animal wavelengths. So you might have one that has the machine spirit of a wolf or something. And so you have to be able to kind of blend with that.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, I love that.
And the machine spirits of Titans are so potent that Titans actually dream.
Titans have dreams? Oh man, I need to look more into Titans.
This is
really cool.
When they're like flying them, like they're all sealed up in the ship and they're flying to whatever war zone they're going to. The crew that takes care of it while it's docked, there's no pilot in it. It's completely shut off, but it'll groan and twitch in its sleep.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's really neat. No wonder they believe in a machine spirit.
Yep.
Because of stuff like that.
So to be a pilot of a Titan is like, to be that powerful of a psyker is like 1 in a million, but to be that plus have the ability to merge and meld with a Titan
probably comes from a Night House.
Probably.
There are bloodlines that specialize in piloting these kind of monstrosities.
Okay.
Yeah. Titans or the Imperial Knights, which are the smaller, you can't say regular mech, but
they're like house sized at least.
Yeah.
It'd be one pilot, usually from the bloodline, and usually their machine spirit kind of gets blended by the family line. So it's like ancestor worship kind of stuff.
Oh, wow. That's super interesting. Okay, fine. Well, we're going to do a chapter on this sort of thing too. Knights and Titans.
All Titans are sweet.
Yeah, that's super cool. That's a lot of stuff I actually didn't know before. Anyway, okay, cool. I won't get stuck on it though. So those were our participants. Key people I also wrote down on the Defense Force, of course. Commissar Sebastian Yarrick. He sounds fucking awesome.
He is.
I'm excited about this dude.
He shows up there. I for the life of me, I don't remember what story it was, but he shows up much later and he's an old man.
Yes. Yeah.
And there's a bunch of Space Marine chapter masters kind of arguing back and forth. And he just kind of stands up, tells them all, shut the fuck up. And I can just imagine like this old man with these prosthetics and stuff. And these chapter masters are just like, oh.
Yep.
Because he has an orc prosthetic.
Yeah.
At that point, yeah.
Yeah. One of his hands is a big old.
It is.
It's an orc claw.
Yep. He ends up with quite a reputation with the orcs, actually. And I think I heard a theory, or I don't know if it's confirmed or not, but like the orc arm actually functions because the orcs know him by reputation and believe that the arm works.
Oh, that makes sense to me.
Energy, and that's why it works for him.
I believe that.
So I don't know.
But yeah, Yarrick is a cool cool guy.
He's super neat. Some other key people, it seems to be Lord Commander Dante of the Blood Angels.
Oh, Dante, hold on. So I love Dante.
Yeah?
Dante is the oldest functioning Space Marine still alive that is not turned into a dreadnought.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And he plays a very central role in my third Tyrannic War, but he is the chapter master of the Blood Angels.
He's been around for some wars.
He's over 1,000 at this point.
Holy crap.
And most of the time you're in a dreadnought by then.
Yeah.
But
we talked about dreadnoughts?
I think we've mentioned them.
We may have mentioned them. We don't have to get them into them right now.
I believe we have. If we haven't, look up a dreadnought. They're really interesting.
Yeah,
it's a way for them to stave off death. Anyway,
we also have Chapter Master Marnius
Calgar of the Ultramarines.
Yes, thank you. And Chapter Master Tushan
of the Salamanders.
Indeed.
So this war actually cements a really, really special relationship with Dante and Tushan.
Really? Okay.
Tushan is one of the younger chapter masters.
Okay.
But he puts on such an effort fighting the orcs that Dante kind of befriends him and becomes his confidant. There's a lot of really cool back and forths between them in short stories where it's just cool. Tushan and Dante talking back and forth over a glass of wine about what it means to be a chapter master, because Tushan's like, I don't know what I'm doing, and Dante's been doing it forever.
Oh man, I love that.
One of the cool things is Dante actually basically says like, you're doing it as good or better than anybody I've ever seen.
Ah,
so
that's wonderful.
Yeah, so there's some really cool players in this war that have history later.
I love that. Neat. Okay. The last key guy I've got here is Overlord Herman von Strub. Oh, I better fix.
I will say that one's not familiar to me or Dan. It looks like
no. He's a well, he didn't tend to have a link on there, but his character. He was like the overlord of the planet or the military or something like that. He was a key figure in the war who was just a bumbling idiot and really just apparently just kind of.
Well, thank God you've got a list of players on the field that look like that. I mean, good God, you've got Yarrick, you've got Dante, you've got Tushan. Like, Jesus fuck.
Yeah. Strab. S-T-R-A-B. So during this war, he was, kind of fumbling in the tactics. It sounds like things got worse than they should have because of his actions under this war. Right.
That figures.
So that's all. Well, we're actually going to end up coming back to him as well here in the next war. So the results of this current war, they did declare it an Imperial victory. Ghazghkull got away, and Armageddon's infrastructure was considered pretty devastated.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, under this. Yeah, because it got pretty crazy. Because it's orcs.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yep. So that takes us about 57 years later to the day when Ghazghkull comes back.
Oh, man.
And starts
57 years. Can you imagine being alive as just a regular human to survive the first one? And then you're like, 57 years. Oh.
Oh, fuck. And it was to the day Ghazghkull comes back and starts the third war for Armageddon, also known as the second war for Armageddon. On the
Jesus. The second war.
Is it the different combatants just because they're not fighting orcs the first time?
Oh yeah. Well, as far as the defenders go, I have written down a quote from the wiki. The defenders are listed as a massive commitment from every known branch of Imperial armed forces.
Wow.
Yeah. So everybody came in for this one because Ghazghkull's back.
The Sisters of Battle. Oh, Jesus.
Yep. Key people again. I've got Commissar Yarrick because he's like done this once before, doing this again. He's kind of an arch nemesis of Ghazghkull at this point, which amuses Ghazghkull. Is the impression I get without looking too deep into it.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yes. Lord General. Oh boy, Courier. Okay. Chapter Master Tushan is also a participant.
The Salamanders.
Admiral Parole. So, and there was a lot of space battle going on. So I imagine he's Imperial Navy.
Most likely.
High Marshal. Oh, man. Black Templars. High Marshal Halbrecht.
Isn't that your writing?
It is. That's the bad thing about it. I can.
So the Black Templars, so the Imperial fists were there.
Oh. Yep.
I actually watched this. Hell's Reach. It's a city on Armageddon.
Yes.
And it's defended by some Black Templars led by Reclusiarch Grimaldus.
Yes. Okay. He's another name on the list. Nice. Okay. Cool.
Highly recommend it if you can get it. If you can watch it on YouTube or anywhere.
Is it a?
It's a series, or it's like what I saw was a mashup, so it was all kind of like a movie.
Oh, cool.
It was an animation.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay, cool. Out.
Yeah. Captain Erasmus Tycho of the Blood Angels.
Tycho.
Erasmus Tycho.
Yeah. And then the moron Von Strab shows up again. This time not as a bumbling idiot, but as a traitor. He had fucked up so bad in the prior war that he disappeared. I think he just escaped and was presumed dead. And now he's back. He's a traitor. He's made a deal with Ghazghkull. Yeah.
Oh, man.
In order to take over the planet, because the orcs are like, we just want the fight. And he's like, well, I would like the planet.
Yeah, but they don't leave anything. Oh, he's an idiot.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. He's just an idiot. I don't know the details of it. I know he ends up getting killed for it by somebody who sacrificed.
Good.
I think the 13th Penal Legion was assigned to kill him, and they have an elaborate story.
That's bad.
Of how that plays out, but he dies. And the thing about this war is it's technically ongoing.
Oh, it's still happening.
Yes. So, Chaos ends up getting involved. I believe this is because of its ongoing nature. Because
the fact they were there the first time, so I feel like they left out.
Angron was there. Man, can you?
Yep.
Good God, you have the Octaris sector popping off. You have this going on. Can you imagine if Angron shows up there?
Oh my God.
Angron does show up at Armageddon.
Yeah. So there was a cultist effort to perform a ritual to bring him back that was stopped. And it's, kind of included in this because now it's just this fucking conflict. A warp storm happened that caused a great rift in 999 M41.
Yeah.
And so half the planet now is like a hellscape. So there's chaos demons to the point where sometimes the orcs, which are still there fighting, sometimes team up with the Imperium against the chaos.
Oh my God.
Because it sounds like Zeech and Khorne are the main chaos factions within.
And they hate each other.
Yeah. So sometimes they're fighting each other and sometimes they're, So this place is just kind of fucked. Commissar Yarrick because Ghazghkull fled again.
Of course.
And eventually, but but enough orcs stayed behind
to be a subs
that it continues. Like the fighting never stopped. And Commissar Yarrick went with the Black Templars after Ghazghkull.
Of course.
And I don't think we know how that turns out. He's just like off into the fucking after this great orc beast. Fuck it. I don't know. So he's off hunting them. Orcs are still there. Chaos is there again. And as far as I know, it's just ongoing war in hell in Armageddon.
Yeah, it sounds like
and there we have it. So those are the 3 Armageddon wars, or the wars for Armageddon. 2, if you ask anyone, or if the Inquisition asks. There's only 2.
Sounds good.
Yep.
So. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's some really cool players in that war that...
Yeah, again, Yarrick sounds so fucking badass. I need there to be. I'm going to do a chapter. We need to do a chapter on Commissar Yarrick.
On Yarrick, I'd love to.
And maybe Ghazghkull. Like they seem so intertwined. We might be able to do
like a do story.
Yeah, just one long chapter.
Sounds good to me.
So they said they're the most fun I had out of all this. This is Armageddon's crazy. Armageddon's fucking crazy, guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I figured you would like it. It's an insane. I didn't know exactly how it ebbed and flowed, but I knew that there was orcs and chaos and Angron showed up at some point.
Right. Yep.
Had all this crazy shit.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to take us back to after the first war for Armageddon.
Yes.
So this is in between the first and the second one. Once again, it's kind of one of those situations where nobody knew anything was wrong. The first hints and signs that some shit was going down was there were several reports from inquisitors across the galaxy just finding planets that were previously registered as Imperium planets, as civilized or otherwise inhabited, and they were now dead. Just rock. There was no organic matter, no water, no trees, no bacteria, like just completely hollowed of any life. And they didn't know why. There was no distress signal, no nothing. And so the Imperium just kind of wrote this off. It happens all the time.
Yeah. Sometimes you get a dead world.
Yep. Apparently.
Yeah.
So the first time that they knew something actually had happened was they settled upon this world of Tyran. It was called Tyran.
Okay.
And it was another one that was completely vacated of all life. But unlike the other ones, this one actually had a memory capsule, a recording of what had gone down.
Oh.
And what they saw was a completely new race of Xenos had stormed the planet of Tyran. The planet of Tyran is a water planet. It's about 80 to 75% water or some shit. Like it's almost entirely water.
Yeah.
The Imperial fortresses that are there are basically think Alcatraz. They're just these rock fortresses in the middle of oceans and stuff.
Just in the middle of a span of nothing but water.
And then, so they're all just sitting there having a hunky day eating their breakfast when their astropaths start freaking out. For some reason, they cannot get messages out because you have to remember the Imperium uses the warp to convey messages over long distances.
Right.
And so you have to use somebody who's a psyker to send this out amongst the warp to go wherever it is going to go. And even at the best of times, long distance communications is spotty. It can be confused. It can be kind of conflated. Sometimes the astropath receiving the message just gets like a general emotional impression of what the message was supposed to be.
Yeah. It can degrade and it can be intercepted and messed with.
Yep.
So, wow.
But they suddenly found they were not able to do anything. And what this does to a psyker is it can have various results from just basically making them really uncomfortable, kind of anxiety ridden, to driving them full blown insane, like ripping their own eyes out, like Event Horizon style.
Oh boy. Ooh, Event Horizon style.
It's called the Shadow in the Warp.
Right. They didn't know that, but that's what was happening, was this thing called the Shadow in the Warp.
Wait. Oh.
It's the presence of the hive mind of the Tyranids.
Oh.
So
shit.
the Shadow, the communications were cut off, and then the sky literally started storming. It started having electric, and it was fluctuating colors like purple and green and black and blue, like all these really insane colors. And spores started raining down from the sky, just hundreds of thousands of them.
Oh,
and the defense batteries start firing into the air. The defense fleet of Tyran is launched to prevent these weird ships with like tendrils in from coming in and landing, and it looks like the human beings are winning. They blow up one ship and the others start retreating, and so they start chasing them while these spores are coming down. And when they clear the storm, they realize that there's thousands of these ships with tendrils, and each ship is an order of magnitude larger than a regular like battle barge. Not a battle barge. Battle barges are huge, but it's a frigate.
Frigate's about the smallest you get outside of like a freighter or a
right.
cruiser.
So
yeah, frigates.
Yeah, so they had frigates and they had whatever the next one up.
Frigates are still huge.
Yeah, they're mammoth. But I mean, these things are big. These ships with the tentacles are big enough to just like be able to grab them and like pull them apart. So when they clear this cloud, they think they're chasing a retreating enemy, but when they clear this storm, there's thousands of them.
Oh man.
And they're literally ripped apart. Just completely evaporated.
Jesus.
Just
sounds so Lovecraftian.
These are spaceships, but they're
living
organisms.
things. Yeah. They look like squid, basically. They look like armored squid.
Yeah, it's another evolution of the Tyranid, just this space-dwelling creature.
Has the Imperium ever encountered?
No, this is the first time it's ever been recorded. Kind of. I'll get to that.
Kind of. Okay, fair enough.
And then all of a sudden, so these spores are coming down the whole time, and these creatures just start coming out of the water. Remember, these are giant like fortresses, and these things are hatching under the water and just crawling out up over the walls. And they're the small forms. They're the Hormigons and the Tormigons. The Hormigont, I'm going to get in trouble with this, but a Hormigon is the ones that have guns, and their guns are actually just smaller creatures that shoot even smaller creatures as bullets.
Right.
See our episode 0, people. Don't be fucking lazy.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And the Tormigons are basically like raptor-sized. They're basically velociraptors from Jurassic Park, but instead of hands, they have sickles.
Ooh. That's a neat way of explaining that.
Scyther.
Yeah, they're the Pokemon Scyther with a tail and no wings. But like but these are like the small versions of these are like the just regular trooper version of what a Tyranid is. And they're just climbing over the walls, and the Terran forces are just mowing them down, and the anti-aircraft cannons are firing. And then they actually realize that the Tyranids are clogging their bodies down the anti-aircraft gun.
Oh my God.
It's just stopping them from firing.
Tyranids don't give a fuck.
They don't.
Wow.
And then as they basically breach the walls of these bastion fortresses, then the larger forms actually just come in and just barrel down the walls. Like Tyranids can range in size from a grub that's like, I think a little under a foot long.
Oh yeah.
And then
the ammunition for their guns.
Well, no, these things are called rippers. Ripper swarms. They're like these. They basically crawl around and digest things.
I know they have digestion pools where they'll try to bring back as much biomass.
Right. Well, so the rippers are what's in those digestion pools, but they actually can crawl around and attack things as well.
Okay.
So they go from like these little things that are under a foot long to Titan versions that are called Hierophants. A Hierophant is a Titan-sized Tyranid. Mm-hmm. So Tyranid gets just slaughtered down to a man.
Okay.
And the Mechanicus figures out that this is happening, and they come across this recording, and they take it to a man by the name of Inquisitor Kripman.
Oh, Kripman.
Kripman's going to be a reoccurring figure throughout all three wars.
Okay.
And he kind of starts studying this new thing that's happening, and he realizes what Dan was referring to, the shadow and the warp. And what it is the collective hive mind of these Tyranids is so complex and is so ridiculously like broad across how many individual things are linked to this, that it causes a disturbance in the warp to where psychic powers just basically don't work.
Whoa.
They're basically they're like a Tyranid is a Tyranid swarm is just like one giant blank, what they call blanks, the soulless.
Jeez.
They have no presence in the warp. The warp gets no power from them, but also similarly, the Tyranids can't get any biomass to reproduce off of demons or or beings from the warp like Traitor Marines.
So they don't get anything out of each other at all.
Nope.
By winning. Okay.
So this hive fleet is named Behemoth. just because of its size.
Right.
And Behemoth is a simple creature, but an effective one. It takes all of its force, which is trillions of Tyranids, and just launches them all at like 1 or 2 planets at a time and just does it in waves.
Ooh, just overwhelm and conquer.
Yep.
Okay.
And so they go all the way to the planet called Macragge. And Macragge is home of the Ultramarines.
Oh.
That is where they are from. That is in the
Ultramarine homeworld.
Yeah, that is the heart of their system of Ultramar, which is like
it's an empire inside the empire.
It is. It is considered to be like the grand jewel of the Imperium.
Really?
Yeah.
There are 5 planets.
500.
Well, 500, but I think there's 5 king worlds.
Yes.
I was going to mention the king worlds, and one of them is Macragge. It's the king of the kings.
Yeah.
When I guess he's back now, but now he's too busy ruling from Terra.
But Gilliman, when he was around the first time,
from Macragge, that's the planet he was found on.
Holy shit!
That's where he landed.
Okay. Wow.
So they actually show up there. They actually the Tyranids invade
this
Macragge.
Is a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
Big deal. Something they've never even seen before showing up. Nope.
And the Ultramarines, I mean, they put up one hell of a fight. The Titan Legions are called in. It is an insane battle, but they eventually do crush the Tyranids. I'm trying to think how the one Swarm Lord died. Because basically all the Tyranids were being controlled by a creature called the Swarm Lord, which is just a central... It is basically the hive mind of the Tyranids given like physical form.
Okay.
And the Ultramarines were actually felt like they were winning until this hive mind or the Swarm Lord stepped onto the battlefield. And they even said that the minute the Swarm Lord stepped onto the battlefield, it was like watching a flock of birds just changed. Like all of a sudden they started responding to his...
Oh, shit.
But he was actually... Oh, I remember. So they actually are starting to retreat and it becomes a space battle. Like they retreat off Macragge. Well, so the Swarm Lord and Calgar, the chapter master of the Ultramarines,
okay,
get into a one-on-one fight.
Oh shit!
And Calgar actually loses 3 out of 4 of his limbs in the fight, and is actually able to be held back and pulled back by the Ultramarines, and they ship him off planet. And the Tyranids go after him because he's their leader, and it becomes kind of a space battle.
Whoa! Wait, they kidnapped him?
No, the Ultramarines are like, you can't stay here. Macragge's going to fall. So they put him on a ship and they ship him out, and the Tyranids are like, after him, he's their leader. So it turns into a space battle, and they actually send an Emperor class starfreighter, which is the biggest ship they have. So, I mean, this thing transports Titans, right?
Oh, okay.
And they suicide it right into the middle of the Hive Fleet and detonate its warp drive.
Holy shit.
Did you say the name of the ship?
Huh?
The name of the ship?
I did not know.
It's Dominus Astra.
Dominus Astra.
Dominus Astra.
And that actually takes out what is the leader of the Tyranids per swarm. It's called a Norn Queen, which, again, watch episode 0.
Yeah.
But the Norn Queen is killed, which basically reverts all of Hive Fleet Behemoth. It doesn't kill them, but it turns them all into just feral creatures. There's no more strategy. There's no more.
We see like where before they kind of like did fall into sync
and
in line when they had kind of a leader mind present. Now they kind of have lost the core of that.
Yes.
Kind of
well, I mean, it's basically every single individual creature is now acting on its own.
Okay. Instead of
so
in a unified hive mind.
Right.
Way. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's That's much easier to deal with.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Holy crap.
And so that puts the Tyranids on the map. And they're named after the planet of Tyran where they were first documented.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
So,
holy shit.
200 years after Behemoth, the Imperium thinks that was it. That was all that they've seen.
Woo! That was crazy, wasn't it, guys?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
When 200 years later the same thing starts happening, they start losing contact with different planets, like basically like one after another, after another, after another, after
like
another.
Light bulbs going out.
Yeah, and it's too fast for them to be consumed like Behemoth is.
Oh.
And what this is a new hive fleet that they named Kraken.
Okay.
And what Kraken did and what they found out is that every new hive fleet learned from the previous hive fleet. They're all connected. And so each new hive fleet takes the tactics of the old one and adapts and becomes different and stronger. And what Kraken learned from Behemoth was, instead of attacking in one giant wave, it attacked in tendrils. It hit a planet here, a planet there, a smaller planet here, and they would all funnel back into the big mass of the primary hive fleet.
Whoa.
And so it would just send out, it would, just like a squid, it would send out all these little that would feed into the mass that it could either then send out another small tendril, or if it came up into a giant force that it had to fight, it could just launch the mass body into itself.
Wow. Okay. So it's just in that pattern of traveling through the galaxy. I'm just like imagining like fucking fingers going through the stars.
Yeah,
basically.
if you look up the map, which by the way will be right here.
Yay, there's the map.
You can actually see where it's just kind of the main body is traversing through the galaxy, not hitting things, but you can just see little arms coming out of the mass hitting them instead.
Oh, wow.
Now, I did not find a whole lot on the second war, and I found out why is because I was really looking for stuff from the Imperium point of view, but a lot of it seems to be Eldar and Tal.
Okay. So they were the primary.
They seem to take the primary brunt of the second Tyrannic War with Hive Fleet Kraken.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So I'm not going to touch on that one a whole lot. I'm going to kind of jump over that one,
right.
And I'm going to come back to that one because now that I realize how little I know about that second one, I'm going to come back in and relook at that one.
Right.
So after that was the third and so far final Tyrannic War, and that happens. Let's see. The second Tyrannic War was in 941, and the second Tyrannic War was in 997, and the third Tyrannic War was in 998.
I have it here that the third war starts in 997.
997. So they're back to back almost.
Holy crap.
It was less than 5 years.
Okay.
Wow.
There you go.
Oh man, I thought the Armageddon Wars were close together, the second and third.
No, the Tyranids.
Yeah.
So the third and final invasion of the Tyranids so far actually came from underneath the galactic plane. Like all of the other two previous, Behemoth and Kraken, came in sideways. Like if you think of the galaxy as like a flat,
like a
plate.
saucer.
Yep, that everything sits on. They came in edge on. Leviathan actually came from the bottom up, which allowed it to cut through a greater swath of the Imperium much quicker.
Wow. Yeah. And that's a dreadful thought too, because that means they're coming from different directions.
Well,
they're hitting all these worlds simultaneously as opposed to having to like cross.
Yeah,
and like fun fact, all three, Behemoth, Kraken, and Leviathan, all approached the galactic plane from a different direction.
Oh, all of them did. Okay.
All of them did. So it's painting a picture that galaxy might actually be surrounded
by Tyranid biomass.
Yep. Just outside the dark reaches. But we know that they're in at least three directions, and one of them is underneath us.
Ugh.
So this one was called Hive Fleet Leviathan, and it was the biggest, nastiest fleet to come out yet. And this is where Inquisitor Cryptman shows back up.
Okay.
He had been spending from Behemoth through Kraken to Leviathan. He obsessed over the Tyranids. He was the only one that insisted that this was a problem.
Right.
The rest of the Imperium kind of figured that with Behemoth gone and Kraken was not as bad, that they were kind of out of it. They thought they were done.
Right.
But Leviathan shows up, and Cryptman realizes how big this is, and he does a thing that becomes what he's known for.
Yep.
He decides that the best way to handle Leviathan is to create a fire break.
Yeah.
And if anybody knows what a fire break or doesn't know what a fire break is where you have like a wildfire that's proceeding through a forested area, and instead of allowing it to burn, you go ahead of the fire and just clear everything out, tear down all the trees, bush, anything that it can use to burn, and you just create a dead zone.
Take away nothing for it to burn. Yeah,
yep.
Take away the fuel.
That's what Cryptman did ahead of Leviathan by issuing Exterminatus on over 500 planets.
Oh. Yep. The fuel was people.
And what he would do is actually wait for Leviathan to invade.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, so
and
he was...
That way he was wiping out large chunks of their ground forces without them getting any bio in reserve.
Okay, so...
Yep.
Wow.
And it forces them to commit. You know where they are. And it makes them more desperate.
Exactly. So He would wait for them to be completely almost to the point of being overwhelmed, and then he would exterminate us.
Wow. So he would sit there and watch that planet get overtaken by this horrific biological nightmare. Oh, and then just
you
glass
don't do
it.
anything, or you glass it beforehand.
Like that's such heartless tactics.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's brilliant. Like I get it. You have to like completely shut off your.
This is the single largest infliction of damage done to the Imperium by the Imperium, for the exception of the Horus Heresy.
Whoa. That's crazy.
That got him in hot water, but this final thing really kind of cemented him as being. Actually, no, I take that back. I've got my timeline a little fuckered. So he did that. And that caused a ridiculous outcry and actually got him excommunicated. Not killed, because, it's not that bad. But
right. Yeah.
But
it's pretty bad.
I mean, it is. But
worse than death for an Imperial citizen.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. But anyway, he gets excommunicated from the Inquisition. He's no longer an Inquisitor. But he still has his connections, and he has the Death Watch, which is a group of Space Marines from all the different chapters that serve the Inquisition.
Okay.
And it's a term of service. They go in, they serve whatever the time is. Let's say 10 years. It's longer than 10 years because they live forever. But let's say they serve their 10 years and then they rotate out unless they want to stay. They always have the option to stay in the Death Watch.
Okay. Gotcha.
So he had a group of Death Watch that were still very loyal to him, and they helped him pull off what was his biggest blunder, not killing all those planets. That was horrible. That wasn't a whoopsie daisy. That actually worked. That slowed down Leviathan.
Right. Yeah. Tragic, but it did work.
Right. Instead, he got the bright idea to sidestep them by throwing them off to a bigger threat of orcs.
Oh, yes.
On a system called Octaris. And the way he did this is him and the Death Watch managed to capture a Space Hulk that had gene stealers on it.
Oh, fucking Space Hulks, man.
And they just crashed the Space Hulk and gene stealers into the Octaris sector, which is a sector of planets that is just completely rolled head to toe by orcs.
Oh.
So basically, he's like, I don't give a shit what planet it hits. It's going to hit a planet rolled by orcs. The gene stealers are going to fight the orcs. The orcs are going to fight the gene stealers. The gene stealers are going to send out this psychic signal to the Hive Fleet saying there's life here.
Right.
What Kripman was hoping was, the orcs can just reproduce at a stupid rate and love to fight. The Tyranids, they reproduce at a stupid rate and all they do is fight.
Yep.
So he thought these two would actually kill each other.
Destroy each other. Yeah. No, right.
That is not what happened. Instead, they became to such a stalemate that now, to this day, now in modern time, it is ongoing to the point where you have the Imperium is trying to figure out how to keep this from spilling over into the rest of the galaxy.
Yep.
You have Tyranids that are part orc that can possibly harness war energy. We haven't seen that yet, but there are Tyranids with orc DNA.
Holy crap.
And you have whole battlements of orcs that are the size of war bosses, but they aren't war bosses. So it's like no matter which one of the sides comes out, they're fucked.
Exactly. They've created like a no-win scenario. The Tyranids are just constantly feeding off of the fungus. The orcs are just constantly feeding off of the war energy.
Do you know who you send when you've got an absolutely fucked situation like that you cannot win?
Who are you going to call?
The Death Corps of Krieg.
Yes.
That's who the Imperium has sent to deal with this.
I love that. Oh, when I found that out.
It's just great to have everything in one spot. That's
oh my gosh. Yeah. That whole thing has become just such a mixed, conglomerated mess of crazy.
But anyway, this actually doesn't go down the way Kripman thought it would, because Kripman thought that the main force of Leviathan would be sucked into this Octaris war.
Yeah.
Nay. What actually happens is, and there's no reason for him to know this, but Leviathan actually has an agenda. Leviathan is hunting for a very specific group of people.
I hate how smart they are. They don't seem like they should be smart.
It wants the Blood Angels and it wants them dead.
The Blood Angels?
Yes.
Specifically. What?
So the Blood Angels apparently helped deal quite a blow to Hive Fleet Kraken.
Okay.
And Hive Fleet Behemoth in their own separate way.
Okay.
And the Tyranids have taken to taken the Blood Angels as kind of one of their enemies.
Oh my God. you're kind of a threat, huh?
Yep.
Wow.
So Leviathan just hauls ass to the Baal sector. I think it's called the
Baal.
Baal. And I believe it's called the Red Tier? I think it's the Red Tier, but it's basically the entire system the Blood Angels from are like red planets.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Naturally, blood angels.
Yeah, and Baal is their home planet. It's also where the body of their Primarch Sanguinius is shrined.
Oh,
is that where he was from? He was found on Baal.
That was his home planet.
Okay, gotcha.
So Leviathan shows up to the Baal sector, and I mean, it goes the Blood Angels send out a call to every successor chapter, and every successor chapter answers. Tons of them. The Eldar show up and start fighting.
Oh wow. Yep.
It's so bad that the little so Baal is a desert planet with nomads. The nomads are fighting. The Blood Angels actually so an aspirant is a human that is in training to possibly become a Blood Angel.
Oh, okay.
Or become a Space Marine.
Right.
I think you go aspirant, and if you make it, you become a neophyte.
Right. And neophytes are where you start getting experimented on, and at any point you can flunk out or die.
Okay, gotcha.
It is so severe that the Blood Angels, Dante, the chapter master of the Blood Angels, looks at every aspirant recruited and said, if you survive this, you will all become sons of Sanguinius.
Holy shit.
If you survive this, you all pass.
Oh, man. Wow.
And it's devastating. I mean, they call it it's known as the devastation of Baal. The moon, Baal Secundus, falls, it's completely torched.
Hate it when the moon falls out of the sky.
At least it's not Roland Emmerich and it's the bad guy. But inside joke.
Yep.
But it's a really cool. I want to do a whole chapter just on Baal. Dante goes up against the Swarm Lord by himself, the chapter master Dante, and I mean, he finally kills it, but he's bloodied and dying.
Okay.
And while he's dying, he's just laying there dying in front of the Swarm Lord, and he's surrounded because even though the Swarm Lord's dead, they remain, and he's just I'm so tired, I'm ready to go, I just want to die. And he has a vision of Sanguinius, who actually shows up to him and says, you are not done. I'm sorry that you're tired, I know that you're suffering, but you have more to do. And this thing called the Sanguinor shows up, which is, well, we're not real sure what it is, but it's basically an angelic spirit of Sanguinius that shows up and just starts wreaking havoc to keep Dante alive.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Or just imagine a resplendent golden angel.
Imagine a literal archangel just showing up.
Coming down from the sky,
and just starts slaughtering things.
Wow. Just because he's no, it's not your time to die.
And there are whole successor chapters that just get wiped out to a man. It's the largest amount of chapter masters that have ever been just wiped out at a go.
Holy crap.
They actually win by getting help from chaos.
Really?
So the Blood Angels are actually about to get wiped out. They're on their last heels. The Sanguinor is protecting Dante, but they're losing chapters at a time. When a warp portal opens up and the very center of the Hive Fleet, including the Norn Queen and a lot of the bigger forms that control the hive mind, are vanished. And then they reappear on the cratered out moon of Baal Secundus, and it's just a stack of millions of Tyranid skulls.
Oh.
With the sign of the demon Cabanda. Do you remember Cabanda, the one that fought Sanguinius during the Horus Heresy, that big?
The one in the sky. Yeah.
Yep. He just basically dumps off all of these skulls with a stamp that says Cabanda was here.
Oh my God.
And what it is Khorne, his god, really, really, really wants the Blood Angels. He wants them to be his legion.
Okay. He's join me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Khorne could not have the Tyranids wipe out the Blood Angels.
So he's just oh man. Okay. Wow.
Steps in.
Yep. Steps in and saves them.
Wow. That's crazy. And he's don't forget, I did this for you.
Right. And then he probably sat down and took 2 aspirin because the minute that happens and everything's cool, the Blood Angels find out that Gilliman, the Primarch is alive.
Oh.
And not just that, but he's showing up with tons of reinforcements.
Whoa. Da, 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 da.
The Primaris, which is like the secret project that Gilliman and his little arch ass kisser. What is his name? Belisarius Cole. Call.
Cawl.
Yeah, he's a Mechanicus,
Oh, okay.
All doesn't look human type guys, but they have been working on, they have been working on a new type of Space Marine called the Primaris.
Oh, okay.
And he comes in and is like, you have been devastated. Here are all these brand new, already come out Primaris Marines for you to train up as the Blood Angel, as new Blood Angels.
Huh. Hot off the press.
Yep.
Okay.
And so they immediately get reinforced, and
wow.
that keeps them from basically going extinct.
Well, it's not like they got a break.
No, they sure as hell didn't.
Yeah, here's some more. Yeah, here's some more soldiers. Get back to the fight.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Well, at this point, this is the Obscura. Like, there's warp storms that cut off half of the Imperium.
Yeah.
Right. Okay,
yes.
Right.
So the tear has happened, and the Blood Angels are kind of the wardens of the north of this area.
We're cut off.
Gilliman names Dante I can't remember what the exact title is, but the warden, like he's
taking care of.
It gives him authority to work with all these chapters without any problems.
If you're on that side of the rift and your name ain't Gilliman, you answer to Dante.
Gotcha. Okay. Right. Because he's like, look, we're pretty cut off here. It's just gonna go through me.
Yep. And so that is basically the third Tyrannic War. There were some smaller Hive Fleets. There's like Hive Fleet Jormungandr, Hive Fleet Gorgon is another one. So there were smaller Hive Fleets that have shown up, but Behemoth, Kraken, and Leviathan were the three big ones. Now, they have not vanished either. There is still, there are still remnants of Behemoth and Kraken that are still collecting and fighting and still out there. So it's not like they're extinct either. And that is where we'll conclude today. What that leaves us with is the 13th Black Crusade, which also goes into how exactly Gilliman is alive.
Right. So, so we're digging a little more into the return of Gilliman then.
Yep.
The next part. Okay.
Yes, indeed. And then there's the Plague Wars, which is Gilliman versus Mortarion, that punk bitch, but the cool Plague Marines. Oh, man, it's Gilliman versus Mortarion. Okay, well, we'll go over the Primarch slap fight.
The Primarch slap fight.
Well, neither one of them were known for being like top tier fighters.
Is that right?
Not really. I mean, they're Primarchs, so they're gods among men, of course.
Of course, but as far as Primarchs go, they're both kind of meh.
They're like middling.
Okay.
They weren't terrible. They weren't Logar.
Right.
Or Logar.
Oh,
I think Gilliman was compensating by trying to be a master of everything, jack of all trades.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
But his whole thing is like, guys, you aren't just soldiers.
It's like, yes, we are. Shut up.
Now go fight.
Well, he's trying to push. He just wishes. He's saying the things he wished his dad said to him.
Shut up, Robbie.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Whatever. I would have loved to have seen Gilliman go up against Kurz. He'd have died. He'd have died.
Oh.
There would have been no way. No. Kurz beat Rogel Dorn into unconsciousness, and I do not believe for a second that Gilliman could take on.
Didn't he also kill Vulcan? I mean, it doesn't count.
So Kurz has beaten and fought to a standstill Lionel Johnson. He beat Dorn unconscious with his bare hands. And who else? Oh, he made Corvus Corax change his mind. Corvax was going to go after Logar, and then Conrad stepped in, and Corvax is like, Now, they make it very specific, and I like to give Corax this. He didn't run because he was afraid of Kurz. He just knew for a fact that in the condition he was in, because it was during the drop site massacre, he's like, there's absolutely no way I can beat Kurz right now. But also, there's a point where Kurz gets the drop on Sanguinius. Sanguinius is just in shirt and pants, like he's not wearing any armor or nothing. Kurz is in full battle armor, and Kurz knows better than to attack Sanguinius.
Oh, shit.
So
even without his armor on and all that.
Yeah. They're one-on-one. There's no other people that would get in the way, and Kurz is just like, nah.
Oh,
no
jeez.
Not at all.
Is that in one of the books?
It is. I'll have to go back and look at which one it is, but it's him and Sanguinius have a conversation about foresight and what it means, and I think it might be in Kurz's book.
I was going to mention there are 2 books set in the Gothic War. I forgot to mention it earlier. Execution Hour and Shadow Point. Both are by Gordon Rennie.
Nice. Okay. We should recommend books that are on the title.
Yeah, I was
that
also
are on the subject. That's a good idea.
Maybe.
Yeah, I had that and then forgot about it.
Yeah.
Nope. Okay. Dan, you want to give us a recommendation for the Wars of Armageddon? Just pull up a book.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That way we can give them something.
I'll look it up too.
Okay, so Devastation of Baal is by Guy Haley. That's the book.
Oh, there's a bunch for Armageddon. Hell's Reach is also a novel. I'm sure that's where the show gets its ideas.
Sure.
Oh, that's cool.
Blood and Fire is a novella. Both by Aaron Dembski. Yep. The Relic, The Eternal Crusader. Those are different authors. So it looks like it's a very dense set.
A dense set. All right. Well, cool. Then there's no shortage of material. God, I can't wait to get into some of those. But anyway, guys, we'll wrap it up for today. This is Imperial Appreciation Part 3.
Yes.
And guys, we're going to be releasing this, once a month for the long form, and then we'll do a short video at every final Thursday of the month. Mm-hmm. And then also when we're done with these parts, we're going to release Imperium Appreciation as a collected one long video.
All together. Yep.
So that's what's on the horizon. We'll call it a night for now. I'm Ben.
I'm Eric.
I'm Dan.
And guys, thanks for being with us on this journey, and we're going to keep at it and stay tuned for what we have coming next.